It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Innocent lives lost in a cycle of violence in Colombia.
I buried him, and with him, I buried the world around me.
And the healing process, bringing families face to face with their children's killers.
We would grab someone, and the order was to execute them.
We had to deliver results, whatever.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers.
Silence breaks.
Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Hello, I'm Anna Burns-Francis. This is the News Hour live from Doha, coming up in the next 60 minutes. Ushering in a new chapter of stability, China's leader Xi Jinping describes the US president's visit to Beijing as a milestone, while Donald Trump talks up trade ties.
We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
The leaders discussed technology, Taiwan, and the Iran war, which Trump says Xi wants to help end. Beijing is yet to confirm. 78 years of Palestinian dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and now a genocide. We report from Gaza and the occupied West Bank on 78 years of Nakba. A new Ebola outbreaks confirmed in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with nearly 250 suspected cases in the Ituri province. And dozens of people are killed and thousands are trapped in Haiti's capital, where there's been a surge of gang violence. US President Donald Trump has wrapped up his high-stakes state visit to China, hosted by President Xi Jinping. He said he's made fantastic trade deals and there's a consensus between them that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons and that the Strait of Hormuz must be open. But the visit, which was full of pomp, pageantry and personal rapport, had no major breakthroughs. For now, both sides insist they've charted a new path of stability, where differences between the world's two biggest superpowers can be managed through dialogue. Our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, has more from Beijing.
the final public event of Donald Trump's China trip, and the rare honour for a foreign leader, a visit to Yongnanhai Gardens, the seat of power in China, the secretive compound where Xi Jinping lives and works, an honour that impressed the US president. Both sides diplomatically calling the delayed talks a success. Trump securing what his side described as huge trade deals, particularly on agricultural products.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
And saying both countries are on the same page in Iran.
We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and it's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
But there's no sign of a Chinese commitment to use its influence in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, of getting Iran to the negotiating table.
There's no need for this war to continue, and it could have been avoided at the beginning. Finding a solution sooner rather than later is good for the US and Iran and all the countries of the region.
The Chinese say Donald Trump's short visit was important in creating constructive strategic stability, a broad concept which should deal with any problems between the world's two biggest economies and often rivals. Taiwan, Iran, tariffs, they still hang over the relationship, but it's a basis for the two leaders to work from at their 3 further meetings this year. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Well, Henry Huaya Wang joins us now from London. He's the president of the Centre for China and Globalisation think tank and previously served as a councillor at the State Council China. Henry, thanks for your time with Al Jazeera. What will China be taking away as a win from this visit?
Well, I think this visit is very significant and very timely, and I think it's really great for both leaders of the largest economies of the world to get together. And also, you can see this visit, I think, is much more significant than his first visit 9 years ago. And this is also the first visit, official visit by President of the United States to China in almost a decade time. And in this decade of time, China's GDP has doubled. And also, China has achieved, as President Trump called, the G2 or near peer status. So I think for China, this is great. You know that President Xi mentioned that President Trump and President Xi has actually achieved a constructive strategic stability as a new position for the future U.S.-China relations. This is a sharp contrast with the first term Trump defined China as a strategic rivalry. And now we call this strategic stability. So I think there's a great progress made, in addition to their consensus on the global peacemaking in Middle East, in Iran, and of course even in Europe, in Ukraine. So I think on top of that, there's a lot of business has been done, and so largest business delegation, all the top leaders of the U.S. business community all came here. There's so much goodwill has been built up, and then there's another 3 visits coming up in the next 6 months. We're going to see a great trajectory for the Sino-U.S. relation and stabilizing for the world.
You talked about this being a reset compared to the first Trump administration, but it was somewhat of a reset even compared to where things were between the two countries last year, and we saw that with the trade war. And so how important was that, or who was it more important to, the US or to China, in terms of resetting that relationship, given the tariffs war of last year?
No, I think from that point of view, I think the U.S. is obviously on the defending posture, because you have U.S. Congress limited, the Supreme Court limited the tariff increase for President Trump. You have a Congress limited the U.S. attack in Iran if not authorized by the Congress. You have, U.S. is stuck in this Iranian war and close of the Hormuz and affecting the U.S. stock market and consumer prices. And you have President after mediation of the Gaza, but then no progress mediating on the Ukraine, the Russian war. So I think that he needs China's help, and he needs to build a stable relation with China China is the only country that does not have any war going on in the world, and also is welcomed by all the countries, and economically is doing well with another new 5-year plan. So I think that by seeking a constructive tune of both countries, I think China has won this trade war, or tariff war, whatever, defined by the U.S., and then also gained respect not only from the U.S., where President Trump said President Xi is the greatest leader, great leader of the China and the world, but also gain respect of all the other countries. We saw the G7 leaders rush to China and visit China this year, and I think that with the upcoming visit, there's going to be another height of U.S.-China relations stabilizing, maybe another turning point from a rivalry from Shahid's trap into a more coexist peacefully, but of course with some competition. But we don't have to be adversary, we don't have to be a rivalry, we can be a partner, but with normal competition. And this is what the world needs and expected.
Can we talk about then the trade agreements that President Trump has touted as a result of this visit? Some aeroplanes and some soybeans, but I'm wondering, what is the value to Beijing?
No, this is very good news. I think that U.S. President Trump wants to compensate his base in the Midwest, and then those agricultural product purchases very significant. China purchased, according to President Trump, 200 Boeings. I mean, it could be large Boeing aircraft. So there's a lot of industrial products being purchased by China. Of course, there's beef. There's many more. But more important, you have 17 top business leaders coming with President Trump. And then they are also, as Tim Cook of Apple says, everybody come here, everybody taking positive attitudes. This is going to shape a new momentum. So he even used the Chinese saying, if we have burning a bush, everybody pitching a wood, the fire would be larger. So that's really a great comparison. I think with all the business has changed some, mood and tunes, and also less fear of being singled out as too close to China. You're going to see all the small and medium companies follow the suit, and the U.S. government would have to, with 200 business journalists coming to Beijing with President Trump, 200 journalists that will report more positively this time. I think to see some sentiment changing with next 3 visits scheduled within the next 6 months.
So, and I understand from what you've just given that there were many broader positive outcomes for the trip, but I'm just curious as to these specific trade deals with very tangible, measurable numbers involved in them, the 200 airplanes, the soybeans, the gas being purchased. What is the value of that to China? Obviously, there's a benefit to the US, but what's the benefit there to China?
Well, the benefit to China is also big as well, because this is going to stabilize the China-U.S. trade relations. I'm sure China can buy more with this. That's a good start. And, beef, Boeing or soybeans and the 3Bs, of course. And then they're going to probably set up an investment board and trade board so they can talk about this regularly and have a guardrails to and also attract more Chinese investment. I mean, the U.S. deficit with China already shrinking this year and last year. So it's not really, a big trade issue now. I think both sides has achieved a mutually assured constructive status, but also they have reached a mutually assured disruptive status as well. So they don't want to disrupt each other. They want to have a good mood. And then from that point, I think the good momentum is that to go up. I think the biggest achievement is for this trip is that from adversary, a strategic rival position, change that into a strategic stability position. That is going to stir up and stimulate so many more deals, more trade, and the business in China, company in China, business executives. When they see the mood has been changing, environment is improving, followed by more trade and investment and people-to-people exchanges. That is really a great achievement, I think, this time, that they have changed the narrative and dynamic quite somewhat. I'm not saying to change it completely, but at least it's a great step in the right direction for more stable U.S.-China relations.
Very good. Thank you very much for your time. Henry Huaya Wang joining us from London. All right, we're going now to Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi speaking at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi following a BRIC foreign ministers meeting. Let's listen in.
Back to the same volume of trade that we had with each other. Before those sanctions, we used to have more than $20 billion of business and trade with India. Now it is much smaller, but it's still in billions of dollars. So Iran and India have always enjoyed good trade and business relations. I'm sure the capacity between the two is really high, and we can go back to same volume that we used to have, or even higher, as soon as sanctions are lifted.
Thank you. I'm Elena from TASS News Agency. Sir, yesterday you met your Russian counterpart, Mr. Lavrov. Did you discuss the offer which Russian officials have on the table regarding the removing uranium from Iranian territory to Russia? What is your current position on this offer from Russian side? And can be this offer crucial in resolving this deadlock in negotiations between Iran and US?
Well, yes. Yesterday I had a very good meeting with Sergei Lavrov. I have to say that we have always consulted with our Russian friends. We have a very good relation, strategic partnership, and we have always consulted with each other regarding all international, regional, and bilateral issues. I met President Putin in St. Petersburg about, I think, 10 days ago, less than 2 weeks ago, and we discussed everything, including the question that you mentioned. We are thankful to our Russian friends for their offer and for their, intention to help the resolution of this problem. Of course, this is something that we have to decide during the negotiations. The subject of our enriched material is a very complicated one, and we have now come to the conclusion with Americans that since it is very difficult, we are almost in a deadlock on this particular question, let's postpone it to the later stages of our negotiations. So for the time being, it is not under discussion, it's not under negotiation, but we will come to that subject in later stages. And when we come to that stage, obviously we would have more consultations with Russia, and we see if the Russian offer can help or not. This is not something for the time being.
Sir, Excellency, leaders from New Tech in India, you were also part of negotiations. My question to you is that what are the main issues preventing an end to the conflict between your country and US?
I think I already answered that question. The most important question is the question of mistrust, or the lack of trust from our side to Americans, and I explained the reasons of that mistrust. Another issue is, or another problem is as I said, contradictory messages, which has made us reluctant about the real intentions of Americans in these negotiations. We are in doubt about their seriousness, but the moment we feel that they are serious and they are ready for a fair and balanced deal, we certainly proceed in the course of negotiations.
Minister, thank you for doing this. Reza from the Hindustan Times. I want to ask you basically about the BRICS meeting. It's very clear that there was no agreement on a joint statement, largely because of the differences between Iran and UAE. Do you believe that by the time the summit is held in September, you will be able to overcome these differences? And number two, the Prime Minister has just said a little while ago in UAE that India is ready to do everything to help bring peace to West Asia. what role would you like to play with this process now?
Well, as a matter of fact, the final statement by BRICS ministerial meeting was blocked, or some parts of that was blocked by a member state, which has own special relations with Israel. And this is very unfortunate. We have no difficulty with that certain country. They have not been our target in the current war. We only hit American military bases and American military installations which are unfortunately in their soil. So the only reason they stopped the final statement was their support to Israel and the United States in their aggression against Iran, which is very, very unfortunate. I hope by the time that we come for the summit, they come to a good understanding that Iran is a neighbor. We have to live with each other. We have lived for centuries, and we have to live for centuries to come. Israelis cannot protect them. Americans cannot protect them. That was proved during this war. The American military bases, their relation with Israel became the source of insecurity. Instead of becoming the source of security, instead of protecting them, it was a source of insecurity for them. So these are the realities that they should understand. And I'm sure if they follow the line of wisdom, they will find Iran as a good neighbor and a good partner.
Mr. Foreign Minister Pranay Patta from India Today. My question to you is that yesterday President Donald Trump in an interview said that he discussed the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran issue with the Chinese President Xi Jinping, and then he said that Chinese President is ready to help to mediate some kind of solution. Are you open to that process? And has the process of Pakistan mediated solution has failed so far? And related question: that what steps are being taken by Iran to facilitate the more or the faster movement of the vessels, those who are stuck in Gulf of Persia, including 11 Indian ships?
Well, the mediation process by Pakistan has not been failed yet, but it is in a very difficult course, mostly because of the Americans' behavior and the mistrust which exists between us. We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other, and we know that Chinese have a good intention. So anything that can be done by them to help diplomacy would be welcomed by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, we hope that by the advancement of negotiations, we come to a good conclusion, so the Strait of Hormuz would be completely secured, and we can expedite the normalization of traffic in that strait.
Today Russia has Russian foreign minister said that India should play a long-term mediation role in bringing peace to the region. Is there any complete talk of these lines during your interaction? And also, sir, the second part, what is the status of Chabahar Port? Is there any talks on that?
Well, Chabahar Port is one of the symbols of cooperation between Iran and India. And we are so glad that Indians played an important role in the development of that port. It is now somehow, slowed down because of the US sanctions, but I am confident that this port would be like a golden gate for India to access Central Asia, the Caucasus, and then Europe through this transit route, and also for Europeans, Central Asians, and others to access Indian Ocean. It is a very strategic port, important for both us and India and many other countries. So I hope that Indians would continue their work in Chabahar port, so it would be fully developed at the service of the interests of India and other countries around. I think India, with its good reputation, can play a greater role in this region to help diplomacy, to help peace, and to promote peace and security. India is a friend to all countries in the Persian Gulf, in north of this Gulf and in the southern part of that. So we appreciate any positive, constructive role played by India in this region. من همونطور که عرض کردم ما یکی از مشکلات این هست که پیام‌های متضاد سخنان متضاد و گزافه‌گویی‌های غیر منطقی زیاد از طرف آمریکایی‌ها گفته میشه که مخالف هر گونه مسیر مذاکراتی و مسیر دیپلماسی.
Right, you've been listening to Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi speaking in New Delhi. He's been at a meeting of the foreign ministers for the BRICS alliance, ahead of the BRICS summit, which is being held in India later this year. For more on his comments, let's go to some guests now. In London, we are joined by Alex Alvarez-Shears, a defence and security analyst who specialises in great power competition. And joining us from Tehran is Ali Akbar Jarini, a researcher at the Centre for Strategic Studies. Alex, I'll come to you first. We have just heard some comments there about trust and whether Iran can trust the US. Given that these were quite public, quite strong comments, what do you make of the fact it's being brought up now, given where negotiations are or are not?
I think this is very significant because it seems to be the main obstacle to any progress with a negotiated deal or negotiated settlement. Remember that on the 27th of February, the day before the US and Israel struck Iran, there were negotiations ongoing in Geneva that were mediated by the Swiss, but also by the Omanis on a potential nuclear deal then, an attempt essentially to find a diplomatic way through the impasse on nuclear issues between the United States and Iran. And of course, as we know, subsequently, what followed was a heavy bombardment of Iran, the killing of the supreme leader. And then now we find ourselves in this extremely difficult and destructive situation with potentially no end in sight, and certainly a new status quo on the horizon. So trust is really important in diplomacy. I think if you can't see eye to eye on the most important sticking points with the people that you're engaging with, then there's really very little hope in progress.
Ali, can I put that to you? There is very little hope in progress. Now, Iran's position and the comments by Minister Araghchi are nothing new. So is there very little hope in progress?
I don't see much hope as long as Trump continues to employ a very vicious, disrespectful language. Iran and 5+1, the world powers reached a deal, JCPOA, in 2015. largely because the Americans respected Iran and employed a respectful language and respected Iran's basic rights. That's why partly that agreement was achieved. But Trump is undermining his own position by employing a very disrespectful, vicious language against Iran, resorting to bullying, assassination, war, and seeking Iran's capitulation. This is not the way to talk to a great ancient nation like Iran with 3,000 years of written civilization. He has not achieved anything up to now, and he will not achieve that. He is very frustrated and mad that why Iran has not capitulated, but he should be mad at Israel and the Israeli lobby that sold him the narrative that if he employs a hard-line maximalist position, Iran will capitulate. This has not happened, is not going to happen. The solution is respect, not bullying.
Alex, can we talk about that hardline position? There appears to have been perhaps some softening. President Trump has been asked recently and responded to in US media about Iran's enriched uranium, to which he said that US possession of it or retrieving it from Iran, he said, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I just feel better if I got it, actually, but I think it's more for public relations than it is for anything else. That seems to be quite a timely moment to be making a statement on what appears to have been up until now quite an important objective for the US.
Yeah, I mean, that is a one way of looking at it. But at the same time, you know, what the president will say today, he might decide to say something completely different tomorrow. And so this seems to be this is one of the issues with this particular president. He will threaten civilizational erasure on one day, and then the next day he'll roll back on one of the issues that he's actually touted as the key sticking point, this issue of Iran acquiring nuclear weapons capability. First of all, there is no detail on what a supposed plan would look like. There doesn't seem to be any plans from the United States with regards to what to do with the 400 to 440 kilograms of 60% highly enriched uranium. And I think all that Trump is looking for now is a way out. And the question is, at what cost? Is this going to be an any situation for Trump, so long as he can leave this conflict and tout it to his base as this great victory because he's managed to degrade Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, degrade some aspects of Iran's kinetic drone warfare capabilities. These things remain to be seen. But like my co-panelist said earlier, there is already a nuclear deal in place. There is already a viable framework in place, which was negotiated in 2015. And so for the Trump administration to say that China and Iran are China and the United States, are in alignment on Iran not having a nuclear weapon. Well, the P5 includes China, and they were party to those negotiations in 2015. So this is really turning into a bit of a circus from the United States. And there's still no detail and no really feasible plan with which to issue some sort of course forward on the point of nuclear proliferation.
Ali, will Tehran take Donald Trump's comments with any weight about enriched uranium, or will it be, as Alex has just mentioned, seen as a bit of a circus?
The issue has never been Iran's nuclear program. As your respectful guest said, there was an agreement in place. The JCPOA was achieved in 2015. It worked. And Iran was enriching uranium at 3.5%. It was Trump who pulled out of the JCPOA in his first term, and that's why Iran increased the level of enrichment. And why we are facing this mess, that is exactly because of Trump's unilateralism and his policy of coercion. this has why the world economy is in this mess right now. That is because of Trump's maximalist demand and buying the narrative from Israel and the Israeli lobby that if he attacks Iran, if he bombs Iran, Iran will capitulate. So the issue has never been Iran's nuclear program. No, never. The issue has been an Israeli-led regional order. No state in the Middle East should be able to challenge Israel and stand up to Israeli expansionism. That has been the major issue. And former US presidents never got into a war with Iran because they knew it was stupid. But Trump was lured into this trap. And that's why he is in a stock. He's very frustrated because he's stuck in a war of attrition he had promised to avoid.
Ali Akbar Darini joining us from Tehran and Alex Al-Farashir is joining us from London. Thank you both. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. An alarming resurgence in malaria deaths in Zimbabwe, a country that once championed the fight against the disease.
This is America, and that is
I'm Bill
the
Schindler, founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing a stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic?
Every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that. But I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks. And I started getting this restless leg stuff. And it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
Your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
Xi Jinping, meanwhile, has called Trump's visit historic and says it's deepened mutual trust. The leaders reached a consensus on maintaining stable economic and trade relations. Friday marks 78 years since the Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic. It refers to the forced displacement of Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948, when the State of Israel was created. Lina Abu Akleh explains.
The Nakba, which means the catastrophe, marks the beginning of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. Thousands of Palestinians were killed and tens of thousands expelled from their homeland. This was Palestine before the British Mandate. Jewish people made up 8% of the population. Then came the Balfour Declaration. In 1917, Britain pledged to establish a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. More Zionist settlers started arriving from Europe. By the mid-40s, Zionist militias started carrying out attacks on Palestinians and British authorities. That includes the bombing of the British administrative headquarters at the King David Hotel, killing 91 people. And by 1947, this was Palestine. On May 14, 1948, the British Mandate ended and the State of Israel was created. Returned within days. But Palestinians were pushed into refugee camps in the occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and neighboring countries. At least 6 million refugees are registered in these areas. Most Palestinians became stateless refugees. And Zionist leaders at that time openly called for their expulsion, such as David Ben-Gurion, who later became the prime minister. But it was not only displacements. Village after village disappeared from the map. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionist military forces attacked major Palestinian cities and destroyed some 530 villages. Others were repopulated. And Zionist militias killed about 15,000 Palestinians. But many families carried documents, photographs, and keys to homes they were forced to leave behind, passing them down through generations.
All right, in a moment we'll go live to Gaza City, but first let's speak to Nida Ibrahim, who joins us live from Tulkarem in the occupied West Bank. Nida, tell us about the significance of where you are and how displaced Palestinians there remember this day.
I am standing in Tulkarem overlooking the Tulkarem refugee camp. And the street here behind me did not exist before the Israelis started their military assault in the camp. This is a result of demolitions of homes that continued since the Israeli forces assaulted the camp in early 2025, forcibly displacing all of its residents, creating new neighborhoods in an attempt to change the choreography and the symbolism that these refugees represent. We are seeing how cramped they are, how close people live to one another. These are people who have been displaced from their homes in 1948, and they've decided to stay here as a reminder of the right of return, as a reminder that they're here to stay. They refuse to forget where they came from. But even that right is being denied to them by the Israeli forces. Even their temporary homes are now being demolished by the Israeli soldiers who are stationing inside these 3 refugee camps here in the occupied West Bank, where the Palestinians say that this is yet another reminder, another living symbol of Nakba. Nakba is still ongoing because of these acts. The main goal or the main symbol or the main Israeli attempt in 1948 was to expel as many Palestinians as possible. And people here would tell you that this expulsion, this displacement continues day in and day out.
Nida, as you said, Palestinians face now near daily Israeli raids and settler attacks since that war on Gaza started in 2023. So what is the situation today?
Well, the situation keeps getting worse every single day. When we talk about the Israeli settler attacks, it's hard to count how many of these each day happen in different areas all across the occupied West Bank. These are armed settlers emboldened with the impunity, with the fact that they evade any accountability from the Israeli authorities. In fact, the people here would tell you that this is the Israeli system's arm. This is the Israeli regime's way of displacing more and more Palestinians from their homes, using settler violence as a way to intimidate people and get them to leave their homes altogether. When we talk about these settler attacks, we're not just talking about the stealing of sheep from Palestinians, but also we go to the stealing of homes, burning them, as well as mosques, religious places. In addition to these settlers, not just kicking Palestinians from their lands, but also killing them, also intimidating them. All of that is happening under one umbrella: displacement and the fact that it's been 78 years of Nakba and not since Nakba.
Nida Ibrahim joining us live from the occupied West Bank. Thank you. Let's go now to Hani Mahmoud, who joins us from Gaza City. A majority, Hani, of Palestinians who live in Gaza are descendants of the refugees from 1948. How are they feeling about this anniversary?
And I just happened to run in the street, just the nearby store, and this one old man who recognized us from in front of the camera, and this is what he said: make sure to say that the Nakba or the catastrophe never truly ended from the time it started. And judging from the wrinkles on his face, he's probably lived through Nakba. He's old enough to remember everything, and that's the reality of the majority of everyone across the Gaza Strip. The Nakba carries a very significant impact here. The vast majority of the population across the Gaza Strip are either refugees or they are descendants of refugees, people who were forced out of their homes in what later became the state of Israel. That happened by way of population transfer or ethnic cleansing of many of the Palestinians. The parallel is very stark here. What people lived through in the past 2 years and a half, the displacement, the repeated forced movement, the displacement, the ongoing bombardment that eventually led to the clearing up much of the area across the Gaza Strip. For example, the so-called Yellow Line, now covering 64% of the total area of the Gaza Strip and cornering everyone else in smaller areas right here. We're talking about 8 major neighborhoods across the Strip are now empty, without residents whatsoever, including a whole city in the southern part of the city, the city of Rafah, and another city in the northern part of the city, the city of Beit Hanun. So there is deep frustration. There is a profound pain of what's happening as these issues have never been resolved and continue to unfold in the worst scenario possible.
All right, Hani, thank you. Hani Mahmoud joining us live from Gaza City. Meanwhile, Israel's also been expanding its military presence in southern Syria since the fall of the Assad regime. Beit Jin is one of the many villages where at least 200 families have been displaced since a violent Israeli incursion last November. Heidi Pett joins us now from Beit Jin. Heidi, there has been an uptick in Israeli military activity in southern Syria. So what is the situation there now?
Yeah, over the last week, there has been an increase in raids, arrests and military shelling of multiple villages in southern Syria, which are close to the occupied Golan Heights. And that is part of a pattern that has been going on since the fall of the Assad regime in December of 2024. And in the immediate aftermath of that, Israel took the opportunity of advancing from the occupied Golan Heights further into southern Syria in violation of the 1974 agreement. It's supposed to be a demilitarized zone here in southern Syria, but Israel, since the fall of the Assad regime, has established 9 new military bases, including one which is visible on the very top of the hill in that valley behind me. Now, here in Beit Jin, we have seen repeated Israeli incursions, including one in November, which was devastating to the village here. 13 people were killed, 28 injured, and it has resulted in the displacement of hundreds of families who don't feel safe to return. They say they're waiting for a security agreement with Israel. Now, that is potentially in the pipeline. The foreign minister, Asad Shaibani, here said that his country is looking for a security agreement, but not normalization of ties, and that is due to the repeated military activity here. There was shelling last night in the Yarmouk Valley and also in the agricultural fields surrounding Jabata al-Hashab, where we've been speaking to farmers and shepherds about the impact of that military activity on their livelihoods.
Heidi Pett joining us from Beijing. Thank you very much. There's been a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Centres for Disease Control and Prevention says 65 deaths have been recorded in Ituri province. Tests so far have confirmed at least 4 were caused by the virus. More than 240 suspected cases of the highly contagious virus have been reported. Let's go live now to Chris Okamringa in the capital, Kinshasa. Chris, can you tell us 4 confirmed, but 240 suspected? So how concerned are authorities about this outbreak?
Well, authorities in Kinshasa are very concerned because this outbreak has happened in an active conflict zone. Ituri province has groups like the Cooperative for the Development of Congo, CODECO, the Zaire, and more recently the Allied Democratic Forces that have been attacking civilians in that area. And health workers are saying that this outbreak has been reported in 2 health zones that are very close to mining towns where hundreds of people are involved in mining gold. So there is a very, very serious issue about the spread of this disease to other areas. That part of Ituri shares a border with Uganda. So, and there's a lot of cross-border activity between these 2 countries. So they are very, very high fears. What we know is that the government has sent a team of health experts there. The World Health Organization also has its country representative and other scientists who are there to assess what needs to be done so that they can help the people in that area. And that area has been under a state of siege since 2021 because of the armed activity there. So there is a lot of fear that this disease might spread farther. The worst outbreak of Ebola happened in the DRC in 2018 and 2020, which also happened in North Kivu province, where there was a lot of rebel activity. So people are hoping that it does not, bring back the same kind of situation. Anna?
Yeah, well, you talk about bringing back the same kind of situation, the last outbreak only being declared over last December, and you say that there are health teams being sent to the community, but is that enough support given the fears that this may be another large outbreak?
Not yet, because this outbreak has just been reported by the Africa Centers for Disease Control, like you mentioned. So what we know is that there's going to be a very high-level meeting that the Africa Centers for Disease Control and the DRC government and a number of other international health partners are going to be meeting to discuss how they can come up with a coordinated approach to deal with this very highly infectious disease that has caused a lot of suffering to the DRC. We're told there have been 16 outbreaks since 1976. If this one is announced by the DRC government, it's going to be the 17th. But the good news is that the health experts at the National Institute of Biomedical Research in the DRC have ruled out one of the strains known as Zaire. Now, there are 3 Ebola strains that affect human beings. There's Sudan, there's Zaire, and Bundibugyo. And Zaire is the most deadly strain among them all. It's said to be very fatal. Between 60 and 90% of people who get infected with this strain end up dying. So they are now going to be working on dealing with the others that will be announced very soon by health officials here. And the DRC has already a number of vaccines that they got from international partners, which proved effective in dealing with previous outbreaks. So they have also a team of experts who have already built the capacity to deal with the infection prevention and control measures. So they're optimistic that they will be able to deal with this outbreak.
Chris Okamringa joining us from Kinshasa in Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. The head of the CIA visits Cuba as it endures a severe fuel shortage after months of a US oil blockade.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
Violence has injured dozens of others and forced health facilities to shut down. The UN says the latest fightings forced more than 5,300 people from their homes, with some families still trapped in affected neighborhoods. The head of the CIA has visited Havana. That's as Cuba is facing a severe fuel shortage after the US imposed an oil blockade on the island in January. Hundreds of people have been protesting in the capital, demanding action. Our Latin American editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
Hundreds of frustrated residents of Havana took to the streets, banging on pots and pans to demand electricity. The largest island in the Caribbean is sinking into darkness as never before due to rolling blackouts.
We are demanding the right to have electricity. We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. There are many children. Food is going bad inside the refrigerators, the little food that can be obtained.
As temperatures rise, so too do tempers, as many Cuban families seek relief from the heat outdoors. Cuba is entering its 5th month of a US-imposed blockade of fuel needed to run hospitals, petrol stations, and the country's electrical grid, which runs on oil. The fuel and energy minister says that Cuba is now out of fuel altogether, that oil reserves sent by Russia at the end of March have run out. More often than not, protests like this lead to police crackdowns and arrests, but not this time.
As long as it is a peaceful protest like the one today, well, that's fine, because we are demanding our rights.
But there could be some relief in sight. Thursday, Cuba announced that on the request of the U.S. government, CIA Director John Radcliffe had arrived in Havana to meet with his Cuban counterpart. The official Communist Party newspaper added that the meeting aimed to contribute to a political dialogue during these times of complex bilateral ties. But that's not all.
Well, I'm not going to.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has renewed an offer of $100 million in aid to Cuba on the condition that the assistance be distributed by the Catholic Church, bypassing the central government.
I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that regime.
Cuba's foreign minister has responded that his government is open to hearing the details of the offer. But if the White House insists on political reform, it's highly unlikely that there will be a deal. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
For more than a decade, Zimbabwe has been regarded as a global success story in the battle against malaria, but aid agencies warn that infections and deaths are rising again, driven largely by cuts to foreign assistance. Haru Mutasa reports from Garuve.
I'm in Mashonaland Central Province in Zimbabwe, and this is a mine dump. There's gold under here. Now, when water is pumped out of the mine shaft, it ends up collecting in one of these holes. Now, because it's been so hot lately, the water evaporates. But some of it ends up in places like this, stagnant, perfect breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Miners say a prayer before going down the shaft. Their job can be dangerous.
But we're not even talking about, I call it the nuclear dust. Came up with a term which seems to have caught on. I'm talking about because they would not remove the they said that they can't remove it because they don't have the technology to remove it. They don't have the type of tractors. They say the only one, they told me directly, they said the only one that can remove it is China or the U.S. We're the only ones with the equipment. They said you were right. It is a complete obliteration. With that being said, I want to get it. And they agreed to it, but then they took it back, but they'll agree to it eventually.
Can I ask you about Taiwan? What did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And what did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And are you still going to approve the arms sale?
So President Xi and I talked a lot about Taiwan. He thinks they cannot have anything to do with what they're doing. I mean, he's against very much what they're doing. We talked about Taiwan. We talked about Iran a lot, and I think we have a very good understanding with both. On Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation. And I heard him out. Are you going to say two words? No, I didn't make a comment on it. I heard him out. I have a lot of respect for him. On Iran, it's very interesting. He feels strongly they can't have a nuclear weapon. He said that very strongly. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait. But as he said, they closed it, and then you closed them with a smile. That is true. We control the strait. And they've done no business, literally they've done no business in the last 2.5 weeks, which is approximately $500 million a day. So we have, we're doing very well on all fronts.
Before we leave Taiwan, Mr. President, President Xi said that there was a risk of conflict with the US over Taiwan. What's your response to that?
I don't think there's a conflict, other than we don't need their strait. We don't need the Arbush.
On Taiwan, Mr. President Xi said there was a risk of conflict with the US over Taiwan.
No, I don't think so. I think we'll be fine. He doesn't want to see a war. And you have two things. You have the Iranian situation, and that I think we agree almost entirely, other than he's a buyer, and we're not. We don't need it. And on Taiwan, he doesn't want to see a movement for independence. He says, look, we've had it for thousands of years, and then at a certain period of time it left, then we were going to get it back. They had the Korean War. A lot of things happened. We have the whole history. But on Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
Well, you're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your proposal.
I'll make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month-long ceasefire, I guess you'd call it, but we have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations. I wouldn't have really been in favor of it, but we did it as a favor to Pakistan, who are terrific people, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. But President Xi and I agree on many things, and we agree very much on trade. We're going to be doing a lot of trading. Our farmers are going to be taking in. Our farmers are going to be very happy with the deal we made.
Is your instinct that he will put pressure, that he will try and get them to
ask him to put pressure, because I don't need favors. I think he will. I think automatically he'd like to see it opened up. He gets about 40% of his energy or his oil from that, from the strait. We get none. We don't need it.
Mr. President, on Truth Social, you said that President Xi has made a reference to the decline of the U.S. We didn't hear him say that. Maybe it was something he said in private to you. So what was it, first of all, that he said that prompted you to do this?
He made a statement. It might not have been from him. It was somebody, but they talked about the decline. But he said today, and he said it very publicly, he said the U.S. was declining for the last 4 years. And he said what President Trump has done in the last 15, 16 months has been virtually a miracle. He said we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. But he said that it was a declining country. Under Joe Biden, he said we had a seriously declining country, which we did, with people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons and everything else. He said what President Trump has done has been a virtual miracle. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is, yeah.
Mr. President, on a different subject, on Cuba, there's reporting that Raul Castro could be indicted by the DOJ, I believe. What does that mean?
Well, I don't want to comment on that. I'll let DOJ comment on it, but they need help, as you know. And you talk about a declining country. They are really a nation or a country in decline. So we're going to see. We have a lot to talk about on Cuba, but not maybe for today.
On tariffs, Mr. President, did you agree with President Xi to extend that year-long truce on tariffs?
We didn't discuss tariffs. I mean, they're paying tariffs. They're paying substantial tariffs, but we didn't discuss. You know, before I came along, it was the opposite. We didn't discuss tariffs. It wasn't brought up.
Mr. President, you said in January to us that you were going to bring up the expansion of their nuclear program. Obviously, they've got 600 weapons now by the Pentagon's estimate, going to 1,500. Did that come up? Did you succeed in getting them into any form of arms control? Or remember we discussed New
You're talking about China.
China.
We brought it up, the denuclearization. I talk about it all the time with Russia and with China. And it did come up. We did discuss.
And what did you conclude?
I got a very positive response since the beginning. So, you know, we're going to be together 4 times, potentially, this year. We have the G20, which he wants to come to, which I'd like him to come to. It's going to be in Miami. It's going to be in Doral. And it's going to be, I think, very good. Much more important if he's there. And so you have the G20. We have one that he has, as you know, in November, right, in China. He's asked me to be there. I'm going to try and be there. And then we have another one on September, I guess, 26th or 24th, where he's coming into the White House.
I don't understand what it is he committed to, if he committed anything.
Well, I don't want to say anybody committed, but we have a very good understanding.
So are you
know, the concept of denuclearization.
Denuclearization or just an extension?
Well, no, a denuclearization.
In other words, building down.
And you bring Russia into it also. But the concept of that is something would be very good.
Sir, can I ask about the political prisoners in China? Did you bring up with President Xi any of the political prisoners in China? Are any going to be released? Any progress?
I think he's giving very serious consideration to the pastor. The pastor is said he's giving very serious consideration to that.
What about Jimmy
I discussed it.
What about Jimmy Lai?
It's a tougher one. That's it. I did bring it up. It's a tougher one. For him, it's a tougher one.
What did he say about it?
I understand. It's, for him, it's a very... He told me, I don't want to mislead anybody. He said Jimmy Lai is a tough one for him to do. You know, they went through a lot. And right or wrong, they went through a lot. So he told me that would be a tough one. He said he's going to strongly consider the best.
Sir, can I ask you 2 on technology? First, computer chips, advanced computer chips like the H200s that Jensen has. Did that come up at all with Xi?
It didn't come up, but as you know, Jensen was there. He's an amazing guy, NVIDIA. And he would be inclined. You know, they have much higher level than the H200. But the H200 is good. China needs it. And so, yeah, it came up.
They haven't bought it.
We haven't bought it, no, because they chose not to. They want to try and develop their own. But it did come up, and I think something could happen on that.
Okay. And then on artificial intelligence,
have quite a bit higher level, but the H200 it's a great chip.
And then on artificial intelligence, what is it that you want to get done? Did you bring up?
We did. We talked. You know, we're leading by a lot, but they're second, and they're very strong. And we talked about possibly working together for guardrails.
And
he's very.
What kind of guardrails?
The standard guardrails that we talk about all the time. AI is fantastic. So many things can happen in terms of health and medicine and operations, everything, the military, and so many things can happen, but it's also got some drawbacks, and we're talking about, we probably will, we're going to work together. We had a very good conversation about a lot of stuff.
So biological, nuclear, cyber, would you just specifically discuss those risks?
We discussed, I would say, almost everything you could discuss except for a reduction of tariffs.
Right, okay. On Iran, Mr. President, just to be clear, I mean, what's next? Is the threat of the bombing starting again? How realistic is that?
I don't want to say that. I mean, I'd like to tell you. I'd like to say on a certain hour, a certain day, the bombing is going to start. I don't want to say that. I can only say that Iran, I can say this with very, very strong conviction, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Not going to happen. No chance.
What would the use be of repeating the bombing? You did it for 38 days.
Well, no, we did.
And you did not get the political changes in Iran.
No, I had a total military victory. But the fake news, guys like you write incorrectly. You're a fake guy. And guys like you write about it incorrectly. We had a total military victory. We knocked out their entire Navy. We knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out all of their anti-aircraft weaponry. We knocked out all of their radar. We knocked out all of their leaders, number one, and then we knocked out all of their leaders in the 2nd Division, and we knocked out numerous of their leaders in the 3rd Division, and they're very confused. We've had a total victory, except by people like you that don't write the truth. You know, you should write. I actually think it's sort of treasonous what you write, but you and the New York Times and CNN, I would say, are the worst.
Right. On another war.
You should know better. You know, you know better. Your editors tell you what to write, and you write it. You should be ashamed of it.
Another war. Is there any?
I actually think it's treason when you write like they're doing well militarily and they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-anything. By the way, we knocked out 85% of their manufacturing for the missiles. We knocked out everything. We haven't knocked out other than one bridge that we did because they misbehaved. But we have bridges we could knock out. We could knock out their bridges and their electrical capacity within 2 days. We could knock out the whole thing. And then I read the New York Times and they act like they're doing well. And everybody knows it. That's why your subscribers are way down. You know, the Times subscribers are way down because it's fake news.
Did you discuss Ukraine?
Way down.
Did you discuss Ukraine at all with President Xi? And is there any movement on that?
I did. We discussed, well, it's one that we'd like to see settled. Until last night, it was looking good, but they took a big hit last night. Yeah. So it's going to happen, but it's a shame. 25,000 people died last month. Yeah.
Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM was asked yesterday about the strike on the girls' school on the first day of the war.
Oh, it's under investigation. You're talking about the original.
Yeah, it was the only case of investigation at the moment into civilian casualties.
I think we have a couple of things under investigation, but that is under investigation.
Are you able to confirm yet that it was a US missile?
Who are you with?
BBC for the radio.
Fake BBC. You mean the ones that put AI in my mouth? The ones that gave me, that had me saying a statement that they now admit was not true? That the ones that put terrible words in my mouth and then had to admit that it was fake? The ones that are being sued now for $5 billion and don't know what to do, you with BBC? They're another fake outfit.
Yes. About the deals in China, did you get a deal on soybeans? You know, the farmers.
The farmers are going to be very happy. They're going to be buying billions of dollars of soybeans. Yeah.
Sorry, well, we were talking about Britain, but Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister there, is in a lot of trouble. I know you were asked about this.
Well, he's in trouble for two reasons: energy and immigration. He's very bad on energy. He should open up the North Sea. He's got a gold mine, and he should open up oil in the North Sea, and he doesn't. They have a tremendous value. You know, they buy their oil, a lot of it, from Norway. Norway gets it from the North Sea. Not as good an area as Scotland and the UK has. So they're paying Norway a fortune for oil that they take out of the North Sea.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
It's a tough thing, unless he can straighten out immigration where he's weak. And if he doesn't start drilling and stop with the windmills all over the place that are causing havoc. They're causing havoc. Most expensive form of energy, They killed the birds. They're unsightly. They're ruining the landscape. If he doesn't stop with the windmills, he's got to do energy. He's got to open up the North Sea. You know, he's got one of the greatest oil finds anywhere in the world, and he's not using it. And I tell him that. He's not using it. Should he quit? The oil companies call me every day. Please, please, we want to go to the North Sea. He doesn't allow it to happen. Should he quit? I don't say that. I think he's a nice man, actually. But, I mean, I didn't like when he said, we're going to send ships as soon as you're finished with the war. Well, we're sort of finished militarily, pretty much. But we, you know, David, we finished probably 70-75%. We didn't finish every one of the things. We'll go back and finish them off. And by the way, and more than that.
You saw the reporting on the missile capability, missile launchers that have remained. Does that seem accurate?
No, it's New York Times fake news. The missile launches are probably 80% gone. The New York Times said it's like we were hitting them like pinatas. The missile launches are largely gone. The manufacturing of missiles is about 80%, 80 to 85% gone. And we know where the rest of it. So if we go in, we'll take that out very early.
The intelligence reports seem to indicate, though,
there are no intelligence reports. They weren't intelligence reports. They were New York Times fake news.
Sir, would you consider lifting the sanctions on Chinese oil companies that buy Iranian oil?
Well, we talked about that, and I'm going to make a decision over the next few days. We did talk about that.
Do you think Xi felt stronger in his dealings with you than he did the last time that you
had a great relationship last time until COVID came along? You know, I blame them for that. I said it was Wuhan, and I was right. And, you know, look, that was a strain on everybody, COVID. And so, it affected our relationship at the time. But we always had a great relationship before that and after that. And now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know.
It was beautiful.
It's amazing. I mean, people have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch. We have a great understanding.
You don't think he feels
it's a very positive thing to have these two nations getting along.
Mr. President, on Taiwan, and you said you were going to check with the president of Taiwan. But the 1982 assurances that President Reagan gave said the United States would not consult with China on arms sales to Taiwan. So it sounds to me like you have consulted.
Well, I think 1982 is a long way.
It was.
That's a big far distance away.
You dispensed with that?
No, I didn't say anything about it. But certainly, you brought that up. You talked about that to me, obviously. So what am I going to do? Say I don't want to talk to you about it because I have an agreement that was signed in 1982. No, we discussed arms sales too.
Yeah, what's his request?
We discussed the Taiwan, the whole thing with the arms sales was in great detail, actually. And I'll be making decisions.
What was his request?
But, I think the last thing we need right now is a war. That's 9,500 miles away. I think that's the last thing we need. We're doing very well.
Would the U.S. defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say. I'm not going to say that. There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi. I said, I don't talk about that.
He asked you today. He asked you if you would send troops.
He asked me if I defend them. I said, I don't talk about that.
You told him that?
I don't talk about that.
Did you talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States or the MSS has done?
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. What they do, we do too. It's like the spying. They're talking about, the spying. I said, well,
the spying?
We do it too.
The infrastructure.
Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess. What about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too. So,
what about the fact that China is putting in the U.S. infrastructure code that they could use if you ever decided to come to the
Well, you don't know that. I mean, I'd like to see it, but it's very possible that they do. And we're doing things to them. I told them, we do a lot of stuff to you that you don't know about, and you're doing things to us that we probably do know about. But we do plenty. It's a double-edged sword.
So again, on President Xi, a couple of years ago when President Biden met him in San Francisco, he was asked if he thought President Xi was a dictator. Do you think President Xi is a dictator?
No, but I think that President Biden was an incompetent president. He gave us the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to have a nuclear weapon within a matter of years from the time they said, I terminated it. If I didn't terminate that, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it within probably 2 years ago, 3 years ago. If I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers 9 months ago, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and nobody would be able to talk to them. By the way, they would have used it already.
But do you think President Xi is a dictator or not?
I don't think about it. Right. He's the ruler. He's the president of China. I don't think about it. You deal with what you have. I respect him. He's very smart. He loves his country. I respect him. Whether he's a dictator, that's for you to figure out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said you didn't talk about tariffs, but did you talk about fentanyl at all?
I did. I talked about fentanyl. As you know, I put a tariff on because of fentanyl, and they discussed that. But I put a penalty. It's a penalty. A lot of money we take in because of that. I'd prefer not taking it, and I'd prefer that we don't have. But we did talk about fentanyl.
What kind of agreement did you come to?
Well, the fentanyl is down, way down from where it was, and it could be because of the tariff penalty.
Sir, domestic issue affected. Where are you on the Texas Senate race?
Well, I'll maybe make a decision. I know them both very well. I like them both a lot. And, my record of endorsements is extraordinary. You look at what happened with Indiana. And out of all those races, the one that won there were 3 Trump people in the race. If they had won, he would have won in a landslide. But I took out all of these candidates, and long-time candidates with big leads against people that never ran before. And the people that never ran before won virtually all the races. And as you know, 2 nights ago, I won every single endorsement. A week ago before that, I won every single endorsement. There's never been a record of endorsements like this, which is a great honor as far as I'm concerned. But MAGA is a movement the likes of which our country has never seen before.
But you might not endorse, sir, in Texas.
I don't want to say that. I'm looking at it very strongly. I like them both. I'll tell you what I do think. I think the Democrats have a weird candidate. 6 genders, a real hit on Jesus. This guy is bad news with his mask from relatively recently, and he's a vegan. All of a sudden, he's not a vegan. He was a vegan. Now all of a sudden, he's not. Texas doesn't like vegans. I do believe either one of them will easily win the race. I think that the candidate the Democrats have in Texas is a very flawed, very weak, I think he's a pathetic candidate, especially for Texas.
Okay? Did you see Secretary Rubio in the briefing room the other day, and what did you think?
Are you talking about his outfit?
Yeah, that's it.
I thought he looked very good in the outfit. I don't know if I'd do it, but I thought he looked very good. I think he's outstanding. I thought he was great. I saw every word of it. I thought he was
great. Back to what you were saying before about the enriched uranium and Isfahan. So what would your logic be in having just a 20-year deal? Usually you pull back this 15 years, whether they would have gotten it faster or not is up to you, but what would the difference be here?
Well, Obama had virtually no deal. Obama had a road to a nuclear weapon, and I terminated that deal. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama, if I didn't terminate that deal, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon 2 years ago. As you know, that deal long expired.
It's taken the most years doing it, and after you're bombing, then
you know what? I'll tell you what. I know you backed Obama, which shows what a fraud you are, because that was the worst deal. They would have had a nuclear weapon within a period of a year and a half after I terminated it. If I didn't terminate that, and if I didn't send the B-2 bombers in 9 months ago to obliterate, one thing that did happen, which was very nice, the top person in Iran representing them was the top person. He said, I'm the only one, meaning the United States is the only one, along with possibly China, that would be able to get the nuclear dust out of that disaster that we created with the B-2 bomb.
Are you willing to do that? And why do you call
at the right time, we'll either go in or we'll get it. I think we'll probably get it. But if we don't get it, we'll go in.
But you're willing to mount the operation?
Well, no, I think they'll be totally defeated. And we won't have any risk. Yeah, we have the equipment to take it out. Nobody else does. China might have the equipment. They said you're the only one. They said you and China, but they weren't sure. We have the equipment to take it out.
Sir, did you discuss North Korea with Xi?
I did.
What came out of that?
You know, I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. It's been pretty quiet.
Have you had any communications with him?
Yes.
Of what kind?
Doesn't matter. I mean, I don't tell you about that, but I have a good relationship with him. He's been respectful of our country. I want him to be respectful. He's been respectful of our country. Hey, thank you very much. Enjoy the flight, everybody. Thank you. I heard you didn't have cameras back here. In fact, I loved it. I heard this. Now they got a camera. I heard that you were shut out for 2 hours until we leave the airspace. But he's got a camera. He's got never misses a trick. You better make me look good with that camera. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, that was U.S. President Donald Trump speaking aboard Air Force One after he has wrapped up a two-day summit to Beijing, where he met with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Apologies for the audio quality there on board the airplane en route back to Washington. But the president said that, he said that he would not say to President Xi whether or not he would defend Taiwan if China were to invade. He also said that his position on Taiwan has not changed, but he also said that he doesn't think that there is a conflict on Taiwan at this point. He said that he will make a decision on whether to sell arms to Taiwan, and he did not discuss tariffs with the Chinese president. He also said that he will make a decision on whether to lift sanctions on Chinese companies that buy Iranian oil. Also important to note on that China has actually told those companies to ignore those U.S. sanctions. Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, has been following the summit and has more for us now from Beijing.
The final public event of Donald Trump's China trip, and the rare honor for a foreign leader, a visit to Yongnanhai Gardens, the seat of power in China, the secretive compound where Xi Jinping lives and works, an honor that impressed the U.S. president. Both sides diplomatically calling the delayed talks a success. Trump securing what his side described as huge trade deals, particularly on agricultural products.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
And saying both countries are on the same page in Iran.
We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and that's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
But there's no sign of a Chinese commitment to use its influence in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, of getting Iran to the negotiating table.
There's no need for this war to continue, and it could have been avoided at the beginning. Finding a solution sooner rather than later is good for the US and Iran and all the countries of the region.
The Chinese say Donald Trump's short visit was important in creating constructive strategic stability, a broad concept which should deal with any problems between the world's two biggest economies and often rivals. Taiwan, Iran, tariffs, they still hang over the relationship, but it's a basis for the two leaders to work from at their 3 further meetings this year. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said he was open to any support from China to help resolve the conflict in the Middle East. He was speaking at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi following a BRICS foreign ministers meeting. Listen.
We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other. And we know that Chinese have a good intention. So anything that can be done by them to help diplomacy would be welcomed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
All right, let's go to Tehran, where Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid is standing by for us. So, Al-Migdad, we heard from the Iranian foreign minister there. What else did he say about where things stand on a peace deal with the United States?
Well, actually, from what we understand right now, this conflict resembles a sustained game of brinkmanship, because we do know that Abbas Araqi reiterated the demands of Iranian about the 5-point demands about ending the hostilities on all fronts, especially the southern Lebanon, and adding to that lifting sanctions and frozen Iranian assets, and adding to that the sovereign rights over the Strait of Hormuz. And after that, they postponed the nuclear file. And on this matter, he said that our enrichment issue is complex and to reach a result with the American side, we proposed that this discussion must be postponed. So that's why Iranian right now proposing a phased negotiation with the American, because we don't know that Donald Trump saying about this proposal totally unacceptable. It's a piece of garbage, and this brings us an idea of why right now Abbas Araqi is speaking about the trust, because there is a deep mistrust between the Iranian and American from the past negotiations rounds, and also from the historical negotiations round. We don't know that the Iranian is speaking several times that we have a mistrust towards American, because we do know that we have been attacked 2 times in less than a year in the middle of negotiations. And also he speak about the new reality on the Strait of Hormuz and how can they arrange the control of that strategic waterway.
All right, that is Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid reporting live for us from Tehran. And just to clarify one other point on Iran, the U.S. president also said that he's okay with Iran suspending its nuclear program for 20 years, but it has to be a real commitment. All right, we're going to have more of the day's news after Inside Story. Please don't go away. Thanks.
The latest news.
They are saying that we have full rights to control this strategic waterway.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
And good morning to you. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now. And
are y'all ready to roll? Let's go. Meeting in Washington. But can the process help find a way forward for Lebanon after decades of war? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. The U.S. is hosting the third round of talks between Lebanon and Israel. For the hundreds of thousands of Lebanese living in makeshift camps or made homeless by Israel's latest attacks, the tranquility of Washington must seem like a world away. For decades, Lebanon's people have suffered war at the hands of Israel, which in turn says it faces threats from groups like Hezbollah. A powerful force in Lebanon backed by Iran, the group is not involved in the talks and has refused U.S.-Israeli demands to put down its weapons. So, what's this process hoping to achieve? And what's the biggest obstacle to peace in Lebanon? We'll discuss this with our guests in a few moments, but first, this report from Narges Mobaleghi.
Despite last month's US-brokered ceasefire, Israel continues to attack Lebanon. 2 strikes targeted 2 cars south of Beirut on Wednesday. Since Israel launched its latest invasion in March, at least 1 million people, or a fifth of Lebanon's population, have been forced from their homes. Some will have no homes to return to, with entire villages leveled. In Washington, the US is intensifying its diplomatic drive. After 2 meetings last month, Israeli and Lebanese delegations are in Washington for US-brokered talks, just days before a ceasefire expires on May 17th. They are expected to discuss the ceasefire, Israel's occupation in southern Lebanon, and whether the Lebanese state can reassert authority in the south, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. But Hezbollah isn't at the table. Israel wants the group disarmed. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem says its weapons are not up for negotiation.
Nobody outside Lebanon has anything to do with the weapons, the resistance, or the organization of Lebanon's internal affairs. This is an internal Lebanese matter and not part of the negotiations with the enemy.
Despite the talks and the ceasefire, Israel has intensified its attacks on Lebanon. Israel killed at least 15 people, including 2 children, and wounded several others in Wednesday's attacks.
Since the ceasefire, there have been 1,502 casualties. What a ceasefire it has been. Some 380 people have been killed during the ceasefire.
Hezbollah is also launching more attacks, increasingly turning to explosive fiber optic drones. Guided by thin cables instead of radio signals, the drones are difficult for Israel to jam. Israeli officials say they have become a persistent threat to their troops. And these negotiations are taking place under the umbrella of a fragile ceasefire between the US and Iran, and the standoff in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has preconditioned its own negotiations with an end to hostilities in Lebanon. The stakes are high and the obstacles many for all parties involved, and time is not on their side. Narges Mobaleghi, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guests in Beirut. We're joined by Ali Rizk, a security and foreign affairs analyst. In the U.S. state of Colorado, we have Jennifer Gavito, a former acting principal deputy assistant secretary of state for Near Eastern Affairs. And also in the U.S., in Minneapolis, is Rami Khouri, distinguished fellow at the American University of Beirut. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Ali, let me start with you today. Just the fact that another round of talks between Israel and Lebanon is happening, how significant a development is that from your point of view? And what do you think can be achieved?
I wouldn't put too much into these talks. I think that the more important aspect is going to be what happens between Iran and the United States. That's what's going to determine, I think, more than anything else, how the situation is going to play out in Lebanon. And I think that these talks basically, more than being about achieving some kind of a truce on the Lebanese-Israeli front, they're actually more about the disarmament of Hezbollah, an anti-Hezbollah agenda. And so we see the United States once again adopting the very same Israeli goals, which are to isolate or to curb Iranian influence in Lebanon through the destruction of Hezbollah or through the elimination of Hezbollah. But again, I don't see that these talks are going to lead to much. And I think that Hezbollah has become even more important for Iran than it was before the war which was launched against Iran for various perspectives, not just ideological, but I think also strategically speaking as well, Hezbollah now is increased or has increased importance. So if the Lebanese state doesn't give anything or shows that it's incapable of taking tangible action against Hezbollah, I don't see these talks leading anywhere. Now, there have been some ideas floated by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, for example, about vetted Lebanese army units. I think that if they follow through on that, that's basically going to lead to a catastrophe in Lebanon and civil strife. But that doesn't mean they might not do it. I think we've gotten used to this administration that they're willing to do quite a lot without carefully considering the consequences.
So, Jennifer, let me get your take on this. Ali there saying that he expects the U.S. to be adopting the Israeli goals and not really expecting much to come out of this round of talks. Where do you stand on things? What do you think can or cannot be achieved in this round of talks?
Thanks, and thanks for having me. I think that these talks can both be important, and at the same time, we can acknowledge, as Ali said, the likelihood that very little substantive will come out of them, at least at this stage. They're notable in that this is the first, the third, but the first round of direct discussions between Israel and Lebanon in decades, and that alone is significant. Time and again, Hezbollah has drug Lebanon into war with Israel, a cycle of violence that doesn't benefit the people on either side of that border. And so the opportunity to sit down and start to develop ongoing contacts is in and of itself, to my view, a positive development. But I do tend to agree with Ali that the circumstances are probably not yet there for any sort of broad agreement, not least of which, as he referenced, because there is so much divide within Lebanon itself about Hezbollah's role, therefore making this quite controversial there. For the United States, I do agree that this is tied up in a lot of ways with what is happening with Iran. One of the early objectives of this war, and conceding upfront that we have heard a lot of different objectives for the conflict with Iran, but one of those was to degrade further Iran's proxies in the region, not just because that's an Israeli agenda, but because those have repeatedly over the years also struck out at American interests. And we see that with Hezbollah, certainly, but also with the Iran-aligned militia groups in Iraq, for example. And so the United States is using this, I think, to start to build a little bit of trust between the parties and open that dialogue. Again, that in and of itself, I think, is a worthy goal. And most importantly, if we can use that to eliminate, at least for the time being, any return to all-out conflict, then I think that would be a very positive development and is what the United States is specifically seeking out of this round of negotiations. Now, the ceasefire is barely holding, as you noted in the report, with violations, significant violations by both sides. And so, you know, nobody is under any illusion that the conflict has subsided. But again, if it can preclude a return to open war, then I think that is a positive development.
Rami, both Ali and Jennifer were talking a lot about Hezbollah. And the reason I mention that is because the fact of the matter is that Hezbollah is not present in these negotiations. Hezbollah is opposed to these talks taking place. Israel wants the group disarmed. We know that. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem says that the group's weapons are not up for negotiation. How do you bridge this gap? Where does that leave things?
I think you have to bridge it by going to the root causes of the situation, which includes the conditions, political realities inside Lebanon, the behavior of the Israeli government, which is totally supported by the American government and other Western governments in their aggressive attacks against Iran or Syria or Palestine or Lebanon or whoever they're attacking this week. And you have to look at the causes rather than the consequences. I think the American approach and the Israeli approach looks at the consequences, which is a strong Hezbollah, an armed group that is trying to repel the Israelis, get them out of Lebanon. 7 times Israel has invaded Lebanon, and 2 or 3 times has stayed there for a long time. So the consequences are that Hezbollah developed and is trying to resist and push the Israelis out once again. Most of what Hezbollah is doing is defensive. Most of what Israel is doing is offensive and aggressive, occupying land. And the scale of what Israel is doing now is similar to what they did in Gaza, which is driving out over 1 million people, destroying entire villages. It's not a genocide, but it's certainly ethnic cleansing, and it seems to be fully supported by the American government. So we need to sort out the causes and the consequences. The two countries should be able to live peacefully if one is not aggressing against the other. That's what the negotiations should try to achieve. The Lebanese government is desperately trying to reassert its credibility, its efficacy, and its legitimate sovereignty over the territory of Lebanon. And this has proven to be very hard to do in the last 40, 50 years because of Israeli actions. Other external, the Iranians certainly have played a role with their support of Hezbollah, and other people have. The Saudis have played a role in supporting some of their Lebanese allies, and the United States has played a role. So I think these are it's a much wider, more complex issue than simply disarming Hezbollah, as the Americans and Israelis try to phrase it.
Jennifer, I saw you reacting to what Rami was saying there, so I'll give you a chance to jump in. But let me also ask you, I mean, from your vantage point, you say that the ceasefire essentially is on life support, that it's very fragile right now. Are the Americans attempting to constrain the Israelis at all when it comes to Israel? I mean, through this process, are they exerting pressure on Israel, or will they exert more pressure on Israel?
Looking back at how the Trump administration approached Gaza, for example, at the end, I think there is a wide gap between approval of what Israel is doing in southern Lebanon, particularly as it undermines the effort to advance these peace talks, and actually exerting pressure on Israel to stop. There was plenty of criticism of Israel throughout the Gaza conflict, but that, as we know, did not actually translate to policy changes that were effective in restraining Israeli activities there. And I think that we're probably looking at a similar situation now, where there is an acknowledgement that the ongoing strikes, the evacuation orders of southern Lebanese villages that were issued again this morning, and the high death toll, those are all making these talks very difficult to achieve anything. Certainly, as noted in the report, it goes both ways. There have been drone strikes against northern Israel that, again, are giving pretext to Israeli claims that Israelis cannot rehabilitate the northern villages, and that they are essentially under constant attack. And so this continues to perpetuate this cycle of a lack of trust between the two parties that will make it very difficult to achieve anything. I do have to say, I do think that Hezbollah is very much at the heart of this. I agree with that assessment that for the United States, that is the case as well. I also agree that the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, all of Lebanon's partners, France, others, have involved themselves over the course of years, but have not provided the sustained effort that is required to actually move things forward and to provide the Lebanese government with the support that it needs, and the Lebanese armed forces with the support that it needs to actually take over responsibility for Lebanon's security affairs. And until that happens, it is very difficult to see a situation in which Israel respects Lebanon's borders and withdraws according to international requirements. That's, I think, just a reality of what we're facing, regardless of how we got here. And so, you know, I think at the end of the day, the United States needs to put sustained focus on this, on supporting the Lebanese government along with its partners in the international community. This Lebanese government has at least verbally, gone farther than any other that we've heard in decades, and that should be commended and supported. But I am just a little bit skeptical that the Trump administration has the staying power to dedicate itself to that effort. And going back to the start of your question, is in a position to pressure Israel to live up to the commitments to make this a two-sided process.
Ali, let me ask you, how much leverage does Lebanon's government have when it comes to Hezbollah? I mean, even if the Lebanese government were to extend the ceasefire or to enter into more negotiations, what does that mean when it comes to having the necessary leverage over Hezbollah to get Hezbollah either to lay down their weapons or to agree to stop the fighting?
Before I answer that, allow me, I have several points regarding what my colleague from Colorado said. I think that she's focusing a lot on one side of the story. She's alluded more than once that Hezbollah is basically causing the problems, that it's Hezbollah's attacks that are provoking the Israelis, and the Israelis are the ones retaliating. But that's completely inaccurate. If you go back to 2024, when a ceasefire was reached then, Hezbollah completely committed to that ceasefire, and the Israelis were the ones who continuously violated because they believed they could violate simply that Hezbollah, or simply because Hezbollah was in no position to respond or to retaliate. So this idea that the Israelis are defending themselves and they have no ambitions and that Hezbollah is provoking, I think it's actually the other way around. I think the Israelis are the ones who have always been the aggressors. And this idea that the American-Israeli objectives are the same and that Hezbollah poses a threat to American interests, I also take issue with that. American and Israeli interests are not the same, and I'm sure your colleague or my colleague from Colorado knows that. In fact, if you go back to the Obama administration, there was actually indirect cooperation between the Americans and Hezbollah against ISIS, cooperation which took place by the Lebanese military. So America is making Hezbollah an enemy for itself for no other reason other than to satisfy an Israeli agenda. Now, some people would, of course, point to the 1983 Marine Barracks bombings. But number one, Hezbollah didn't exist back then. That's number one. Number two, the Americans were actually taking part in a war. They were party to a war at that time. So they weren't considered to be a neutral party. So I think these are all things we have to take into consideration. Now, regarding the fact that the Americans won't be in a position to put pressure on Israel, I think that here it's very important to point out how important Hezbollah is for Iran. Now, if the Trump administration sincerely wants to reach a deal with Iran, I think that Lebanon wouldn't be that big a price to pay in exchange for alleviating the economic difficulties that are arising as a result of the war with Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, and other factors. So given the importance that Iran attaches to Hezbollah, that might in the end force the Americans or push the Americans to put more pressure on Israel. And that did happen, by the way. If you look at what happened in the last round now, yes, the Israelis are attacking, but they were forced in some way to limit their attacks. And I think one reason for that was that Trump doesn't necessarily want to abandon the diplomatic process as a whole with Iran. And finally, regarding your question, I don't think that the Lebanese government has any leverage over Hezbollah, not at all, especially with the stance taken by Parliament Speaker Nabih Berri, who is the leader of the Amal movement, the second main Shia party. He's also against these talks, and that gives Hezbollah, or that strengthens Hezbollah's position as well. So I don't think that the Lebanese government is going into these talks with a lot of domestic backing.
Rami, could you just bring our viewers up to speed with where things stand overall in Lebanon right now? How dire is the situation? How dangerous is the situation there? We know, obviously, that it's very complicated terrain, but for example, how much tension remains between Hezbollah and the government? How does that complicate the overall situation? How bad is the economy? What are the factors that are making things particularly difficult right now?
I can give you one answer to all of your good questions, which is that in all of these domains, the situation is really very difficult. It's very bad. But the fact is, this has been going on for probably 5-6 decades now. The Israelis first started attacking Lebanon in the 1960s. I remember in the late 60s when I was there, they were bombing places. There wasn't, before 20 years before Hezbollah was created, they were saying they were attacking Palestinian fighters, communists, or whatever. So this is nothing new. The Lebanese, unfortunately, the Lebanese have had to endure this kind of situation for over half a century. The Lebanese government includes Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not an alien force. It's in the parliament. It's in the cabinet. It's deeply embedded in society. It has a lot of support when it repels the Israelis, liberates the South, which it did a couple of times, but it has a lot of criticism from Lebanese when it triggers a new round of fighting because of its resistance. So the Israelis don't want anybody around them to resist them. They don't want any Arab or Iranian or Turkish or any other non-Israeli force to be able to challenge them or to defend themselves against Israeli aggression. And there's three things the Lebanese hate. They hate war that's triggered inside the country by Hezbollah or anybody else. But more than that, they hate the Israelis occupying Lebanon and constantly attacking it and bombing it and now doing ethnic cleansing. And they really, really hate the longest issue here is the century of Western colonial manipulation. There was the French first, now it's the Americans coming in and telling the Lebanese, here's what you're going to do, and trying to bribe them with money for reconstruction and things of that nature. So there's a very complex balance of sentiments among Lebanese and all people in the Arab world, that they want sovereignty, they want development, they're willing to live peacefully with Israel. They've clarified it many, many times, especially the Lebanese. But they don't want to be pawns in the hands of Western colonial powers or their surrogates and allies in the state of Israel.
Ali, what kind of process needs to take place? From your vantage point, what kind of process needs to take place, concrete steps, in order for Lebanon to find a real way forward after so many decades of war?
Well, I think that the real problem lies in the Israelis. I think that the Israeli ambitions, and especially with this Israeli government and the announced policy of pursuing a greater Israel project, and unfortunately there are some American officials like Mike Huckabee who are encouraging these kinds of projects. So I think that has to come under control. Otherwise, there will be no way out. I think another factor, and I believe my colleagues referred to this, is that you need to have a strong Lebanese state. Okay, if you want to get rid of Hezbollah, eliminate Hezbollah, but in the end, the Lebanese people, Lebanon needs to have a deterrent against Israel. Israel is not a normal, peaceful neighbor. You know, we all know the Israeli ambitions. But unfortunately, there's been a policy in place for quite some time which focuses on preserving Israel's military edge, not just vis-a-vis Lebanon, but vis-a-vis the whole region. So if they really want to deal with the situation of Hezbollah, I think that the prudent approach would be, okay, let's enhance the capabilities of the Lebanese army, but really enhance them in a way which would serve as a deterrent. But, you know, that confronts the reality of Israel and the pro-Israeli lobby in Washington. I think that their preferred approach is to keep Lebanon a weak state. That's been evident. The Israeli strategy is to have itself surrounded not just basically by weak states, but even by failed states. Because by doing that, that makes it that much easier to pursue the Greater Israel project, which, as I said, has become one of the main focuses of this government.
Jennifer, we don't have a whole lot of time left, but Ali seemed to be touching on some of what you were saying before, which is that in order for the situation to get better, the capabilities of the army in Lebanon need to be enhanced. And you were saying that it seems as though America is not paying enough heed to that. Will the administration or a subsequent administration in the U.S. actually pay attention to that and start giving enough support to Lebanon in order to fulfill that?
So that's a really challenging question. And I want to first just clarify one of Ali's comments. I completely agree that Israel in this moment and historically has violated Lebanese sovereignty and played a disruptive, often violent role. I just think it's important that if these talks or any future talks are to succeed, that there needs to be understanding on both sides of similar violations of violence, of the threats that both parties are facing. And I think, you know, until there is an understanding that there are grievances, significant ones on both sides, the likelihood of success is very limited. When it comes to the United States in particular, I think that that is a very difficult question. You know, we have seen with this administration, the Trump administration, a real pulling back of assistance to partners and allies around the world with the dismantlement of USAID and other types of assistance. And in order to strengthen the Lebanese armed forces to really take over security in southern Lebanon, that is an enormous investment monetarily. And I'm just not convinced, being candid, that this administration has either the patience or staying power or, frankly, willingness to invest the type of money that is needed in order for that to happen. And unfortunately, that is something that we've seen across the region, across successive administrations.
Rami, we only have about a minute left. I'm sorry to ask you such a big question, but I do want to get your thoughts. How much of a role will Gulf countries, do you think, be playing in this process going forward?
Yeah, the Saudis have led an initiative now, Arab countries and Turkey and Pakistan sometimes, to try to get a unified Arab position, or Arab Islamic, to support the Lebanese government. So Lebanon is not isolated by itself against the Israelis in these negotiations, because they'll be pressured and will come up with a terrible agreement like the May 1983 agreement. So yeah, the Arab people, as governments, would like to support Lebanon, but historically they haven't done a job. The ultimate point, the last point I make it, you can't have the United States host and mediate this discussion while it is the main armorer and diplomatic protector and political supporter of one of the aggressors, which is the Israeli government. It's just totally nonsense. You need a more serious, dispassionate, effective, credible mediator that can bring something about in some kind of international forum, but that's Rami, down the road, I suspect.
I am sorry to interrupt you, but we have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave the conversation there. Thanks so much to our guests, Ali Rizk, Jennifer Gavito, and Rami Khouri. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion,
we're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha, coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We are prepared to go back to fighting and we know how to defend ourselves.
Tehran says it has no trust in the U.S. as Washington formally rejects Iran's counterproposal on ending the war. Donald Trump wraps up his two-day state visit to China, talking up trade ties and claiming progress in stabilizing relations.
We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
The leaders discuss technology, Taiwan, and the Iran war, which Trump says Xi wants to help end. Beijing, though, is yet to confirm. Plus, 78 years since the Nakba, the first mass displacement of Palestinians by Israel. And a new Ebola outbreak is confirmed in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with nearly 250 suspected cases in the country's northeast. U.S. President Donald Trump has wrapped up his high-stakes visit to China, hosted by President Xi Jinping. He said he's made fantastic trade deals, and there's a consensus between the U.S. and China that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons and that the Strait of Hormuz must be open. But the visit, which was full of pomp, pageantry, and personal rapport, had no major breakthroughs. For now, both sides insist they've charted a new path of stability where differences between the world's two biggest superpowers can be managed through dialogue. Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, has more now from Beijing.
The final public event of Donald Trump's China trip, and the rare honor for a foreign leader, a visit to Yongnanhai Gardens, the seat of power in China, the secretive compound where Xi Jinping lives and works, an honor that impressed the U.S. president. Both sides diplomatically calling the delayed talks a success. Trump securing what his side described as huge trade deals, particularly on agricultural products.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
And saying both countries are on the same page in Iran.
We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it, and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open, and we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy, and it's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
But there's no sign of a Chinese commitment to use its influence in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, of getting Iran to the negotiating table.
There's no need for this war to continue, and it could have been avoided at the beginning. Finding a solution sooner rather than later is good for the US and Iran and all the countries of the region.
The Chinese say Donald Trump's short visit was important in creating constructive strategic stability, a broad concept which should deal with any problems between the world's two biggest economies and often rivals. Taiwan, Iran, tariffs, they still hang over the relationship, but it's a basis for the two leaders to work from at their 3 further meetings this year. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
President Trump says he and Xi agreed that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Trump said only the U.S. and China have sufficient technology to remove enriched uranium from Iran. Trump calls it the nuclear dust because it's under the rubble of the underground nuclear facility bombed by the U.S. last year. He was asked if the U.S. could go in and get it. Listen.
It would take a week and a half. That's a long time to be in enemy territory. No, you got to move these massive amounts of granite. You know, it's a granite's the hardest stone. It's amazing that it's you know what, those were really powerful bombs that we used. And don't forget, we hit it on top of that. We hit Tomahawks on top of that. No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it.
Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said he was open to any support from China to help resolve the conflict in the Middle East. He was speaking at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi following a BRICS foreign ministers meeting.
We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other. And we know that Chinese have a good intention. So anything that can be done by them to help. Diplomacy would be welcomed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Iran's foreign minister also said Tehran has received messages from Washington and that the U.S. wants talks to continue. Those remarks come as an official source familiar with the negotiation process told Al Jazeera the U.S. has formally rejected Iran's latest conditions on ending the war. So Iran had responded to a 14-point U.S. proposal earlier this week. Tehran's plan focused on ending the war and ensuring maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz before talks would be held on its nuclear program. It also called for an end to Israel's attacks on Lebanon, full compensation for war damages, and the lifting of all sanctions. All right, Ali Akbar Durrani is a researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies, and he joins us now from Tehran. Sir, thank you so much for being on the program. So, look, the Iranian foreign minister said that he was asked about Russia's offer to take that highly enriched uranium off of Iran's hand as sort of a compromise move rather than turning it over to the United States. The foreign minister said, look, we can't agree on this issue with the U.S. right now. Let's just save it for last. Do you think that the Iranians are open to compromise on that particular issue of the highly enriched uranium?
No. Highly enriched uranium is a national asset. It's the outcome of decades of efforts by Iranian scientists. That's out of question. Iran has never agreed to that, and I don't think it's going to agree to that in the future. And we are we are not in a situation where there could be any meaningful negotiations between Iran and the United States, especially on the nuclear issue, because the U.S. has kept changing its position all the time. Trump has adopted a very disrespectful, vicious language that undermines the political climate for any serious negotiations. And since he keeps changing his words every other day, there is no ground for any meaningful negotiations with the United States, at least at this point. From Iran's point of view, the priority is to end the blockade,
sure,
not negotiate.
But Ali, when it comes to that highly enriched nuclear material, the United States argues that, look, it's enriched to 60%. There's no civilian use for uranium that's enriched to 60%. And so if Iran means what it says about never acquiring or never trying to acquire a nuclear weapon, why does it need nuclear material? Why does it need uranium that is enriched to 60%?
First of all, there is a lot of peaceful uses of enriched uranium at 60% or even more than 60%. U.S. submarines use 90% plus enriched uranium, and that is civilian use. There are some reactors in Europe, in Germany, that use weapons-grade uranium. So there are several uses of peaceful uses of highly enriched uranium. It's scientifically speaking, it's false to say 60% could be used only for weapons. No, there are peaceful uses. But Iran increased the level of enrichment to 60% in reaction to Trump tearing apart the JCPOA. Iran had agreed to certain limitations. Iran was enriching uranium below 3.5% on the JCPOA, but it was the United States that destroyed that agreement that was delivering, that was working. So it was Iran's reaction to the U.S. pulling out of the JCPOA, and there is no reason for Iran to give up its national assets to an unbalanced, mentally unbalanced murderer like Trump. That's out of question at this point.
President Trump did an interview on Fox News, and in that interview, he was asked, we just played the clip, actually. I'll just tell you the important part. He said that I don't think it's necessary except from a public relations standpoint. He's talking about the need to go and get that nuclear material. Do you think that President Trump is maybe losing interest in that nuclear material? Do you think that the U.S. maybe is willing to compromise on that issue, given what the president just said?
The United States is now in a stalemate. Trump's war of aggression against Iran has failed, and there is no way he can do that. He launched an operation to get the enriched uranium out of Iran. That operation also failed. This is wishful thinking on the part of the U.S. Trump has stick to his maximalist demands simply because he has bought the narrative from Israel that if he keeps his maximalist demands and pressures Iran and calls on Iran to surrender, Iran is going to capitulate. That means he doesn't know the Iranian culture of resistance and its strategic culture and resilience. Iran is not a nation to capitulate. It has not capitulated, and it will not capitulate even in a million years.
All right, Ali Akbar Durrani, researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Well, Friday marks 78 years since the Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic. It refers to the forced displacement of Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948 when the State of Israel was created. During the 1940s, more than 15,000 Palestinians were killed in dozens of massacres committed by Zionist forces. The first mass killing was recorded at Balad al-Sheikh, where at least 60 Palestinians were killed by the Haganah forces. In April 1948, an estimated 110 villagers were murdered by Zionist paramilitary forces in the village of Deir Yassin, near what is now occupied East Jerusalem. The killings did not stop after Israel was created. At least 200 villagers were reportedly killed in fighting and mass executions between May 22nd and 23rd, 1948, in Tentura, near Haifa. Nida Ibrahim has more from the occupied West Bank on how Palestinians look back on this day.
Well, they remember it by saying that Nakba is still ongoing, and what happened to their grandparents during 1948's Nakba is happening to them again. Where I'm standing right now in Tul Karim, I'm overlooking the Nur Shams refugee camp. And as you can see, it's an overcrowded camp, but it's totally empty. No one is there after Israeli forces raided the camp in early 2025 and forcibly evacuated every single person living there. We still see the Israeli forces stationing there, but they're also demolishing homes and entire neighborhoods that did not exist. Roads that did not exist before are now visible from where we are. Why? They're trying to change the way the camp is formulated, people being close to one another, protecting each other, and also being an example and a symbol for the right of return. And that's something that does not sit well with the Israelis, with the Israeli government in particular, that has been sparing no effort to try and expel Palestinians from Palestine altogether. They've tried to make the land unlivable so Palestinians would leave. And just this morning, we've heard from the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, saying that the Israelis should continue to support what he calls voluntary migration. Of course, nothing about this is voluntary. They're trying to make life so difficult for Palestinians that they have no other option but to leave. But in the face of all of that, you see a lot of resilience, a lot of steadfastness, and especially on a day like this, where Palestinians say that, yes, the Nakba is still ongoing, but so is their resilience. They will not leave this land. They will stay despite the Israeli attempts to expel them.
All right, let's also speak to Hani Mahmoud, who is with us from Gaza City. So, Hani, a majority of Palestinians who live in Gaza are descendants of the refugees of 1948. And I wonder, do they still believe that there will one day be a realistic prospect of them being able to return home?
Scott, the majority of the population across the strip are either descendant of refugees or they're refugee themselves here, and they always and it's very dominant across the board here. There's strong attachment in their expression, a strong identity. They identify with the identity of right of return. Now, whether the views whether this can be achieved realistically, the views here are different. Some believe that at some point, not necessarily these days, given what's going on, but at some point it would be a political settlement that will lead into that. The kind of justice required, where people are not just told there is no right of return, but at least there will be an acknowledgement of what happened to their ancestors, their parents and their grandparents. They were forced out of their homes. Other groups, they're not taking it literally, as the return to pre-1948 homes is quite unlikely to happen, given the changes of demographics and politics and the passage of time. But what's interesting when it comes to the younger generation that is strongly identifying itself with the idea of the right of return, there's always this mix of attachment, frustration, and uncertainty about the future, particularly these days when we look at the event, the anniversary of a Nakba, which is not just a political event, more than just a confronting reality of the past 2 years and a half of the displacement, the forced movement from one place to another, the ongoing bombardment just forced people to live in a state of a limbo, that more and more the sense of permanent displacement is echoing what happened back in 1948.
So, Hani, as you say, let's fast forward to today, 78 years later. Israel is controlling half of the territory of the Gaza Strip. You know, the people who have been displaced from those occupied areas, do they worry that they may also be sort of holding on to their keys, hopefully, for years to come still?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, this is the case. We look at people who've been forced from areas that have turned into what the Israeli military has identified as the yellow line, or the new border line of the state of Israel under military occupation, where there are either no resident whatsoever, no Palestinian in these areas being cleared completely, or they're left with a group of the fully controlled by the Israeli military, aka we talk about the militia that are controlled by the Israeli military, and their number is just insignificant compared to the people who were forced out of these areas. From northern Gaza, city of Beit Hanun, part of Beit Lahia and Jabalia, in the southern part of the Strip, the whole city of Rafah cleared completely of its residents. The eastern part of the Gaza Strip, 64% of the total area of the Gaza Strip under direct military control. And as time goes by, there is a there's a sense of permanent displacement, that people feel that this is exactly what happened in 1948. It's repeating itself right now, but it's repeating itself in front of cameras, where the Israeli military publicly pushing for this narrative that these areas are turning into borders for the state of Israel and Palestinians are not allowed to go back. So the worries now, it's growing. It's very frustrating for a lot of people when we meet them in the streets or displacement camp. They are longing for the day to go back. Even the areas are in ruins. They won't find their homes, but they want to go back. They don't want to repeat the same story of their grandparents who were forced and were told a year or 2 years or a few years in the future and come back and never happen. There is a growing sense of fear that this might be the case. Again, the state of permanent displacement is occupying everybody's thinking right now, as the Israeli military showing no signs of slowing down these attacks or slowing down the expansion of the yellow line.
All right, Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud reporting for us live from Gaza City. Hani, we appreciate the reporting as always. Let's bring in now our correspondent Malik Traina. He's at the Jabal al Hussein refugee camp in Amman, the Jordanian capital. It's one of 4 camps that were established in Jordan after 1948. So, Malik, I mean, this isn't much of a camp in the traditional sense anymore. It's now a built-up part of the city. Can you just show us what it looks like today and tell us how people are feeling about this anniversary?
Yeah, I mean, you can see behind me, it's part of the city. I mean, when we were driving around the Jabal al Hussein refugee camp, I had to keep on asking our driver, is this part of the camp or is this part of Amman? I mean, it's, you know, now more than 7 decades since this camp was established in 1952. It's become part of the fabric of the city here in Amman. It's quite densely populated now. In 1952, more than 7 decades ago, it was initially supposed to house around 8,000 refugees. Now there's more than 33,000 Palestinian refugees here, according to the UN. It's one of 10 official camps here in Jordan. Jordan, of course, houses more than 2.3 million Palestinian refugees since the Nakba, the catastrophe in 1948.
So, Malik, look, we're talking about Palestinians who, in many cases, have never actually been to Palestine. And I wonder what most people's hope is for the future. I mean, are they settled in Jordan? Do they have legal status there? Or do they one day hope to return either to their original villages, which may now be in Israel, or at least to the areas that are controlled by the Palestinians?
Well, the vast majority do now have official Jordanian documentation here. But when you talk to people, especially the older people, they remember, you hear the stories of the Palestine that they remember. When you talk to young people, like you said, now generations have lived outside of Palestine, out of Palestine here in Jordan. But they talk about Palestine with such emotions. They look at what's happening now in Gaza, the expansion of settlements in the occupied West Bank. But there is a sense of hope here. Palestinians, have proven to be a very resilient people. When you talk to people here, they say, a common thing is "Taqatna billah," which means our trust is with God. There's, the trust, a hope that eventually they'll be able to return to their homes. Generation after generations, we've talked to people, they still have the keys to their homes back in Palestine. And, they proudly hold that up and say, one day, God willing, they'll return. I think that's a feeling that people here, for the more than 2.3 million Palestinian refugees, share that sentiment, that hope that one day they can return to their ancestral home.
Amazing. Still holding on to the keys 78 years later. Malik Traina for us in Amman, Jordan. Malik, thank you. Well, in southern Syria, Israeli incursions and shelling have intensified in a number of villages. Amnesty International has called for Israel to be investigated for war crimes due to its destruction of civilian homes after the fall of the Assad regime. Since then, Israel has seized more territory in southern Syria in violation of a 1974 agreement. Israeli forces have also attacked farmland in Quneitra. Al Jazeera's Heidi Pett reports.
Instead of tending his own olive trees near the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights in southern Syria, Hassan is working this excavator, planting for one of his neighbors. His own land is only 400 meters away.
That's my land and that's my field. I can see.
But he cannot reach it. In April 2024, these Israeli troops abducted Hassan's 16-year-old son. This video, filmed by a friend, is the last time Hassan saw his son as he was marched towards the border between two Israeli soldiers. The boy has been detained ever since. A lawyer in Israel visited in the first few months, but Hassan has had no contact.
He was generous. He had a tender heart, especially for me and his siblings. He took care of them. He was very young, but he could handle the responsibility.
The troops that abducted his son also destroyed 400 of Hassan's olive trees.
Wherever their planes reach, wherever their tanks reach, that is their land. Every country knows their borders except Israel. They don't have limits.
Since the fall of the Assad regime in December of 2024, Israel has seized even more land in Syria, including the top of Jebel Sheikh, the mountain behind me, expanding its occupation beyond the Golan Heights. Its military also conducts frequent raids and arrests in the villages below, setting up checkpoints and destroying property and agricultural land. Up the hill, in the village of Jabata al-Kashab, Bilal Kiwan is grazing his flock on a small pocket of available space. He can no longer reach the fields below and the stream that runs through them, which Israeli forces have occupied. He says he was shot at the last time he tried.
Everything was good, but now they're strangling us. This season it's very hard.
We're producing less milk, and there's not enough for the sheep to eat, so I have to buy fodder for them.
Some of the land that Israel hasn't directly seized has been sprayed with herbicides, and Israeli troops frequently drive these roads, setting up checkpoints and detaining young men. As Bilal tells us that 2 days ago in the middle of the night, they raided the house behind him, an Israeli drone appears above us. But he says despite the warplanes, the arrests and the drones, he won't leave. Israel occasionally leaves food and aid in this village and the others that its troops patrol, but it is often left untouched. Sometimes it's even burned. Heidi Pat, Al Jazeera, Quneitra, Syria.
Well, Beijing is one of the many villages where at least 200 families have been displaced since a violent Israeli incursion in November. Heidi Pett joins us now from Beijing. So, Heidi, can you just show us or describe to us where you are and what you're seeing there?
Yeah, exactly. So I am very close to the village of Beijing, which is in southern Syria, close to the occupied Golan Heights, which is just over the mountain behind me. And you can possibly see in the distance on the top of that furthest hill is an Israeli military base, one of 9 that they have established in this area since the fall of the Assad regime. And it is part of a pattern of their encroachments and incursions. It's not necessarily that they occupy or control a large number of kilometers of land, but what they do is they extend their influence and control through raids, through artillery shelling, those agricultural fields that the farmers in Jabhat al-Khashab were trying to access were shelled in the last 48 hours. There has also been shelling in the Yarmouk Valley late last night. And so it's incursions, it's raids, arrests, warplanes and drones flying overhead and shelling of these areas, which means that people remain displaced. Farmers can't get to their land. People's homes have been destroyed. And here in Beijing, there was an extraordinarily violent raid that led to clashes, which killed 13 people here back in November. And since then, 1,500 people left their homes and they are afraid to go back. They say that they're waiting for some kind of security agreement with Israel. Now, the government here in Syria says they're open to that. The Foreign Minister Assad Shaybani in Brussels this week said that the country is looking for a security agreement with Israel, but they are not looking for normalization. And so people here in Beijing, they could be waiting some time for it to feel safe for them to return to their homes. And it's not just the people who've been displaced. During that raid, 9 men were arrested. 8 of them still remain detained in Israel. And speaking to members of their families this morning here in Beijing, they say that they don't know where they are or how they are. They've had no contact with them. They have no idea what has happened to their relatives who remain detained, presumably inside Israel.
Seems like a very familiar pattern. Heidi Pat reporting for us live from Beijing in southern Syria. Heidi, thank you. Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon have killed at least 6 people as Israel's attacks on the country continue despite a ceasefire. Local media said of those killed, the attack in Nabatea, it included 2 young men who were in the area to bring in aid supplies. Another raid was carried out in Kafar Rahman, injuring 2 people. The Israeli military also targeted a public housing in Tyre after claiming they were striking Hezbollah infrastructure in that area. Well, direct negotiations aimed at saving a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon are expected to resume in Washington on Friday, though the 2 sides have very different priorities. Lebanon's government wants Israel to halt its attacks. More than 400 people have been killed despite that ceasefire coming into effect in mid-April. Israel is focused on disarming Hezbollah, but the armed group rejects both that demand and the Lebanese government's direct talks with Israel. Zaina Hodder reports now from Beirut.
Israel's attacks didn't stop despite the ceasefire and despite Lebanon's insistence that the truce was the gateway to negotiations with Israel. Lebanon, with little leverage, sent a negotiator to Washington. It now says a long-term ceasefire tops the agenda of its first direct engagement with Israel in decades. So far, there's been no commitment by Israel. Instead, it is increasing military pressure. Strikes have been relentless. Casualties keep rising. It wants Hezbollah to surrender and disarm. But that's a red line for the group, which is engaged in a war of attrition, using hard-to-detect and low-cost drones that have inflicted casualties on Israeli troops occupying southern Lebanon and in northern Israel. Hezbollah is also not in the room and wants nothing to do with the negotiations because Israel's main objective is to force it to disarm. Lebanon and Israel entered negotiations with sharply different starting points. For Lebanon, it's about consolidating a ceasefire, a full Israeli withdrawal from southern Lebanon behind internationally recognized borders, establishing a permanent agreement on disputed border demarcations, release of all Lebanese detainees, the return of residents to their villages, and international support for the reconstruction of war-devastated areas.
Authorities here are committed to enforcing a state monopoly over arms, but say it will take time. But Israel's ambassador to Washington has again doubted the Lebanese government's ability to do so, even though, in his words, they share the same goal of freeing the country from the group. He also said the goal of the meetings in Washington is about reaching peace as if there is no Hezbollah and fighting Hezbollah as if there is no peace.
In recent weeks, Israel expanded the scope of its attacks and depopulated more villages and signaled plans to deepen the ground operation. We will remain firm, was what Israel's negotiators said. Hezbollah too has said its fighters will remain on the battlefield as long as Israeli forces remain in the country. It's that reality on the ground that's overshadowing diplomacy in Washington. Zena Khader, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. Political drama grips the UK's governing Labour Party. Pressure builds over potential leadership challenge against Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And an alarming resurgence of malaria deaths in Zimbabwe, a country that once championed the fight against the disease.
The latest news. There seems to be a clear indication that the shootout was staged and it's somehow connected to an escape plan of Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
With detailed coverage.
People defending public universities.
I'm Bill Schindler, founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing the stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic? Or...
Every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything that, any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that. But I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks? And I started getting this restless leg stuff, and it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
And your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
End and the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. President Xi Jinping called Trump's visit historic and said it deepened mutual trust. Chinese media say the leaders reached a consensus on maintaining stable economic and trade relations. Russia says it's shot down 355 Ukrainian drones overnight. A drone attack killed 4 people in Ryazan, damaging residential buildings and an industrial enterprise. 1 child was among the dead, and 7 people are still hospitalized. Meanwhile, a series of Russian attacks on Ukraine killed at least 24 people in Kyiv on Thursday, including 3 children. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is visiting the site of that Russian strike on the capital. He spoke to rescuers after a search operation that lasted more than 28 hours. He also announced a day of mourning for the people killed in Russia's attack on Thursday. Our correspondent Audrey McAlpine reports now from Kyiv.
A day of mourning after 24 people are dead, 3 of them children, here in the capital. On Thursday morning, a Russian strike took down part of this 9-story building, burying dozens of people underneath it. The search and rescue efforts lasted over 28 hours, trying to recover some of the bodies. Now, people here are waiting to see what the result might be, but the cleanup efforts are ongoing. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited this site this morning, saying it's important that the world doesn't forget the price Ukraine pays every single day. European leaders have also condemned the attack, calling up hypocrisy after a 3-day ceasefire brokered by the United States ended just days before one of the largest attacks since the war began. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also called for an increased amount of anti-ballistic missiles from his allies to prevent against future strikes like this one. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, Russia and Ukraine have swapped 205 prisoners of war each on Friday. Moscow agreed to carry out a prisoner exchange with Kyiv as part of a 3-day ceasefire brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump said last week that Russia and Ukraine would carry out a mutual swap of 1,000 prisoners. Most of the Ukrainian prisoners of war had been in Russian captivity since 2022, according to Zelensky. There's been a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 65 deaths have been recorded in Ituri province. Tests have so far confirmed at least 4 were caused by the virus. More than 240 suspected cases of the highly contagious virus have been reported. Africa CDC says it's worried about the risk of further spread in urban areas and those affected by conflict. It comes months after another outbreak was declared over in December. Chris Okemringa reports from the capital, Kinshasa.
Well, authorities in Kinshasa are very concerned because this outbreak has happened in an active conflict zone. Ituri province has groups like the Cooperative for the Development of Congo, CODECO, the Zaire, and more recently the Allied Democratic Forces that have been attacking civilians in that area. And health workers are saying that this outbreak has been reported in 2 health zones that are very close to mining towns where hundreds of people are involved in mining gold. So there is a very, very serious issue about the spread of this disease to other areas. That part of Ituri shares a border with Uganda. So, and there's a lot of cross-border activity between these 2 countries. So there are very, very high fears. What we know is that the government has sent a team of health experts there. The World Health Organization also has its country representative and other scientists who are there to assess what needs to be done so that they can help the people in that area. And that area has been under a state of siege since 2021 because of the armed activity there. So there is a lot of fear that this disease might spread farther. The worst outbreak of Ebola happened in the DRC in about 2018 and 2020, which also happened in North Kivu province, where there was a lot of rebel activity. So people are hoping that it does not, bring back the same kind of situation.
Well, for more than a decade, Zimbabwe was considered a success story in the battle against malaria. But aid agencies say infections and deaths are rising again. And as Haru Mutasa reports from Guruve, it's taking a toll on mining communities where the risk of the disease is high.
I'm in Mashonaland Central Province in Zimbabwe, and this is a mine dump. There's gold under here. Now, when water is pumped out of the mine shaft, it ends up collecting in one of these holes. Now, because it's been so hot lately, the water evaporates. But some of it ends up in places like this, stagnant, perfect breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Miners say a prayer before going down the shaft. Their job can be dangerous. The men could fall, get exposed to dangerous toxins, or catch malaria. This miner didn't go to work today. He's feeling weak and can't earn money for the family. Modesta Garanawoko tests him for malaria using the last rapid malaria diagnostic kit she has left. A significant drop in foreign funding and aid has depleted supplies.
When the clinic gets more from donors, maybe I will get something. I have no more test kits and tablets to give people.
Roads in this rural community are bad. It can take 3 hours to walk to the nearest clinic. Humanitarian agencies say Zimbabwe recorded more than 65,000 cases of malaria in April. That's nearly double as many cases compared to the same period last year. Around 200 people have died.
It's a dangerous situation. I don't know how I can explain how dangerous malaria is. It kills.
Esther Mufambi's brother died soon after this cell phone footage was taken. She says he was in pain and struggled to breathe.
Many people are catching malaria. Soon after we buried my brother, our neighbor became sick and tested positive.
Zimbabwe does not have a malaria vaccine program. Spraying and using mosquito nets is often the only line of defense for people. More than a year after major U.S. cuts in foreign aid, communities here in southern Africa are now feeling the impact. Haru Mutasa, Al Jazeera, Guruve, Zimbabwe.
The humanitarian crisis in Sudan is worsening as the war drives millions into hunger. Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, says nearly 19.5 million people face acute hunger. About 135,000 live in catastrophic conditions. 14 areas are at risk of famine, mainly in Darfur and South Kordofan. This is driven by conflict and blocked aid. Nearly 825,000 children are expected to suffer severe acute malnutrition this year. Aid agencies warn that child deaths could rise. More than 8.9 million people have been displaced by the war. 40% of health facilities are not functioning, and only 18% of Sudan's humanitarian response plan is actually funded. The IPC is calling for urgent humanitarian access. Here now is the story of one displaced woman in her own words.
أنا اسمي هو حماد موسى أنا جاية من كرمك وأنا قاعد في معسكر الكرامة دمازين والله طلعت من كرمك بالدربة هنا عندنا طلعت شهرين وقاعدين برا من بيوتنا ترى هلنا قاعدين في الخاب بس طرف الجبل والمصير ده زمان يتقلب علينا يوم مرقنا العيال وحتى حاجاتنا هنا جينا مارقين بس بالهدوم اللي في جسمنا حاجاتنا كله مخلينا هناك ما أخرفانا ولا حاجة لا فرشة بتاع النوم لا حاجة بس ولا معقول ما جبنا والله جينا المعسكر ده والناس يومي وقاعدين بسجلوا ناس المنظمة دول يومي بس بسجلونا يومي ولا هسي ما جابوا لنا أي شيء هسي الأمتار اليومين ده والله إلا شلنا مشمات من الناس الصرفوا المشمات وهجينا هسي ربطنا قاعدين به كلنا زي ما جينا من كرمك ما في أي زول مشمة هسي الفاد ده والمبارد ده معناها نايمين في المويه زي ده المويه ده قاش علينا كله شط اشيلنا من بول يلا نايمين في المويه زي ده تقلب الجنه زي تلقى الصفحه ده كله مويه في المعسكر ده والله المويه دخل علينا جوا زي ده والله النايم بسجاجته النايم بالبطانيه بس يتحملنا كده لما نقوم من الصباح لا ما هنو تولي نار تفوت قانون تشد بو شاي ولا ما تسوي اكل والله اكل هنا ده يعني الحاجات اللي قاعدين بدون للشيوخ بساط ده التعويضات من برا ده قاعدين بيجوا بدونا والله بدونا له كوره بس كده ده بقسموا لنا حبه حبه لكن اكثر من كده ثاني ما في حاجه ما في مستشفى هنا هسه قاعدين نبقوا عيانين قاعدين نمشي المستشفى بس بتاع الجماعه بتاع ناس اسمه شنو النازحين بتاع انرارا وقول ديك لو بعد مرات انت تمشي زي ده ذاته قدوك يا الدواء بتاع وجع راس يا بتاع هنا بتاع الهمه للجنه ويدوك رشيد يقول لك مشي العلاجات من برا نمشي نجيبه بشنو تيجي تجيب له رشيد تجا وتوت مرض ولدي يالو هسه عيانين تعبانين هسه صغار هسه قاعدين ما يدري هسه في واحد هذا الجبال انا شاري الجبال ده بس نودون كده يرجعونا نقعدوا يودون كده نرجعونا يقعدوا ما في طريقه لا اقولوا في عشان نوصلوا قدام والله ده ها قاعدين نتحملوا المرض زي ده بس الشيء محتاجين عليه ما محتاجين لحاجه شويه والله ما محتاجين لحاجه شويه اول تبادي دارين مشمات دارين إده دارين فرشات دارين ايش للرجال ياكلوا دارين دواء للعيال يعني حاجات كثير انا هسي اوضاع وكان بيبقى كويس ممكن انا ارجع لكن هسي حاليا انا ما بقدر برجع كله بقعد في المعسكر ده الناس كان قومهم قال لهم خلاص امشي فوتوا ارجعوا بلدكم انا برجع من الناس لكن كان قاعدين انا بقعد.
Pressure is mounting on British Prime Minister Keir Starmer as he faces a growing rebellion within his governing Labour Party. Several politicians appear ready to challenge his leadership, including the former Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, who quit on Thursday. Calls for Starmer's resignation have intensified after the party's major loss in last week's local elections. Starmer appointed James Murray as the new Health Secretary on Thursday. All right, our correspondent in London, Milena Veselinovic, joins us there live from Downing Street. So, Milena, now that the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has stepped down, what does that mean for the possibility of a leadership race?
Well, Scott, the former now Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, he resigned, but he didn't, as was highly anticipated, launch a leadership challenge. There were some questions over whether he had enough Labour MPs backing him in order to do so. But now attention is turning to Andy Burnham, a Labour politician which many consider a far greater threat to Keir Starmer, because he's very, very popular among the Labour Party, but he's also polling really well in the country. It's a rarity for a Labour politician these days. And he, at the moment, is the mayor of Greater Manchester. So he's not actually eligible to challenge Keir Starmer because he's not an MP. But yesterday, on Thursday, another Labour MP called Josh Simons actually resigned his seat specifically so that Burnham could stand in his constituency for a chance, if he wins, that he eventually challenges Keir Starmer. He's got to clear quite a few hurdles before that, though. First, he's got to get approved by Labour's governing body, which includes Keir Starmer, by the way. He needs to get permission to do so. He tried something similar in another by-election earlier this year, and he was rejected, although it is believed that at this point, Keir Starmer won't stand in his way. And then an even bigger hurdle, which is to actually win that seat in an area where the resurgent right-wing Reform Party did extremely well in last week's local elections, and Reform is already saying they're going to throw everything they've got at that by-election.
So, Milena, obviously there's a lot of palace intrigue here. There's a lot of attention on the sort of drama behind the scenes. But I wonder how it's impacting the government's ability to actually govern. I mean, is there a big thing that Starmer's government is trying to push through right now?
Well, Scott, we're in this highly surreal situation that Keir Starmer is still the Prime Minister. He is still behind those doors at number 10 Downing Street, but he's got something like 90 of his own Labour MPs who have openly called on him to stand down. Even a number of his own cabinet ministers have told him privately that, even though they haven't spoken about it publicly, but he still hangs on. He said that he is not going to resign, that he will not be leaving, but he is hanging on by a thread. And meanwhile, this has all rattled the investors and markets. They have the pound has dropped, the cost of borrowing has risen, and everyone is sort of balking at this instability. And what we are entering here is a really long, as it's clear, it's not going to be a sharp and short leadership battle. If anything happens, which likely it will be long and protracted.
Things might get worse before they get better there. Al Jazeera's Milena Veselinovic reporting for us live from Downing Street in London. Milena, thank you. All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. The head of the CIA visits Cuba as it endures a severe fuel shortage after months of a U.S. oil blockade. And we're at the Cannes Film Festival, where human creativity meets technological innovation.
Everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
Diesel up by more than 50%.
The real casualty will be the yield of the next harvest.
A 2-week ceasefire if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz. What more are we hearing from the Iranians?
The Strait of Hormuz will be open for transit of energy supplies.
What matters are the prices, and the key questions now going forward are going to be economic.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Well, the head of the CIA has visited Havana. That's as Cuba is facing a severe fuel shortage after the U.S. imposed an oil blockade on the island in January. Hundreds of people have been protesting in the capital, demanding action. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
Hundreds of frustrated residents of Havana took to the streets, banging on pots and pans to demand electricity. The largest island in the Caribbean is sinking into darkness as never before due to rolling blackouts.
We are demanding the right to have electricity. We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. There are many children. Food is going bad inside the refrigerators, the little food that can be obtained.
As temperatures rise, so too do tempers, as many Cuban families seek relief from the heat outdoors. Cuba is entering its 5th month of a U.S.-imposed blockade of fuel needed to run hospitals, petrol stations, and the country's electrical grid, which runs on oil. The fuel and energy minister says that Cuba is now out of fuel altogether, that oil reserves sent by Russia at the end of March have run out. More often than not, protests like this lead to police crackdowns and arrests, but not this time.
As long as it is a peaceful protest like the one today, well, that's fine, because we are demanding our rights.
But there could be some relief in sight. Thursday, Cuba announced that on the request of the U.S. government, CIA Director John Radcliffe had arrived in Havana to meet with his Cuban counterpart. The official Communist Party newspaper added that the meeting aimed to contribute to a political dialogue during these times of complex bilateral ties. But that's not all.
Well, I'm not going to.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has renewed an offer of $100 million in aid to Cuba on the condition that the assistance be distributed by the Catholic Church, bypassing the central government.
I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that regime.
Cuba's foreign minister has responded that his government is open to hearing the details of the offer. But if the White House insists on political reform, it's highly unlikely that there will be a deal. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Well, over the past week, fighting between gangs has killed at least 78 people in the Haitian capital of Port-au-Prince. The violence has injured dozens of others and forced health facilities to shut down. The UN says the latest fighting has forced more than 5,300 people from their homes, with some families still trapped in affected neighborhoods. And between March 5th and May 11th, at least 305 people were killed and 277 others were wounded in the Haitian capital. Well, Japanese automaker Honda has posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years. It's been hit by more than $9 billion in costs to restructure its electric vehicle business. The firm is scrapping its goal of having EVs make up a fifth of its new car sales by 2030. It's also suspending plans for an EV vehicle plant in Canada. Well, at this year's Cannes Film Festival, one of the biggest talking points is artificial intelligence, with debate growing over its impact on the future of filmmaking. The discussion highlights the increasing tension between technological innovation and human creativity. Natasha Butler reports from the festival.
Well, the Cannes Festival loves a bit of movie nostalgia. This year's official poster pays tribute to Thelma and Louise, the hit road movie that came out 35 years ago. But it's not only about paying homage to the past, it's also about looking to the future. Artificial intelligence is changing the industry in ways that some filmmakers are embracing. AI has helped create this immersive film called Red Planet 3009. Well, dozens of people are in the room and the film's being projected on all the walls, so you really feel as if you're in the heart of the story. Well, the film is a contender for a new prize here in Cannes for the immersive competition. So let's go meet one of the filmmakers.
It's a tool. It's a great tool. It can be very convenient. We really don't rely on any artificial intelligence when we have to create something. It's just purely an utility.
Immersive world is changing, and we want to call ourselves the pioneers of that, trying to bring the cinema flavor, like the idea of bringing a storyline, a storytelling, creating an emotional arc, cinematic music to a screen which is not conventional.
Well, AI is clearly a very powerful creative tool, but the festival's organizers are aware that there are some in the industry who are really worried.
We stand with all those whose work could be negatively affected by artificial intelligence. And for that, we need laws. I personally believe this thing has to be regulated.
Well, one of the most talked about films here in Cannes is US director Steven Soderbergh's new movie about John Lennon. He has used AI to revive the musician for the big screen. Some people are calling it a magical movie moment. For others, though, it is a step too far. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Cannes.
All right, we'll be back with more on the day's news in just a moment, literally in just over 2 minutes, with my colleague, Neve Barker. Stay with us.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
I need to stay positive.
I realized that I need to do more with my life.
I was like, you know what? I don't like myself. I want to change who I am. I want to be trustworthy. I want to be responsible.
People keep getting inspired through the stories of others.
Bringing the communities to consciously agree to put the past behind and move forward. Because all what we need is being able to move forward.
And that isn't just a matter of science. That's a matter of what do you think about your fellow human beings?
Because that is a matter of democracy.
You are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Ding describes the US president's visit to Beijing as a milestone, while Donald Trump talks up trade ties.
We did discuss Iran. We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end.
Trump says he's considering lifting sanctions on Chinese companies that buy Iranian oil. 78 years of Palestinian dispossession, ethnic cleansing, now a genocide. We report from Gaza and the occupied West Bank on the 78th anniversary of the Nakba. A new Ebola outbreak is confirmed in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with nearly 250 suspected cases in the Ituri province. And dozens of people are killed and thousands are trapped in Haiti's capital, where there's been a surge in gang violence. Good to have you. A constructive US-China relationship, one that's based on partnership, not rivalry. That was the message from the two leaders, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, following the first state visit by a US president to China in 9 years. But the visit, which was full of pomp, pageantry, and personal rapport, had no major breakthroughs. For now, both sides insist differences between the world's two biggest superpowers can be managed through dialogue. Our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, reports from Beijing.
The final public event of Donald Trump's China trip, and the rare honour for a foreign leader, a visit to Yongnanhai Gardens, the seat of power in China, the secretive compound where Xi Jinping lives and works, an honour that impressed the US president. Both sides diplomatically calling the delayed talks a success. Trump securing what his side described as huge trade deals, particularly on agricultural products.
This has been an incredible visit. I think a lot of good has come of it. We've made some fantastic trade deals, great for both countries.
And saying both countries are on the same page in Iran.
We feel very similar to Iran. We want that to end. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open. We're closing it now. They closed it and we closed it on top of them. But we want the straits open. And we want them to get it ended because it's a crazy thing. They're a little bit crazy. And that's no good. Can't have it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon.
But there's no sign of a Chinese commitment to use its influence in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, of getting Iran to the negotiating table.
There's no need for this war to continue, and it could have been avoided at the beginning. Finding a solution sooner rather than later is good for the US and Iran, and all the countries of the region.
The Chinese say Donald Trump's short visit was important in creating constructive strategic stability, a broad concept which should deal with any problems between the world's two biggest economies and often rivals. Taiwan, Iran, tariffs, they still hang over the relationship, but it's a basis for the two leaders to work from at their 3 further meetings this year. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Well, Mike Anna joins us live from Washington, D.C. So, Mike, we know there are a few more meetings in the pipeline, as Alan said, but are we any clearer on whether the Trump administration was able to secure that Chinese help over Iran and the current impasse on the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, few details have been released about exactly what President Trump revealed, but making very clear, though, in the comments there, that US and China agree on two things, that the Strait of Hormuz must be opened and that the war must come to an end. But apart from that, it appears that China is reluctant to get involved in any deep way in the whole issue of the Strait of Hormuz in particular, although importantly, half of its crude oil passes through that strait. So that is a major issue for China. But it doesn't appear at this stage that President Trump got any firm commitment from Iran to involve itself in discussions about opening the Strait of Hormuz and ending the ongoing war.
And Mike, from the outset, the Chinese premier warned that there should not be any kind of misunderstanding over Taiwan. That, he said, could even risk a possible conflict. So where are we on that?
Very much so. Well, President Trump indicated, very importantly, that the issue of arms sales to Taiwan was discussed with the Chinese leader. Now, this is something that will be deeply upsetting to Taiwanese authorities because generally the U.S. has refrained from discussing issues like arms sales to Taiwan, particularly with a sworn enemy, as Taiwan sees it, like China. So that is an interesting development and perhaps indicating a degree of malleability on President Trump's position with regard to Taiwan. This is what President Trump had to say.
On Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
You're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your proposal.
I'm going to make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now, as you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
The phrase constructive strategic stability, which is the way China is describing these meetings, which actually is transferred or translated by the Xinhua news agency as uniformity and seeking common ground while reserving differences. Now, that is a clear issue of the differences that still remain between the U.S. and China, despite the apparent glee and joy of this visit.
Mike, many thanks for that. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna in Washington. Introducing Han Lin, who is the country director for the Asia Group, a US-based strategy consultancy. He joins us from Shanghai. Welcome to the program, Han Lin. So let's begin with the optics. We've seen the handshakes and the familiar talk of stabilizing the relationship, but let's be realistic. Beijing views structural competition as something of a permanent reality, doesn't it? She warned from the outset that miscalculations over Taiwan could lead to conflict. Is this really about mutual beneficially agreements on trade deals, or is this essentially about creating guardrails to avoid more global volatility?
So in Chinese, there's an expression, you can be in the same bed with different dreams. And that seems to be US and China situation. Certainly from the China side, where I'm based in Shanghai here, the understanding is that China approached the summit more as a strategic stabilization exercise, maybe not quite the relationship reset that we might think of. So from Beijing's perspective, structural competition with the US is pretty permanent, and Xi Jinping's goal was likely to reduce volatility rather than resolve a lot of core disagreements or the differences.
On that issue of managing volatility, I mean, you have to manage Donald Trump then, a man who prides himself on being entirely unpredictable. How much of China's preparation, do you think, for this summit was less about geopolitics and more about a calculated effort to flatter a transactional president rather than dealing with ideologically driven hawks, such as the Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who in the past has accused China of systematically stealing American products?
Well, certainly one aspect of the Chinese government is that every aspect of the summit was likely meticulously planned. And in particular, I want to highlight the fact that when Xi and Trump met with each other in Zhongnanhai, not every global leader has an opportunity to come to the inner sanctum of Zhongnanhai. And so that suggested that Xi was attempting more of a personal relationship beyond the institutional dynamics between US and China. But this is a shrewd move because China understands if they don't manage Trump well, it will have to deal with a more hawkish administration. So I suspect between the two, they would rather work with Trump. And certainly Xi, it is in China's interest in general to show that the relationship can remain manageable.
Let's talk about what China actually needs right now, because Xi Jinping is dealing with severe domestic headwinds, isn't he? He's got a sluggish property sector, he's got high youth unemployment, weak consumer confidence, and a very noticeable dip in foreign investment. Isn't this Southern desire for stability with Washington less about global statesmanship and more about projecting a sense of commercial security? China needs the US right now, and China seems to know it, right?
Absolutely. So China is really playing a different game. They are very focused on being able to manage risks and to essentially buy time, especially around Taiwan, technology restrictions, military tensions. China wants clear guardrails to prevent crises from spiraling into direct confrontation. And the better they can manage global volatility, the more bandwidth they can focus on the domestic economy, which you've rightly highlighted has many challenges ahead. The property sector weakness, cautious consumers, slowing foreign investment. But the stabilizing ties with Washington, they're meant to try to reassure multinationals that China can remain commercially viable despite these geopolitical tensions.
And I suppose China's done rather well as a result of geopolitical tensions and unpredictability from the Trump administration. I want to talk about the recent adult in the room strategy adopted by China in the wake of Trump's unpredictable tariffs, because China has successfully pitched itself as a more predictable place to invest, especially when it comes to things like renewables. But at the same time, China's been slowly normalizing its encirclement of Taiwan. It's used commercial vessels to harass Philippine, Vietnamese, and Taiwanese vessels. Is anyone outside China, do you think, actually buying that look of China being out for anyone but China?
That is a very important question. It's understood that every country thinks about their own self-interest first. But certainly at this particular summit, Xi wants China to appear as the steadier global actor in contrast to Washington's more election-driven political swings. But there's a second point. Xi is likely thinking beyond Washington. So the optics of the summit are also aimed at Europe, Southeast Asia, the global South. China wants these countries to see Beijing as indispensable to global supply chains, climate cooperation, and economic growth. And despite the challenges smaller or other nations may have with China, China would argue, well, what are the other options?
I mean, we're not talking about just simply ruffling feathers in the region. We're talking about China undertaking massive land reclamation projects, about employing water cannons, laser blinding, ramming, and forced boarding under the guise of routine maritime law enforcement. Is there any reason why the United States would be prepared to back away quietly from the Asia-Pacific region, given apparent threats to its allies there?
Certainly, that's the key message that the U.S. is continuing to determine as well. The extent of how they continue to focus on the security side of working with their allies. But definitely, what has come out of this summit is this, that China has managed to create the perception of a confident peer power rather than a country under pressure. And this is likely going to help fulfill a particular dynamic, which is to strengthen President Xi's political hand in justifying a fourth term in 2027. But we definitely know this. A key focus of China's development future, both globally and through the 15th five-year plan domestically, is the focus of security, the focus of self-sufficiency, and that seems to be the primary driver continuing to go forward, but China has yet to manage how they'll be able to, mediate that with their other nations.
Now, it's no secret the US needs help from China, doesn't it, to help open the Strait of Hormuz. Is China willing, do you think, to trade its influence over Tehran for concessions from the US? I'm thinking specifically about trade tariffs. We know the 10% base rate is still in place, but other sectors have eye-watering tariffs in place. I'm pretty confident about these figures. What I understand, we're talking about 100% on electric vehicles, 50% on solar cells, 25% on steel and aluminium. I mean, that's an immense amount of economic pressure that the US wields. So what can China offer in return when it comes to Iran?
So the very fact that China purchases 90% of Iran's oil exports makes clear that China has significant leverage over Iran, but it's kind of like one chip. You can only use it once. And so it's not very likely China will give up leverage on that for free. So I do agree that in support for providing support to the U.S. on Iran, China will likely ask for some form of quid pro quo, some form of transaction to be able to make it worthwhile. And that could include very much on the trade side. But it could also include other areas such as the purchases of advanced chips as well. We don't yet know how the formulation will come, but we do know that China's very well aware that despite the common interest U.S. and China have in the opening of the Straits of Hormuz, China does have some leverage that they're very likely going to want to use in some capacity.
All right, Han Lin, been a pleasure having you on the program. Many thanks. Han Lin is the country director for the Asia Group. That's a US-based strategy consultancy, joining us there from Shanghai. A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, President Trump says he'll be considering whether to remove sanctions on Chinese oil companies buying Iranian oil. Washington imposed the restrictions on several so-called teapot refineries weeks before Trump's trip to China. The move was aimed at cutting off Tehran's oil revenues, but Beijing has told the companies not to comply. China is Iran's largest trading partner and biggest buyer of its crude. It imported more than 80% of Iran's shipped crude in 2025. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Tehran has received messages from Washington indicated they want to continue talks. Speaking from New Delhi, Araghchi said Iran was open to any support from China to help resolve the conflict in the Middle East.
We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other. And we know that Chinese have a good intention. So anything that can be done by them to help diplomacy would be welcomed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
All right, let's delve into all of this with our guest. There they are. In London is Alex Alfaraj-Shears, a defense and security analyst who specializes in great power competition. And joining us from Tehran is Ali Akbar Durrani, a researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. A warm welcome to both of you. So, Alex, this two-day summit between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping, it's been heavy on pomp, but arguably light on substance. Beyond the spectacle, we know Trump wants commercial deals, but he also wants help in opening the Strait of Hormuz, and that potentially means Taiwan becomes a possible bargaining chip to get China to stop aiding Iran and bring Iran to the negotiating table. That's a taster, but firstly, can you explain the possible transactions at the heart of this meeting of presidents?
Well, the first thing to mention is that Trump wanted to arrive in Beijing to cut the triumphant figure. He wanted to have a successful military operation in Venezuela behind him, a successful military operation in Iran behind him, and for him to really project the power sitting next to or standing next to Xi Jinping to look like the superior or senior figure in that relationship. The reality is very, very different. In fact, I think the United States has really weakened itself as a result of the operations in Iran, and it looked as though the Trump administration really had no leverage when it was in Beijing. In fact, the proof of that is the fact that Xi Jinping set his grand strategic stall very, very clearly. And he referred to the United States as a dwindling, a declining power with his reference to the Thucydides trap. And so all that the Trump administration can really hope to gain from this situation is some sort of PR power projection scenario whereby he looks as though he's getting flattered by President Xi. But really, in terms of the substance, there's nothing really there for the United States to point to.
Yeah, just on this Thucydides trap, to explain to anybody that isn't a classicist, we're talking about the decline of one power and the rise of another, usually giving way to some kind of form of conflict. Thucydides obviously being an ancient Greek historian that was talking about the decline of Sparta and the rise of the Athenian state. I wonder then where the room for cooperation is here between these two superpowers. Okay, we've got Xi Jinping warning against the prospect of a conflict looming, given this shifting of powers in the world. But is it possible when it comes to sectors like technology and AI that both can find mutually beneficial ground here?
Well, what the two powers should have been talking about during this summit were issues pertaining to AI governance, the civilian application of AI, the industrial application of AI. but also the military applications of AI. There is a lot of talk both in Beijing and in Washington of the sort of artificial intelligence being used in targeting technology, and perhaps even decision-making being relinquished to AI in military contexts. So that should have been discussed, some sort of governance framework. Of course, we don't think that was discussed, and I think the fact that there were no national security members from Trump's team present was quite telling. The other thing that should have been discussed was also arms control. Remember that the arms control regime has been in freefall for the last few months, and the last bilateral arms control agreement between Russia and the United States limiting the ability of both those countries to produce and deploy large numbers of nuclear weapons expired in February. And meanwhile, China is increasing its nuclear capabilities both qualitatively and quantitatively. So they should have tried to come to an agreement on both those issues, AI and arms control, and other issues pertaining to emerging tech and maybe even emerging strategic domains of competition. But none of that was done simply because the United States went there as a weakened figure. And what Trump was doing when she mentioned Taiwan, when she mentioned strategic stability, which is a very specific term, it implies military balance of power parity between the two powers, which again signifies that Beijing sees itself as the superior advantageous power. Instead of talking about those things, really, Trump was silently acquiescent to Xi. And I think that essentially points to the fact that the United States is weaker now. It has less influence now. And how it regains that influence is really anybody's guess.
Okay, well, let me put that to Ali Akbar. We unfortunately lost the line, but we've now got you back, Ali. From Tehran's perspective, does this summit look like a superpower meeting, or is it proof, as we've just heard, of a US foreign policy that's in decline and that ultimately needs China? After all, it's arguably now trapped in a war with Iran, desperate for an exit. Ali Akbar.
Trump is in a weaker position. He was hoping that he will be able to talk to Xi Jinping from a position of strength, but he had no leverage. Trump said he did not ask China for a favor to pressure Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. No, he did for that, but he's covering up his failure. Why? Because Iran, before Trump met Xi Jinping in Beijing, Iran had already reached a deal with China, allowing Chinese ships transit through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is a very wise decision by Iran to allow Chinese ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and that actually reverse the pressure, because if the Americans are going to stop Chinese ships, then Trump has to pick up a fight with China, and that will be a losing fight against China. So instead of pressuring China to pressure Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, now it is the US that is under pressure to lift its illegitimate blockade against ships in this region. So China is dependent on oil from and gas from this region, and Iran is in negotiations with a lot of countries, including China, to allow friendly states to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and those states that directly or indirectly did not join or did not support the US war of aggression against Iran. And that neutralizes Trump's policy of blockade against Iran.
Stay with us. I want to introduce another element that I'm keen to talk to you both about, because President Trump has suggested the quest to retrieve Iran's enriched uranium was more about perception than about security. In an interview with US media, Trump said, quote, "I don't think it's necessary except from a public relations standpoint. I just feel better if I got it, actually. But I think it's more for public relations than it is for anything else." Back to our guests, Alex and Ali Akbar. Alex, to you, more about public relations than anything else? I mean, a few weeks ago, we were led to believe that it was an ultimate red line for the Trump administration to see like some finale at the end of a Hollywood movie, uranium being brought out by US special forces from Iran. Now it doesn't seem to matter. What do you make of that, Alex?
I think it speaks to the lack of seriousness of this administration. I think there is no strategic acumen there. I don't think there's a great deal of geopolitical IQ either. He's treating the office of the presidency as if it were part of a reality TV, and indeed he is the reality TV president. And this whole operation underpinning it is supposedly is this rationale that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And I suppose one of the main things we'd have to address here is that getting the uranium would actually be very complicated. And again, it speaks to the aversion of this president to look into details, to really be substantive on the really critical issues that befall this entire dynamic, this entire situation. And again, the other thing is President Trump just wants a way out. He just wants an off-ramp. I think that's all he really cares about, is to be able to turn to his base, to turn to his constituents in the United States in this midterm election year, and to claim that he's had a huge victory. But in terms of substance, there's really nothing there.
Well, let me put that then to Ali Akbar. So Ali Akbar, Trump says, I don't think it's necessary to get out the enriched uranium, except from a public relations standpoint. From a public relations standpoint in Iran, what might the Iranian leadership make of a statement like that?
Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium is a national asset achieved after decades of efforts by Iranian scientists. But first of all, we don't know exactly what has happened to Iran's stockpile of 60% enriched uranium. Iran has kept that vague, and Iran has done that deliberately. So we do not know exactly what has happened to that. But if it remains intact, there is absolutely no reason for Iran to give it up. Why should Iran give up its national assets? Even giving a portion of that to anybody or Trump, it will be a betrayal of the blood of Iranian scientists who sacrificed their life for nuclear achievements. That is a red line. Trump is talking about his wish list. Iran has not agreed to that, will not agree to that.
All right, understood. Look, a pleasure having both of you and hearing your thoughts on all of this. Alex Alferez-Shears, the defense analyst, and Ali Akbar Durrani, researcher at the Center for Strategic Studies. A pleasure. Thank you both. Now, Israeli and Lebanese delegations have arrived for a second day of face-to-face talks in Washington. The direct negotiations aim to save a fragile ceasefire agreed upon in mid-April. But the two sides have different priorities. Lebanon's government wants Israel to halt its attacks. More than 400 people have been killed since last month. Israel is focused on disarming Hezbollah, but the armed group rejects both that demand and the Lebanese government's direct talks with Israel. Meanwhile, Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon have killed at least 9 people as Israel's attacks on the country continue despite a ceasefire. Local media says 2 of those killed were young men who were bringing in aid supplies. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. An alarming resurgence of malaria deaths in Zimbabwe, a country that once championed the fight against the disease. The head of the CIA visits Cuba as it endures a severe fuel shortage after months of a US oil blockade.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters.
Your brand is valuable. Don't let someone else claim what you built.
Hi, I'm James Harris of Trademark Creations, and we're here for all your trademark needs. We take pride in protecting your investments in your brand.
Protect your business with trademark registration. Visit us at trademarkcreations.com and help secure your future today.
It's your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks. Join us every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Real news where your voice matters.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
To clean water and electricity.
They want to get clicks. They want to put it on social media.
The role of the media is supposed to be to hold the White House to account.
Most of U.S. media is owned by oligarchs.
The Iranian regime is tapping into something so universal.
What Israelis are allowed to see of this war, that is being tightly controlled.
You know that you're not getting the full picture. That tells you that it's something that the state doesn't want you to know about.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Examining the headlines.
It's really easy to attack peace, but really hard to restore it.
Unflinching journalism.
We're with the police who are about to carry out a raid. These confrontations between the police and the gangs have gotten increasingly more violent.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming.
Are we in the middle of an arms race?
AI-driven weaponry is the next great threat.
Programs that open your eyes to an alternative view of the world today on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. President Donald Trump says a lot of problems have been settled with China as he wraps up his two-day state visit there. No official agreements have been signed, but Trump says significant trade deals were reached. Trump says the two want the Iran war to end and the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. President Xi Jinping called Trump's visit historic and said it deepened mutual trust. Chinese media say the leaders reached a consensus on maintaining stable economic and trade relations. An official source familiar with the negotiation process between Tehran and Washington has told Al Jazeera the US has formally rejected Iran's latest conditions on ending the war. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran cannot trust the US after it launched attacks twice during past negotiations. Now, Palestinians are commemorating 78 years since the Nakba, or the catastrophe. That's the mass displacement that accompanied the creation of Israel. But as Noor O'Day reports, for Palestinians, displacement, destruction and loss are not just part of history, they remain an ongoing reality today.
An Israeli soldier films himself looking over the ruins of Beit Hanun in Gaza while driving a D9 bulldozer, then wishes his followers a peaceful evening. Erasing the enemy as a path to security is a doctrine that Israel has embraced politically, militarily, and ideologically, summarized in this song aired by the Israeli public broadcaster. In the occupied West Bank, demolitions and land grabs are relentless. The Israeli army has forcibly emptied and gutted 3 refugee camps, while tens of thousands of Palestinians have been forced to flee their homes from settler and military attacks, a reality that repeats the echoes of the Nakba, or catastrophe, when 78 years ago, Israel was created by the methodical forced uprooting of the majority of Palestinians. Hundreds of their villages were then erased, while others stand in ruins as a reminder to Nakba survivors and their descendants of what was erased and denied. In Lebanon, Israeli government officials are also threatening systematic destruction.
We ordered faster destruction of homes in Lebanese border villages to eliminate threats to Israeli communities following the Beit Hanun and Rafah model in Gaza.
Orders carried out by D9 bulldozers or large explosions that have displaced more than 1 million Lebanese civilians since early March. While in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, Israeli takeover is done by the army and hundreds of millions of dollars to fund illegal settlement expansion. For many in the region, the Nakba lives on, not just in the memory and reality of the Palestinians, Lebanese, and Syrians.
We will settle Gaza. We will settle Lebanon. We will settle the entire promised land. Thank you very much.
It lives on as doctrine. Noor Aoudeh, Al Jazeera.
Well, Malik Trainer is at the Jabal al-Hussein refugee camp in Amman, the Jordanian capital. It's one of 4 camps that were established in Jordan after 1948. But first, let's head to Gaza City and speak to Hani Mahmoud. And Hani, a majority of Palestinians in Gaza, well, they're descendants of the 1948 refugees. Do they, in any way, still believe there is a realistic prospect of ever returning home?
Neve, despite the varying opinions and views on this particular issue, the idea of return for Palestinians across the Gaza who are refugees or descendants of refugees, families moved from their towns and homes in what later known as Israel, remains deeply rooted, and not just as a political aspiration, but part of who they are, their identity, their collective memory, their part of their heritage, the stories, about their homes, the villages, the towns, the shops they had, the land that they farmed, and they keep passing these stories from one generation to another. Other people remain or maintain more of a symbolic form of connection to the idea of return through documentations or the photographs. Some even still holding the keys to the home, to their homes, the lands that they owned in what it became occupied and later turned into in its current form, the state of Israel. But there is a realism in all of this. Years of conflict and the absence of a pathway to a clear political settlement, the ongoing displacement, just making the whole idea seem quite impossible in its literal form. What we mean by that is going to the pre-1948, given the passage of time, given the change of demographics, but that does not change what people have or hold deep inside of them. So while the idea of return in itself is still deeply rooted and central to Palestinian collective memory, it's often held alongside the frustration that after these years, the whole idea is becoming more of a distant hope rather than an imminent possibility.
Hani, many thanks. Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud in Gaza City. Let's go to Malik Trainer. Just to repeat, he's at the Jabal al-Hussein refugee camp in Amman, in Jordan. And Malik, looking at the images coming out of there, I mean, this isn't a refugee camp in many people's view anymore. It's effectively become part of the city itself. Just walk us through what the reality on the ground looks like there today and how people there are marking this Nakba anniversary.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can see behind me, it's, these are now homes, and they have been for generations. The Jabal al-Hussein camp was established in 1952, more than 70 years ago. It initially was created to house 8,000 people. More than 33,000 people, according to the UN, now live here. But you can't really tell the difference other than, it's much more densely populated, but it's become part of the fabric of the city here. I've been talking to people. I talked to an old man earlier today. When people talk about the Nakba here, or how they commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba, it's one, old man told me this is the day that we share the stories of our ancestral home with the newer generations, some who have actually never even visited Palestine. So it's a day of storytelling. You heard, Hani talk about storytelling in Gaza. It's the same kind of thing here. This is, generations of people who were forced out of their ancestral homes. It's one of remembering their traditions and their homeland.
Malik, many thanks. Al Jazeera's Malik Trainer there at the Jabal al-Hussein refugee camp in Amman. There's been a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 65 deaths have been recorded in Ituri province. Tests have so far confirmed at least 4 were caused by the virus. More than 240 suspected cases of the highly contagious virus have been reported. Africa CDC says it's worried about the risk of further spread in urban centres and areas affected by conflict. It comes months after another outbreak was declared over in September. Chris Okamringa reports from the capital, Kinshasa.
Well, authorities in Kinshasa are very concerned because this outbreak has happened in an active conflict zone. Ituri province has groups like the Cooperative for the Development of Congo, CODECO, the Zaire, and more recently the Allied Democratic Forces that have been attacking civilians in that area. And health workers are saying that this outbreak has been reported in 2 health zones that are very close to mining towns where hundreds of people are involved in mining gold. So there is a very, very serious issue about the spread of this disease to other areas. That part of Ituri shares a border with Uganda. So, and there's a lot of cross-border activity between these 2 countries. So they are very, very high fears. What we know is that the government has sent a team of health experts there. The World Health Organization also has its country representative and other scientists who are there to assess what needs to be done so that they can help the people in that area. And that area has been under a state of siege since 2021 because of the armed activity there. So there is a lot of fear that this disease might spread farther. The worst outbreak of Ebola happened in the DRC in about 2018 and 2020, which also happened in North Kivu province where there was a lot of rebel activity. So people are hoping that it does not, bring back the same kind of situation.
Well, Ebola is a severe and often a fatal illness. The virus attacks the immune system and can damage organs. In severe cases, it can lead to blood loss and organ failure. Symptoms can appear within 3 weeks of exposure. They commonly include fever, fatigue, headache, and muscle pain. Well, Ebola spreads through contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal. Ariel Kestens heads the Kinshasa delegation for the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. He joins us live from the DRC capital. Welcome to the program. So early testing suggests this outbreak involves possibly a different type of Ebola than the typical Zaire strain, as it's known. If genetic sequencing does confirm a new or indeed a rare strain, what does that mean for the effectiveness of current stockpiles of vaccines or therapeutics?
Well, if that is confirmed, this means that it's going to be a more complex response to this crisis that we have experienced in the past. Because the fact that there will not be a vaccine for those particular strain or a specific treatment, the measure for containing are going to be anchored into what we can achieve at community level. The bright side of that is that national institutions, local institutions like the Red Cross in the Republic Democratic of Congo have an extensive experience on dealing with this type of crisis at community level and are already working on that. I think that also as part of this, the dynamic in that part of the country, we need to take into consideration that there is a high number of population movement, migrants coming to work in the mines, also and from Sudan, from Uganda, and vice versa, moving back to the respective countries with a lot of cross-border activity, which in the case of that particular strain of the virus being confirmed, is going to add a layer of complexity, including as well the fact that those health areas, the 3 health areas affected, are being under the control of de facto authorities and not of the central government.
And Ariel, on that particular point, I mean, Ituri province borders both Uganda and South Sudan, doesn't it? I mean, presumably, as you say, there is a pretty serious risk of people moving back and forth across borders. How critical, then, is the next 48 hours for establishing cross-border health screenings precisely to prevent this turning into a regional crisis?
Yeah, the screening and the control of the surveillance, the community-based surveillance, as we call it, is critical in both sides of the border. And already some volunteers of the Red Cross are working on supporting the government, identifying the cases and contributing to the public system in both sides of the border with information that then is consolidated and is being managed to inform what the response of the different actors is going to be. But coming back to your question, it's very critical. We are already working on that and doing that in support of the public authorities.
Now, we know a decade ago, Ebola tore through West Africa, killing over 11,000 people. What do you think is the biggest single lesson from that catastrophe that African health officials must apply right now in Ituri to prevent history from repeating itself?
The priority is containment. So one of the lessons, not only on that epidemic, but on the recent epidemic that we have had in the province of Kasai, is that the fastest we act, the closest we are to the community in the beginning, communicating trusted messages that the community can act, the faster the whole epidemic will be contained and hopefully declared over. So it's critical at this time to stop rumors, to convey prevention measures at the community level, and that must be done by actors that are trusted by the community so they can actually follow what being indicated and guided to make that happen. So containment at this stage is one of the key priorities. And of course, I would say the second priority, not that much as a priority, but something that's going to happen is the mobilization of the entire public health system and also international aid to support and to reinforce the capacities of the local institutions that are working already in the field in the province of Ituri and the 3 health affected areas.
You talked about mobilizing the health system in its entirety. Does that also include mobilizing all the revenue streams and support that your organization and other health officials in affected parts of Africa need right now, given, of course, that some nations have decided to cut foreign overseas aid packages, for instance?
Financial support and in-kind support is always critical to reinforce the effort that are being taken at a local level. The effort at local level by the different actors, including the volunteers of the Red Cross, are those efforts that are making a difference at the end of the day in how we contain this epidemic and how we deal with the cases that are appearing, as well as with, for example, safe and dignified burials of those who unfortunately didn't make it through the epidemic or were severely affected by the virus. However, limited capacities at country level, but as well as the community level and the provincial level are due to be reinforced by the financial and in-kind support from different international partners.
Understood. Ariel Keston of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Cross Societies. Thank you so much for joining us. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Football takes centre stage at the Cannes Film Festival with 2 documentaries on the so-called beautiful game.
In India, 2 ethnic communities are fighting a deadly civil war. Since May 2023, more than 250 Meitei and Kuki-Zo people have been killed and thousands more displaced. 101 East examines how the violent conflict is impacting ordinary citizens on both sides. India's civil war on Al Jazeera.
The narrative is being rewritten.
He's going after the media in a way that's unprecedented.
A critical look at the global news media on Al Jazeera.
In Madagascar, most families can't afford the cost of tuition, transport, and living expenses. Factories like this could use better machines, but those machines will replace workers, and that also means jobs will be lost. Hundreds of people are missing, and the search is being made all the more difficult as the rain continues. just been a gang shootout that happened minutes ago. We've been told not to go any closer because it's not safe.
The head of the CIA has visited Havana. That's as Cuba is facing a severe fuel shortage after the US imposed an oil blockade on the island in January. Our Latin America editor Lucia Newman reports.
Hundreds of frustrated residents of Havana took to the streets, banging on pots and pans to demand electricity. The largest island in the Caribbean is sinking into darkness as never before due to rolling blackouts.
We are demanding the right to have electricity. We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. There are many children. Food is going bad inside the refrigerators, the little food that can be obtained.
As temperatures rise, so too do tempers, as many Cuban families seek relief from the heat outdoors. Cuba is entering its 5th month of a US-imposed blockade of fuel needed to run hospitals, petrol stations, and the country's electrical grid, which runs on oil. The fuel and energy minister says that Cuba is now out of fuel altogether, that oil reserves sent by Russia at the end of March have run out. More often than not, protests like this lead to police crackdowns and arrests, but not this time.
As long as it is a peaceful protest like the one today, well, that's fine, because we are demanding our rights.
But there could be some relief in sight. Thursday, Cuba announced that on the request of the U.S. government, CIA Director John Radcliffe had arrived in Havana to meet with his Cuban counterpart. The official Communist Party newspaper added that the meeting aimed to contribute to a political dialogue during these times of complex bilateral ties. But that's not all. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has renewed an offer of $100 million in aid to Cuba on the condition that the assistance be distributed by the Catholic Church, bypassing the central government.
I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that regime.
Cuba's foreign minister has responded that his government is open to hearing the details of the offer. But if the White House insists on political reform, it's highly unlikely that there will be a deal. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Escalating gang violence in Haiti has killed at least 78 people in recent days and displaced thousands from their homes. Here's Michael Apple.
A volley of gunfire rings out in Port-au-Prince. Days of fighting between rival gangs are pushing Haitians in parts of the capital out of their homes in search of safety. There's anger on the streets after years of insecurity. Gangs control about 90% of the capital. The violence began to spiral in 2021 after the president was assassinated.
Some 1.45 million people are internally displaced, and close to 6 million people, half of Haiti's population, are acutely food insecure.
Civilians are continually caught up in fighting. Many displaced people are at the mercy of the elements, forced to shelter on the streets.
During the shooting, I fled with the baby. I was fleeing with my husband. He went back to get some clothes, and they killed him inside the house. Today is the funeral. I have no one to call, no one to answer me. I have nobody left. It's just the baby and me now.
Last week, Doctors Without Borders evacuated its hospital in the northeast of the capital due to what it called extremely intense fighting between gangs. At one point, more than 800 people were sheltering from gunfire at their facility, with doctors having to treat dozens of gunshot wounds.
Doctors Without Borders remains concerned about the current situation and how it could evolve, particularly for populations directly affected and victimised by the ongoing clashes.
A UN peacekeeping mission to Haiti ended almost a decade ago, and it's been replaced by a new UN-backed multinational mission called the Gang Suppression Force. It is said to be making small gains in retaking parts of the capital, but escalating gang violence remains a threat to civilians in Haiti. And the Prime Minister has said it is not secure enough to hold presidential elections scheduled for August. Michael Apple, Al Jazeera.
Now, at the Cannes Film Festival, football is sharing the spotlight with some of cinema's biggest names as documentaries about the sport make their debut. Tasha Butler has this from the festival in Cannes.
That feeling that you're being part of something that goes beyond sport. An infinite match.
The 1986 World Cup quarter-final between England and Argentina has become the stuff of sporting legend. Now the history behind the famous clash is explored in a documentary premiering at the Cannes Film Festival. It's made by two Argentinian directors.
The film is about football, it's about politics, it's about conflict, but also it's about humanity and what brings us together. And for us, it was like very important that it was like, even though we're Argentinians, to tell the story of this match, which is by far the most iconic in football ever history.
Former England and Argentina players reminisce about the game, and Argentina stars Diego Maradona's now infamous Hand of God goal.
I could not believe that he hadn't blown his whistle. How did the referee not see it? How has that happened?
Franco says the film includes a newly discovered archive.
There's, of course, the two goals are so famous, the Hand of God and the goal of the century. But there are other bits of the match that wasn't as famous as that, and they're really amazing and relevant.
The World Cup coming up, who's going to win?
Hopefully, yes. I don't know Argentina, but I don't know.
I was just saying, I think it's going to be an unexpected thing going on towards the end. Maybe it's a country that we never heard of, or maybe I'm just saying that because I don't want to jinx it.
Football is getting top billing in Cannes this year with another documentary on the so-called beautiful game premiering at the festival.
British duo David Trihorn and Ben Nicholas directed Cantona, a deep dive into French star striker Eric Cantona's Manchester United career and relationship with legendary manager Alex Ferguson.
I was protected and well protected by Alex Ferguson. We loved him and we respected him.
From the pitch to the big screen, stories of some of football's most poignant moments are likely to resonate with audiences long after the final whistle. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Cannes.
Okay, you're up to date. We'll be back after a short break with more of the day's news. Stay with us. See you soon.
The latest news.
They are saying that we have full rights to control this strategic waterway and it's no longer considered an international waterway.
And in-depth reports.
The U.S. naval blockage has put a certain amount of negative impacts on Iran's imports, but added to that are soaring costs of production and high inflation.
From the heart of the story.
Iraqi territory may have already been used as part of a covert military front, exposing major gaps in regional security.
A flashpoint in Sudan's civil war. A city besieged and over 6,000 people slaughtered in 3 days, excluding the disappeared. Those who survived carry the burden of remembering. Fault Lines hears their testimonies and reconstructs the siege to examine their harrowing allegations. No exit from Al-Fashir on Al Jazeera.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Coming up, walking a new path of stability. China's leader Xi Jinping describes the U.S. president's visit to Beijing as a milestone, while Donald Trump talks up trade ties.
We are prepared to go back to fighting, and we know how to defend ourselves.
Tehran says it has no trust in the U.S. as Washington formally rejects Iran's counterproposal on ending the war. Plus 78 years since the Nakba, the first mass displacement of Palestinians by Israel. And a new Ebola outbreak is confirmed in the Democratic Republic of Congo with nearly 250 suspected cases. Well, high on optics, big on pageantry, but the high-stakes meeting between the leaders of the U.S. and China, two of the world's biggest superpowers, did not end with any major announcements or agreements. For now, both Donald Trump and Xi Jinping have decided on a strategic reset in their bilateral ties, known for competition and finding common ground. Trump says fantastic trade deals were made with China, though the pair did not sign any official agreements or reveal how the two nations will settle their disputes. The two discussed trade, technology, the war in Iran, and Taiwan. Xi warned that Taiwan could be a future point of conflict between the U.S. and China. Trump says he's still mulling over an arms sale to Taiwan after meeting with Xi.
On Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
You're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your
I'm
proposal.
going to make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
All right, Mike Hanna joins us now live from Washington, D.C. So, Mike, from the outset, China drew a very firm line on Taiwan, making clear that if the issue was not handled well, it will lead to a dangerous situation in their telling. So what approach did President Trump ultimately decide to take on this issue?
Well, this is always going to be a major issue with China, between China and the United States. And interestingly enough, there you heard the president referring to the arms deal with Taiwan, which apparently he discussed with the Chinese president. Now, this is something that would be most upsetting to Taiwan. It's basic protocol that the U.S. does not discuss arms sales with Taiwan, with other countries. And here you've got President Trump discussing this very issue with the Chinese president. So clearly, President Trump is actually going out of his way to show a touch of malleability on the issue of Taiwan with the Chinese. He does not want the relationship with China to go off the rails because of the Taiwan issue. So it's a very delicate balancing act that he's pulling.
So, Mike, President Trump said Xi offered his help in Iran talks. The Iranian foreign minister said Chinese help would be welcome. But I wonder, do we have actual confirmation from Beijing that they have, in fact, offered help? And where does the White House think that Beijing could actually be useful?
Well, China has not offered any tangible assistance with regard to Iran. We did hear President Trump say that China has agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must be reopened and that the war must come to an end. But there's no practical terms in terms of what it can do. Now, President Trump, no doubt, would like it to bring pressure to bear on Iran to ensure its flow of oil. Some half of Chinese oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is something that he would have liked to try and pressure China to do. But clearly, from the public statements, this hasn't had much impact. And then the issue of Iran's enriched uranium, this is what President Trump had to say.
No nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form, I don't read the rest of it.
So 20 years is not enough for you. It's got to be a permanent.
No, 20 years is enough. But the level of guarantee from them It's not enough. In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years, not a big one.
You've got to get all the fuel out and no more production.
We have to get everything, but we're not even talking about, I call it the nuclear dust. Came up with a term which seems to have gone on.
We're not talking about it because they would not remove the...
Yeah, they said that they can't remove it because they don't have the technology to remove it.
Well,
they don't have the type of tractors. They say the only one, they told me directly, they said the only one that can remove it is China or the U.S. We're the only ones with the equipment.
So one very important point of similarity, which President Trump appears to believe, is that China supports his contention that Iran can never get a nuclear weapon.
All right, Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reporting for us from Washington. Mike, thank you. Now, as we've been reporting, President Trump says he'll be considering whether to remove sanctions on Chinese oil companies that are buying Iranian oil. Washington imposed the restrictions on several so-called teapot refineries weeks before Trump's trip to China. The move was aimed at cutting off Tehran's oil revenues, but Beijing has told the companies not to comply. China is Iran's largest trading partner and biggest buyer of its crude. It imported more than 80% of Iran's shipped crude in 2025. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran has received messages from the U.S. saying they are seeking continued talks. Speaking from New Delhi, Abbas Araghchi, as I mentioned, said Iran was open to any support from China to help resolve the conflict in the Middle East.
We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other. And we know that Chinese have a good intention. So anything that can be done by them to help diplomacy would be welcomed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
All right, let's head over to Al-Migdad Al-Ruhayd, who's standing by for us in Tehran. So, Al-Migdad, what else did Abbas Araghchi say about where things stand on a peace deal with the U.S.?
Well, actually, what most importantly that he speak about the trust and the deep mistrust between the Iranian and Americans, and also he mentioned that the lack of trust made all of these stalemate, of this sticking point, of that negotiation not going further. And also he highlighted that the Islamabad talks is facing difficulties despite the fragile ceasefire, and also these difficulties reflected on why these talks doesn't result on lasting peace between the Iranian and American. And also he speak about one of the most sticking point, which is the nuclear file. And he said that the enrichment issue is complex, and to reach a result with the American side, they proposed that discussions must be postponed. So the core idea right now, it's about how to phase this negotiation, how to reach a deal with the 5 demands for Iranians. And also he speak about that 5 demands, which is ending hostilities at all fronts, especially the war of Israel on southern Lebanon, and also lifting the sanctions, compensating of the war damage, and unfrozen the Iranian assets, and the sovereign rights over the Strait of Hormuz. And Strait of Hormuz, we don't know that one of the main sticking point. He mentioned that there is 2 countries right now are consulting to create an appropriate mechanism for managing the future of the Strait of Hormuz and ensuring the safe passage for all passage, or for all ships. And this is country definitely Oman is. Oman right now is the Strait of Hormuz in the territorial water for both countries. And he emphasized the idea that there is a new reality, and this is bringing us the idea that this conflict right now resembles what we can call a sustained game of brinkmanship.
All right, Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhayd reporting for us live from Tehran. Al-Migdad, thank you. Well, Israeli and Lebanese delegations have arrived for a second day of face-to-face talks in Washington. The direct negotiations aim to save a fragile ceasefire agreed upon in mid-April. But the 2 sides have differing priorities. Lebanon's government wants Israel to halt its attacks. More than 400 people have been killed since last month. Israel is focusing on disarming Hezbollah, but the armed group rejects both that demand and the Lebanese government's direct talks with Israel. Meanwhile, Israeli airstrikes on southern Lebanon have killed at least 9 people as Israel's attacks on the country continue despite that ceasefire. Local media say 2 of those killed were young men who were bringing in aid supplies. Another raid was carried out in Kafr Eman, injuring 2 people. The Israeli military also targeted public housing in Tyre after claiming they were striking Hezbollah infrastructure in that area. Friday marks 78 years since the Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic. It refers to the forced displacement of Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948 when the State of Israel was created. Lina Abu Akleh explains.
The Nakba, which means the catastrophe, marks the beginning of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. Thousands of Palestinians were killed and tens of thousands expelled from their homeland. This was Palestine before the British Mandate. Jewish people made up 8% of the population. Then came the Balfour Declaration. In 1917, Britain pledged to establish a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. More Zionist settlers started arriving from Europe. By the mid-40s, Zionist militias started carrying out attacks on Palestinians and British authorities. That includes the bombing of the British administrative headquarters at the King David Hotel, killing 91 people. And by 1947, this was Palestine. On May 14, 1948, the British Mandate ended and the State of Israel was created. They were pushed into refugee camps in the occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and neighboring countries. At least 6 million refugees are registered in these areas. Most Palestinians became stateless refugees. And Zionist leaders at that time openly called for their expulsion, such as David Ben-Gurion, who later became the prime minister. But it was not only displacements. Village after village disappeared from the map. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionist military forces attacked major Palestinian cities and destroyed some 530 villages. Others were repopulated. And Zionist militias killed about 15,000 Palestinians. But many families carried documents, photographs, and keys to homes they were forced to leave behind, passing them down through generations.
Our correspondent Nida Ibrahim is in Tulkarm in the occupied West Bank with more on how Palestinians remember this day.
Well, they remember it by saying that Nakba is still ongoing, and what happened to their grandparents during 1948's Nakba is happening to them again. Where I'm standing right now in Tulkarm, I'm overlooking the Nur Shams refugee camp. And as you can see, it's an overcrowded camp, but it's totally empty. No one is there after Israeli forces raided the camp in early 2025 and forcibly evacuated every single person living there. We still see the Israeli forces stationing there, but they're also demolishing homes and entire neighborhoods that did not exist. Roads that did not exist before are now visible from where we are. Why? They're trying to change the way the camp is formulated, people being close to one another, protecting each other, and also being an example and a symbol for the right of return. And that's something that does not sit well with the Israelis, with the Israeli government in particular, that has been sparing no effort to try and expel Palestinians from Palestine altogether. They've tried to make the land unlivable so Palestinians would leave. And just this morning, we've heard from the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, saying that the Israelis should continue to support what he calls voluntary migration. Of course, nothing about this is voluntary. They're trying to make life so difficult for Palestinians that they have no other option but to leave. But in the face of all of that, you see a lot of resilience, a lot of steadfastness, and especially on a day like this, where Palestinians say that, yes, the Nakba is still ongoing, but so is their resilience. They will not leave this land. They will stay despite the Israeli attempts to expel them.
All right, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. Cuba is in the midst of a severe fuel shortage caused by a U.S. oil blockade. Next, we'll tell you why the head of the CIA has paid a visit to the island. Plus, dozens killed and thousands trapped in Port-au-Prince. Why thousands of civilians are now fleeing the Haitian capital.
When the U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, his supporters took to the streets amidst a wave of uncertainty. Through the eyes of a political street artist, social volunteers, and with rare access to a militia sworn to protect the country's revolutionary values, people in power explores how they are adapting with their president still in U.S. custody. After Maduro on Al Jazeera.
Social divisions within in-depth analysis of the day's headlines, frank assessments,
Lebanon,
informed opinions, critical debate, inside story on Al Jazeera.
Kubani, the tradition of sharing nutritious meat with people in need. On the day of Eid al-Adha, an act of giving, an act of sacrifice, an act of remembrance. With Al-Care Foundation, you can provide hope and smiles to families worldwide. This Eid, make a difference by donating the gift of food. The greater your sacrifice, the greater their Eid.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. U.S. President Donald Trump says a lot of problems have been settled with China as he wraps up his two-day state visit there. No official agreements have been signed, but he says significant trade deals were reached. Trump says the two want the Iran war to end and the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. An official source familiar with the negotiation process between Tehran and Washington has told Al Jazeera the U.S. has formally rejected Iran's latest conditions to end the war. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran cannot trust the U.S. after it launched attacks twice during talks. And escalating gang violence in Haiti's capital has killed at least 78 people in recent days and displaced thousands from their homes. Port-au-Prince remains in the grip of warring organized crime groups who control nearly all of the city. Michael Apple reports.
A volley of gunfire rings out in Port-au-Prince. Days of fighting between rival gangs are pushing Haitians in parts of the capital out of their homes in search of safety. There's anger on the streets after years of insecurity. Gangs control about 90% of the capital. The violence began to spiral in 2021 after the president was assassinated.
Some 1.45 million people are internally displaced, and close to 6 million people, half of Haiti's population, are acutely food insecure.
Civilians are continually caught up in fighting. Many displaced people are at the mercy of the elements, forced to shelter on the streets.
During the shooting, I fled with the baby. I was fleeing with my husband. He went back to get some clothes, and they killed him inside the house. Today is the funeral. I have no one to call, no one to answer me. I have nobody left. It's just the baby and me now.
Last week, Doctors Without Borders evacuated its hospital in the northeast of the capital due to what it called extremely intense fighting between gangs. At one point, more than 800 people were sheltering from gunfire at their facility, with doctors having to treat dozens of gunshot wounds.
Doctors Without Borders remains concerned about the current situation and how it could evolve, particularly for populations directly affected and victimized by the ongoing clashes.
A UN peacekeeping mission to Haiti ended almost a decade ago, and it's been replaced by a new UN-backed multinational mission called the Gang Suppression Force. It is said to be making small gains in retaking parts of the capital, But escalating gang violence remains a threat to civilians in Haiti. And the Prime Minister has said it is not secure enough to hold presidential elections scheduled for August. Mike Lappel, Al Jazeera.
There's been a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 65 deaths have been recorded in Ituri province. Tests have so far confirmed at least 4 were caused by that virus. More than 240 suspected cases of the highly contagious virus have been reported. Africa CDC says it's worried about the risk of further spread in urban centers and areas affected by conflict. It comes months after another outbreak was declared over in December. Ebola is a severe and often fatal illness. The virus attacks the immune system and can damage organs. In severe cases, it can lead to blood loss and organ failure. Symptoms can appear within 3 weeks of exposure. They commonly include fever, fatigue, headache, and muscle pain. Ebola spreads through contact with the blood or bodily fluids of an infected person or animal. Ariel Kessens is the head of Kinshasa delegation for the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. He says authorities are focusing on preventing the virus from spreading.
The priority is containment. So one of the lessons, not only on that epidemic, but on the recent epidemic that we have had in the province of Kasai, is that the fastest we are, the closest we are to the community in the beginning, communicating trusted messages that the community can act, the faster the whole epidemic will be contained and hopefully declared over. So it's critical at this time to stop rumors, to convey prevention measures at the community level, and that must be done by actors that are trusted by the community so they can actually follow what being indicated and guided to make that happen. So containment at this stage is one of the key priorities. And of course, I would say the second priority, not that much as a priority, but something that is going to happen is the mobilization of the entire public health system and also international aid to support and to reinforce the capacities of the local institutions that are working already in the field in the province of Ituri and the 3 health affected areas.
The head of the CIA has visited Havana. That says Cuba is facing a severe fuel shortage after the U.S. imposed an oil blockade on the island nation in January. Hundreds of people have been protesting in the capital demanding action. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports.
Hundreds of frustrated residents of Havana took to the streets, banging on pots and pans to demand electricity. The largest island in the Caribbean is sinking into darkness as never before due to rolling blackouts.
We are demanding the right to have electricity. We have gone more than 40 hours without electricity. I live in a community where there are many elderly people, many of them bedridden. There are many children. Food is going bad inside the refrigerators, the little food that can be obtained.
As temperatures rise, so too do tempers, as many Cuban families seek relief from the heat outdoors. Cuba is entering its 5th month of a U.S.-imposed blockade of fuel, needed to run hospitals, petrol stations, and the country's electrical grid, which runs on oil. The fuel and energy minister says that Cuba is now out of fuel altogether, that oil reserves sent by Russia at the end of March have run out. More often than not, protests like this lead to police crackdowns and arrests, but not this time.
As long as it is a peaceful protest like the one today, well, that's fine, because we are demanding our rights.
But there could be some relief in sight. Thursday, Cuba announced that on the request of the U.S. government, CIA Director John Radcliffe had arrived in Havana to meet with his Cuban counterpart. The official Communist Party newspaper added that the meeting aimed to contribute to a political dialogue during these times of complex bilateral ties. But that's not all. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has renewed an offer of $100 million in aid to Cuba, on the condition that the assistance be distributed by the Catholic Church, bypassing the central government.
I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge in that regime.
Cuba's foreign minister has responded that his government is open to hearing the details of the offer. But if the White House insists on political reform, it's highly unlikely that there will be a deal. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Well, Cuba's president has urged Washington to end its oil blockade. Juliet Ager explains.
Cuba says it's completely run out of oil reserves and that its national grid has again partially collapsed. Power cuts were already lasting up to 22 hours a day, and it's likely to plunge the country into longer and more frequent blackouts. These are satellite images showing nightlights in Cuba. The before images were taken in May of 2025, and if you compare them to this month, you can clearly see large parts of the country are much darker. The US has effectively blocked oil shipments to Cuba since January as part of a campaign to force political change. Its top suppliers, Venezuela and Mexico, have cut off exports after the US threatened them with tariffs. Only a single Russian-owned tanker has made it to Cuba since that blockade began. And it's estimated to have delivered 730,000 barrels of crude in late March, but that was nowhere near enough to cover the needs of roughly 10 million people. Citing Cuban health officials, the United Nations says more than 96,000 patients have had surgeries postponed because of power shortages, including 11,000 children. Doctors are struggling to treat people who need dialysis and newborns who rely on incubators. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has visited Havana for talks with senior officials, and it comes as the US has renewed an offer of $100 million in aid to Cuba, despite imposing a wave of new economic sanctions. But Cuba's president says instead of offering aid, the US should lift what he has described as a genocidal blockade.
Russia says it shot down 355 Ukrainian drones overnight. A drone attack killed 4 people in Ryazan, damaging residential buildings and an industrial enterprise. 1 child was among the dead, and 7 people are still hospitalized. Meanwhile, a series of Russian attacks on Ukraine killed at least 24 people in Kyiv on Thursday, including 3 children. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is visiting the site of that Russian strike on the capital. He spoke to rescuers after a search operation that lasted more than 28 hours. He also announced a day of mourning for the people killed in Russia's attack on Thursday. All right, we will have more of the day's news after talk to Al Jazeera. Stay with us. I'm Scott McLean. My colleague Neve Barker is here next in about 30 minutes.
Standoff between Iran and the US over the Strait of Hormuz is complicating efforts to extend the ceasefire.
They quickly turned right back around after the reports of 2 Indian vessels being forced by fire to return.
All the preparations are underway, suggesting that the second round of talks will indeed take place in Islamabad.
Israel's made it clear that it wants to continue occupying this, what it calls a buffer zone.
The Israeli military announcing on Sunday morning that 2 soldiers had died since the ceasefire was announced. Another 13 had been wounded.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
Who wins, who loses, in terms of countries at least to begin with.
From global markets and economies.
A number of rate cuts were priced in for the year. Now we are potentially looking at rate hikes.
To understand how it affects our daily lives.
95% of their offensive capabilities have been destroyed.
So you're saying that you've won the war already. You clearly haven't.
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
In every story, truth is priority. Beyond the headlines, providing context, insight, and meaning. Seeking balance in every narrative we cover. Al Jazeera, from the front lines to the newsroom to you.
How can there be such a fundamental discrepancy on such a core issue?
Each side will stick to the deal only as long as it benefits that side.
This war did start in the middle of negotiations.
They need to agree on principles.
President Trump wants this to end. That's going to be very hard.
The top 1% is benefiting. The question is, who might have had some insider information?
Upfront tackles the big issues on Al Jazeera.
Always.
Turkey, a neighbor to Iran facing the risk of conflict spilling across its borders if the US-Israel offensive doesn't cease. A NATO power, a rising defense exporter, and one of the Muslim world's most influential economic and geopolitical actors. As Turkey's top diplomat visits Qatar for high-level talks on regional security, tensions between Washington and Tehran remain unresolved. So what role does Ankara aim to play in this rapidly shifting region? Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan talks to Al Jazeera. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. Mr. Minister, so President Trump has rejected Iran's latest response to the U.S. peace proposal, while Tehran is warning of retaliation if there are new strikes. From Ankara's perspective, is the ceasefire effectively collapsing, and what is Turkey's most urgent concern now?
Well, I think our most urgent concern is to see the ceasefire is holding, actually. This is what we care about at the moment, because the alternative of the ceasefire is going back to war, which nobody would like to see that scenario again, because right now the entire world economy and energy security is suffering as a result of this war. So everybody is hoping to see a negotiated settlement to end this war. I think there is been some ups and downs during the talks, and this is the nature of the talks, the negotiation, I think. And so the recent disagreement, I think, one of the downs, but I am sure that it will continue to go on.
So you're optimistic that despite the American rejection, so the ceasefire is going to continue to hold?
Well, the American side is rejecting what is being proposed, but there is always retailoring of the proposals, rewording, so either by the mediators or by suggesting to the sides to review their wording, the positioning, everything else. I think it's possible to come up with a new acceptable wording.
So Turkey has kept channels open with Tehran, with Washington, with the regional mediators. Are you now actively mediating or preparing to step in if both sides need an intermediary? So what is Turkey's role right now?
Well, as you know, right from the beginning, especially since 2010, actually, Turkey has been one way or another trying to engage with the mediation process. But now the recent episode is very well conducted by our Pakistani brothers and sisters. Our job is, together with other regional countries, including Qatar, to help them to really perform their best to mediate this very, very difficult task. So what we are trying to do, we have our contacts and communications with both sides, and plus amongst each others. You know, sometimes during the mediation, the most difficult thing is when you get stuck. You are in search of creative ideas. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the parties cannot provide these ideas. Sometimes the mediator cannot come up with some creative idea. So you need some outside partners, trusted partners. What we are doing together with other regional countries, not directly maybe with the sides, we speak to the sides directly, but we also speak amongst ourselves as regional countries, you know, because this is utmost important, first of all, for the region. And therefore, the regional countries are doing their best actually to provide some support to the ongoing process.
So I was actually about to ask about the regional response. So are the regional countries coordinating meaningfully to stop the escalation, or the response to a certain extent is still fragmented?
Well, as you can see, there are some conflicting reportings as well, because this is totally normal as a result of the nature of the war and the way that it took shape. So we see some skirmishes taking place from time to time. And unfortunately, we see that UAE recently has been attacked. Some other countries have been attacked. So in general, the ceasefire is at the moment is holding. But there is a coordination. I wouldn't say maybe a strong coordination between all countries. Some countries, they coordinate, including Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, we coordinate. But at least there is a meaningful communication and consultations between the regional countries, and including Egypt, Jordan. We all talk to each other to see where we are and how can we really contribute better to ongoing process.
So now you're in Qatar for talks on Iran war and its impacts in the Gulf. So what's Turkey now trying to achieve through the coordination with Qatar?
What we are trying to do, we are actually doing a lot. I mean, the way that Qatar operates actually is very much similar to what Turkey is doing for a number of years. Actually, our coordination on mediation affairs goes back to more than a decade, actually. Wherever there's a regional crisis, Turkish-Qatari coordination and joint effort is there. The way that similarity is taking place, I was going to tell that, because most of the job that we do is behind the scenes, not necessarily reported. And this is the way that we really appreciate how Qatar is operating, how Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman and Sheikh Tamim, they are not after a credit, they are after a tangible result. This is the way we operate, because ultimately what we want to see is the end of any given problem. This time we have the problem of the Gulf. Now, the last time we had something else. The other time we had another issue in Libya. So we have excellent coordination.
So if the diplomacy fails, what are the immediate risks for Turkey? Is it the border security, the energy prices, the refugee flows, or economic disruption, or a regional war, or all of the above?
Well, if diplomacy fails, God forbid, if the sides go back to war again, there are a number of scenarios depending on which scenario that might take place. We may end up with different results. But first of all, in terms of energy and energy security, we as Turkey, specifically we are talking about Turkey, we don't heavily rely on Strait of Hormuz. There are three major pipelines bringing oil and gas to Turkey from Central Asia, from Iran, from Russia, from Azerbaijan. So because we are not carrying our energy through with ships. So, but nevertheless, we are not affected in terms of energy security, but we are badly affected in terms of energy prices, just like everybody has been affected. But if the war continues, depending on certain scenarios, we might end up with some unwanted results, so which I don't want to even voice here now. But we are trying to do our best to really...
the border security or the refugee flows or some other concerns?
All of them.
You just talked about the Strait of Hormuz, which has been one of the most dangerous pressure points in this conflict. So Iran is insisting on a new maritime regime, while the United States and the Gulf countries are saying that the status quo must be preserved. So what kind of maritime arrangement will Ankara support?
Well, we certainly support what the majority actually would like to see, because
which is?
Status quo before the war was the way that everybody was enjoying, actually. So introducing a new regulation, which may not be accepted by the vast majority, might be a new source of a new conflict. So which we don't want to see this, because it might set up example for other straits or choke points. And and the world economy actually cannot take this quite easily. So therefore, we want to see a free passage of all the ships, just like it was happening before the war.
So the pre-war wars status quo is the arrangement that Turkey will support.
Yeah, we would like to see it.
So you just recently said that Turkey will consider joining the international efforts, such as demining in the Strait of Hormuz, if the US and Iran have an agreement. So what will Turkey be willing to contribute, and what kind of mechanism are you suggesting?
Well, we are not suggesting any mechanism. We are saying, we are responding some proposals to form some mechanism addressing the problems of Strait of Hormuz. There are different definitions of the problem, and there are different solutions to these problems. At least those ideas are being discussed. We initially saw a French and British initiatives. They merged later on their separate initiatives into one, and we participated in all the meetings, and we are seeing all the ideas and proposals, counter proposals. But eventually, what we would like to see is, as Turkey, actually, our position is, I hope that Iran and United States, they conclude their talks in a good manner, and they reach an understanding and agreement. And then, if additional assistance is needed, so we can be there. But without any agreement, without any diplomatic result, I think our engagement will not be meaningful or will not be positive.
What will be your recommendation for the United States and Iran as practical steps to come to a peaceful solution?
Well, for the last, more than 20 years, they've been discussing the nuclear files, which was the original source of the war. And up until last year, they've avoided engaging the hot war, the both sides. I think they've seen the worst now after engaging war, a full-scale war between Iran and United States with the provocation of Israel. So now I think there is nothing left by the sides to experience. So I think it is time to stop now, to find a real solution to this problem, which is affecting not only two respective countries, but also the entire globe. So I think there is enough will now and intention, this is our observation, on both sides to stop the war and to go back a normal life between sides, because it is prone to escalation, it is prone to further tragedy and drama, and a negative effect for both world economy and the regional stability. All in all, we think that both sides can actually succeed in reaching a permanent settlement.
So this war is not only about Iran and the United States. So if no agreement is reached, its effects could reshape the Gulf, Syria, Eastern Mediterranean, even NATO's southern flank. So is there a new regional order in the making?
Well, it should be. There should be. This is what we've been discussing even before the war with the regional countries, drawing bitter lessons from the last 30 years of wars, terrorism, instability, occupations, and everything that took place in our region. I think regional capacity is mature enough to really come up with creative ideas and to implement them.
How would Turkey position itself in this new emerging regional order? Are you going to be leading, acting like a regional hegemon, or as a middle power, or a country that is going to be coordinating their efforts?
The word hegemon is something that we are trying to delete from the vocabulary of this region. What we've been trying to tell is that most of the time the culture here was either domination or submission. Instead of this, we would like to see the introduction of cooperation. No submission, no domination, but cooperation amongst the regional countries based on the respect of our territorial integrity, sovereignty, and security.
You recently traveled to Damascus as President Zelensky met Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara in talks that included Turkey. So is Turkey now becoming the gatekeeper for new security arrangements between Ukraine and Syria?
No, I wouldn't say so, because it was just a convenient meeting between two sides, because Ukraine was new to the region and Turkey has been for a long time. I think it was just it's a good meeting between three countries. And so we have excellent relations with Syria, good relations with Ukraine for a long time. So I think it was good to have both countries to have conversation about possible areas of cooperation. But Ukraine is not the only country. I think now Syria is successfully enjoying the good relations with the rest of the region and the countries. Yesterday there was a good result in the EU as well. So I think Syria is a success story for our region. This is exactly what I was referring when I say regional ownership. The countries of the region came together and they identified a uniform position vis-a-vis with Syria, and Syria responded to this position very successfully. And I think now everybody is enjoying a stability and security in Syria. So Syria used to be the place of civil war, a cradle for terrorism, and a threat to all the neighboring countries. Now, alhamdulillah, it's all gone. Now Syria is a stable country, posing no threat to anybody, and all the refugees are coming back from different countries, including from Turkey. And this is a big success.
But what are the challenges in the state building process in Syria? And also, what are the main challenges, the risk that Syria is facing during the nation building process?
There are a couple of things. I think, first of all, if you ask me this question last year, this time, I would have said, for instance, there was a problem of unifying the armed groups, which was, overwhelmingly succeeded. And now armed groups are under one command and control. There was a problem of SDF, and still that problem is being sorted out, and as a result of an agreed roadmap. But now there is a relative peace in the country in terms of different ethnicities, nationalities, and religions. There is no reported fight, a major fight. But what is more worrying for all of us is the intention of Israel.
Yes, indeed. So Israel continues to operate in Syria.
Yeah, the elephant in the room is Israel.
And so Turkey has its own security concerns and saying that Israeli actions are destabilizing Syria. So do you see a real risk of direct confrontation between Turkey and Israel in Syria?
I think what I want to make it very clear that the Israelis' action in Syria should not be first presented or identified within the perspective of the Turkish security concerns. It is violating a nation state called Syria, territorial integrity and sovereignty, and it's occupying it. It's a major national security threat for Syria. And just like it's a national security threat for Lebanon and West Bank, the Gaza. So therefore, I think all the Arab countries, the Muslim countries, the regional countries, the Europeans, everybody else should come together and confront this policy, because nobody would like to see additional renewed influx of refugees coming out of Syria and going to all other countries, including Europe. So Israel should stop being a source of and cause of instability, wars, destruction, and mass migration.
So Turkey is a NATO member, a regional power, a Black Sea actor, and also it is a country with deep ties to the Muslim world. How would you define Turkey's foreign policy doctrine today?
Well, if you look at our foreign policy today, we have relations geographically and historically and in every modern way sector possible with different geographies, because we occupy geography in Europe. We occupy in a place geographically in the Southern Caucasus. If you look at our eastern borders, we have a border with Iran. It goes through all the Asia. If you look at our southeastern border, Iraq and Iran, it goes up down to what is called by the West as Middle East. And if you go up to look at the north, we have Black Sea. If you look at south, we have Mediterranean. So we have to have multi-geographical and multi-dimensional strategic orientation policies, because the strategic orientation and balances of Europe and Balkans is different than the South Caucasus. South Caucasus is different than the Mediterranean. Mediterranean is different than the Middle East. So we are carefully navigating our foreign policy in different regions with same values and same principles. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, if you look at the history of his last 25 years of ruling and elected by the people again and again, in foreign policy, whatever we are trying to do inside in Turkey in terms of economic development and political stability and increasing prosperity of the people and the widespread infrastructure and public services for the depleted people, we want to see the same thing in our region for a long time. You know, that's why we are working very hard on mediation in every conflict in our region and beyond our region. So we want to see development. We want to see regional peace for Balkans, for South Caucasus, for Middle East, for Asia, for Black Sea. That's why we are actively participating in the ceasefire talks between Ukraine and Russia, because Black Sea is our immediate neighborhood. That's why we have established Balkan Peace Platform for Balkans, not to see renewed conflicts and instabilizing movements in the Balkans. That's why we are doing our best to be more responsible in Iraq and to bring stability in Syria and to really help Iran to reach a ceasefire. If you look at the our political behavior in the region, it is consistent and it is really trying to help bring stability
to the region. So does Turkey still trust the Western security architecture, or is Ankara now building a parallel network of middle power alliances with the countries like Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Egypt, Syria, Ukraine?
As I said, for every different geographic regions that we occupy, we have different strategic perspective. Sometimes those strategic perspective might be challenging each other, but I think this is the some of the challenges we need to deal with. For European security, I think NATO is very much essential. For a long time, NATO is being about not only a deterrence. I think deterrence will be the second important thing for NATO. I think it is the most important merit of NATO is to maintain the peace and cooperation between member states in Europe. You know what? Until the establishment of NATO, right after the Second World War, you saw a lot of wars between European countries. So when NATO was established during the Cold War, you know, the countries committed each other to their security, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. And
so
major risk of the war.
Interdependency is actually bringing security to the transatlantic alliance.
And immediately you ended up with even a regional stability. So, and it was led by the Americans. It led to the creation of European community, then the European Union. Now there is a talk of American disengagement from European security.
How do you assess the future of this transatlantic alliance, particularly while the United States talking about a detachment or reduction in the engagement?
Well, the United States has been voicing its objections and criticism for a long time. Not started with with President Trump. Before President Trump, actually, there was other president like President Obama, but at different levels and on different subjects. But mainly, they were telling that European countries should own their own share accordingly. Otherwise, leaving everything to be burdened by the United States is not fair. So it's not helping anybody's interest. Now, I think Europeans have understood this very fact. It's been very much highlighted. So it has been understood, but they are now increasing their defense spendings. They are trying to strengthen their defense industry base. But there are some other problems as well. The definition of European security is being relatively is not being agreed now, because there are two Europes under NATO umbrella. One Europe is European Union. The other one is NATO members, but they are not members of European Union, like Turkey, like Norway, like Iceland, like Albania, like Montenegro, like Macedonia, those countries under NATO roof, but they are not member of European Union. But some countries might be member of European Union. But nevertheless, for the time being, those two different spheres should have a joint understanding on how to come up with a collective European security architecture. This is the problem now. Under the European Union roof, there is a discussion. There are decisions taken by European Union countries, and now they have started implementing it to increase their defense spendings and to strengthen defense industry base. But what about the rest of the countries in Europe?
Those who are which are the part of the NATO, but not part of European Union.
Yes.
Okay.
So NATO, up until now, was an umbrella organization, actually was navigating all these differences one way or another. But now, even within NATO, we are having this diverging interests and diverging structures.
So my final question. So there is an internal dispute within the NATO. And do you think that is structural, or it is because of the leadership or the administration's behavior in the United States?
Well, it can be both ways. If the United States decides to withdraw further from the transatlantic security but stays in NATO, I think we may end up a semi-structural problem. United States still in, but some gap should be filled by some other countries. And so I think in the upcoming Ankara summit of NATO in July, the first week of July, it is therefore very important for the future of NATO. So we're preparing ourselves for this summit, and I hope we will get some good results.
Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, thank you for talking to us.
Well, thank you for having me.
They want to get clicks. They want to put it on social media.
The role of the media is supposed to be to hold the White House to account.
Most of U.S. media is owned by oligarchs.
The Iranian regime is tapping into something so universal.
What Israelis are allowed to see of this war, that is being tightly controlled.
You know that you're not getting the full picture. That tells you that it's something that the state doesn't want you to know about.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera. Hearing the facts.
They don't have enough water or food. The situation here is dire.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
In every home, a story of peace resides. At every table, the warmth of kinship gathers. But there remains a hollow seat, waiting to be filled with hope. Your giving is that hope. It is the hand that lifts them, nourishment to sustain the body, education to paint a brighter future, and shelter to shield their dignity. United Hands Relief. Let us fill that void and share the gift of life.
It's not just personal property, but also infrastructure that now needs fixing, from power lines to water mains to roads and bridges. Police say the 98 people arrested will face misdemeanor charges ranging from criminal trespass to resisting arrest. There's an intense security presence outside of the federal courthouse where international media are packing the sidewalks. So are demonstrators, some of them celebrating Maduro's arrest, others calling for his release.
Hello, I'm Neve Barker. This is the News Hour live from Doha, coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We talked about Taiwan, we talked about Iran a lot, and I think we have a very good understanding on both.
Deals, but few details. Donald Trump says his visit to China has been fantastic, but there have been no major announcements. Trump says he's open to a deal with Iran that would suspend its nuclear program for 20 years if its commitment is real.
We have no trust to Americans. This is a fact. And this is the main obstacle in the way of any diplomatic effort.
Iran's foreign minister says mixed messages from the US are impeding peace talks, but that a diplomatic solution is possible. 78 years of displacement, destruction, and death. Palestinians mark the anniversary of the Nakba.
I'm Jonah Hull in London, where the latest prediction is that the war in the Middle East could cost global consumers trillions of dollars in extra fuel costs alone.
Good to have you. The Iran war and Taiwan dominated US President Donald Trump's state visit to China. Despite 2 days of high-level meetings, no major announcements were made after talks between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Speaking on Air Force One, Trump revealed he has not decided whether to go ahead with arms sales to Taiwan, but he said Xi doesn't want to see a fight for independence because it, quote, would be a very strong confrontation.
On Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
You're not necessarily going to go ahead. It was your
I'm
proposal.
going to make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
And as talks to end the Iran war flounder, Trump says Xi agreed Tehran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US president has thrown out the latest Iranian proposal, but he has signaled he's open to a deal that would suspend Iran's nuclear program for 20 years.
They have fully agreed, no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form, I don't read the rest of it.
So 20 years is not enough for you, it's got to be a permanent.
No, 20 years is enough, but the level of guarantee from them is not enough. In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years.
Well, let's bring in Mike Hanna, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. So, Mike, Taiwan, clearly an important and vital issue, but clearly a lot of mixed messages too, Mike.
Well, certainly it was top of the agenda. It is the one major issue between the U.S. and China, among many others. But that issue of arms sales to China or to Taiwan is, of course, a critical issue, which President Trump says he's now going to be thinking about over the next couple of days. China obviously completely opposed to such arms deals. But what is interesting is that it was even a matter for discussion in talks with the Chinese leader, because U.S. protocol or established tradition means that the U.S. does not discuss the question of arms deals with Taiwan with other countries, and in particular, not with China. However, the fact that President Trump clearly discussed the issue with the Chinese leader for a period of time, an indication of some kind of softening, perhaps, on his very strong stance in the past about Taiwan and the possibility that that arms sale may not go through in order to appease the Chinese leadership.
And of course, Mike, Iran also featuring heavily, Trump seeming to indicate a 20-year suspension of Tehran's nuclear program could be enough to get things over the line after talking with Xi about the war.
Well, that's a bit of a switch, because President Trump up until now had insisted that the Iranians deny nuclear capability or weaponized nuclear capability in perpetuity. He's now putting a 20-year timeline on it, which is a shift in what had been a hardline policy by President Trump. But what assistance he's getting from China with regard to Iran, not very clear. It appears that China is trying to keep its hands clean of the issue, in particular staying away from the issue of the Strait of Hormuz, although President Trump says that China agrees the strait should be open and also agrees that the war should end. So there is a point of agreement, according to the president, but in terms of tangible efforts from China to bring pressure to bear on Iran to negotiate with the United States, well, there was no public sign that there'd been any success on that front.
Mike, many thanks as always. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna, Washington, D.C. Well, President Trump says the US and China are the only countries that have the technology to remove enriched uranium from Iran. During an interview in Beijing, Trump was asked about the possibility of putting US boots on the ground to get it out.
It would take a week and a half. That's a long time to be in enemy territory. No, you're going to move these massive amounts of granite. You know, it's a granite's the hardest stone. It's amazing that it's you know, what those were really powerful bombs that we used. And don't forget, we hit it on top of that. We hit Tomahawks on top of that. No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it.
But Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says a lack of trust in the US is the main obstacle to negotiations. He says a diplomatic solution is possible, but that mixed messages from Washington are disrupting efforts to end the war. In response to Trump's visit to China, Araghchi called Beijing an ally and said Tehran has never wanted a nuclear weapon.
The mediation process by Pakistan has not been failed yet, but it is in a very difficult course, mostly because of the Americans' behavior and their and the mistrust which exists between us. We appreciate any country who has the ability to help, particularly China. China has been helpful in the past in the resumption of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. We have very good relations with China. We are strategic partners to each other, and we know that Chinese have a good intention.
I'm joined by Sultan Barakat, who's Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University. Always good to see you, Sultan. So this tactical dance between Washington and Beijing, firstly, how do you think that approaches, alters rather, the US approach to the conflict in Iran?
Well, I think it's been very important the way Trump has approached China this time. If you notice over the last few weeks, he really softened his criticism. He put aside the issue that would really irritate the Chinese, and that is Taiwan. He did not open this issue at all. He did not touch on any of the civil rights issues that usually are brought up by American presidents during this kind of visits. So clearly he's trying to sweeten the Chinese as much as possible. And I think for two purposes. One is what he was very open about, trying to get China to line up behind Europe as a potential market for American oil, now that the prices are high and it is much more feasible to export oil elsewhere. But also, I think importantly, in relation to the Strait of Hormuz and the conflict with Iran, although he will not maybe admit to this publicly. Trump and the administration understand clearly that China has an important leverage over Iran. It's its main importer of oil. In fact, more than 70–80% of the Iranian export goes exclusively to China. They hold almost $40 billion for the Iranians in China. And of course, they understand that the Iranians will respond to them. And there's a trust between the Iranians and the Chinese that have developed over the years, starting with the Chinese accepting to buy oil under embargo, with discounted prices and so on. So he understands, I think, the importance China bring to this. And of course, he's running out of options. And you can see both Iran and the Americans are trying their best not to go to open war. In a couple of weeks, we enter Hajj, and there'll be 3 million people traveling, including many Iranians needing to travel to do the Hajj. And then immediately after that, you have the World Cup in the United States. So it's not in his interest now to return to what we saw before, but he's wanting or needing to climb down, step by step, preserving the fact that he has won this war, the image of winning the war in
Okay,
some
well,
point.
Sultan, on that particular note, there's been a bit of a shift from Donald Trump after he's come back from Beijing. I mean, he suggested that the quest to retrieve Iran's enriched uranium, this uranium dust, as he calls it, it was more about perception than actual security. In an interview with US media, Trump said, and I'm quoting here, "I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I just feel better if I got it, actually." So is this whole nuclear dust thing, is that an issue of theater, or is it actually a critical prerequisite for regional stability?
I think this is an idea that Netanyahu put in his mind, that as a third country between Israel and Iran, the United States could come in and take the enriched uranium. And if they don't take it through a deal, they will take it by force. And he knows this is impossible. The Iranians are too proud. They're too proud to give it up, but also they're really excited about the scientific achievements they've reached. They want to continue to enrich to a certain degree, and they maintain that they're not intending to develop weapons. Now, his initial position, which was zero enrichment, and to take what has been enriched out of the country, I think this is now in the past. Now, the options would be to give them a ceiling to what kind of enrichment, mostly for civilian use, including medical use and other uses for the material, and also look for a third country aside from the US, potentially China, maybe to look after what has been enriched maybe for some time, and or reach a deal with the Iranians where they can reduce their level of enrichment.
Well, on that point, he's talking about being open to some sort of grand bargain that would suspend Iran's nuclear program for 20 years. I mean, this is the president who previously was totally against sunset clauses when it comes to Iran's nuclear enrichment, now saying, let's have a sunset clause, although it's for a generation.
Well, as I was saying, he's reached a conclusion that this war is not winnable according to his terms, in accordance with what he wants to do. He has to accept, and he needs to make some compromises. Now, the onus, again, is on the Iranians. I mean, the last couple of days, they've been playing their game rightly. They announced publicly that the strait is open. They've allowed 30 ships or so to pass in the last 48 hours, albeit majority are linked to China, again, to try and keep the Chinese link. But now it is clearer what they're saying. The strait is not open for warships. It's not open for our enemies commercially, but everybody else can pass. Now, if the Americans allow those ships to cross, then the likelihood is that we go back to some degree of normality in terms of traffic. But I think the Iranians, and this is where the issue is going to become Iran versus the Arab Gulf states, they seem to be insisting on normalizing the regulation of the traffic. And that is something they may agree with Oman, but I think other countries will object to, particularly maybe Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
All right, Sultan, always good to hear your thoughts. Many thanks for joining us. Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University.
Thank you.
Israeli settlers have set fire to Palestinian cars in the occupied West Bank. The interior of a mosque was also damaged in attacks on the village of Jabiya in Ramallah. Residents say illegal settlers vandalized the mosque's walls. This comes after settlers assaulted dozens of Palestinians near the Al-Aqsa Mosque in occupied East Jerusalem during Friday prayers. Well, those attacks come on a day of reflection for Palestinians. Friday marks 78 years since the Nakba, which means catastrophe in Arabic. It refers to the forced displacement of Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948, when the State of Israel was created. During the 1940s, more than 15,000 Palestinians were killed in dozens of massacres committed by Zionist forces. The first mass killing recorded was at Balad al-Sheikh, where at least 60 Palestinians were killed by the Haganah forces. In April 1948, an estimated 110 villagers were killed by Zionist paramilitary forces in the village of Deir Yassin. Now it's in occupied East Jerusalem. But the killings didn't stop after Israel was created. At least 200 villagers were reportedly killed in fighting and mass executions between May the 22nd and 23rd in 1948 in Tantura near Haifa. As Noor Odeh reports, for Palestinians, displacement, destruction and loss are not just part of history, they remain an ongoing reality.
An Israeli soldier films himself looking over the ruins of Beit Hanun in Gaza while driving a D9 bulldozer, then wishes his followers a peaceful evening. Erasing the enemy as a path to security is a doctrine that Israel has embraced politically, militarily, and ideologically, summarized in this song aired by the Israeli public broadcaster. In the occupied West Bank, demolitions and land grabs are relentless. The Israeli army has forcibly emptied and gutted 3 refugee camps, while tens of thousands of Palestinians have been forced to flee their homes from settler and military attacks, a reality that repeats the echoes of the Nakba or catastrophe, when 78 years ago, Israel was created by the methodical forced uprooting of the majority of Palestinians. Hundreds of their villages were then erased, while others stand in ruins as a reminder to Nakba survivors and their descendants of what was erased and denied. In Lebanon, Israeli government officials are also threatening systematic destruction.
We ordered faster destruction of homes in Lebanese border villages to eliminate threats to Israeli communities following the Beit Hanun and Rafah model in Gaza.
Orders carried out by D9 bulldozers or large explosions that have displaced more than 1 million Lebanese civilians since early March. While in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, Israeli takeover is done by the army and hundreds of millions of dollars to fund illegal settlement expansion. For many in the region, the Nakba lives on, not just in the memory and reality of the Palestinians, Lebanese, and Syrians.
We will settle Gaza. We will settle Lebanon. We will settle the entire promised land. Thank you very much.
It lives on as doctrine. Noor Aoudeh, Al Jazeera.
We have correspondents covering the story for us from the Jordanian capital Amman and Gaza City, where we start with Hani Mahmoud. So, Hani, the majority of Palestinians who today live in Gaza are descendants of the refugees of 1948. What does this anniversary mean to them?
Well, the majority of Palestinians living across the Gaza Strip are either refugees themselves or descendants of refugee families who were forced out of their homes in 1984 when thousands and thousands of villages and towns and what later became as the State of Israel that happened by way of population transfer and ethnic cleansing ended up in the Gaza Strip. But the idea of return remains deeply rooted for those Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, not just for as a political aspiration, but as part of their identity, part of their collective memory. We see in this clearly throughout the year here, whether it's the anniversary of Nakba or in other forms, how people express themselves. Some of the traditions, some of the customs, of the practices, they go back to the time these people were in their towns and their villages. They were forced out of them. Other are maintaining a more of a symbolized form of connection through the documentation they have, paperwork of their ownership of homes and farms and lands in where they were forced out, or through the photographs. Some still hold onto the keys of their homes and their farmlands in this area. But in the middle of this, there's also a sense of realism of how this might take place, what form, what shape, while realizing the political and practical obstacles ahead of this. So despite the varying views whether this is realistically achievable or not, but most of the time it is held alongside frustration. So we look at these decades, decade after another, of many of the obstacles that makes that right, which by any means should not be taken away from people. The right to return to their homes becomes, instead of an imminent, it's become a distant hope, rather than an imminent possibility for many of the refugees here.
Hani Mahmoud in Gaza City, many thanks. Let's cross now to Amman. Speak to Malik Trainer. Malik, what was a very obvious refugee camp has effectively become part of the city of Amman now. Can you walk us through what the reality on the ground looks like today and tell us how people there are marking this Nakba anniversary?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can see behind me, it's, these are buildings, generational homes now. The, Jebel Hussein refugee camp was established in 1952, nearly 75 years ago. It initially housed 8,000 refugees, but according to the UN, there are more than 33,000 Palestinian refugees registered here. It's become part of the fabric of the city of Amman. In Jordan, there are around 10 Palestinian refugee camps. It hosts around 40% of the total Palestinian refugees. Around 2.4 million Palestinian refugees are hosted here in Jordan. And there's a common theme when you talk to people here. There's one of resentment that the Nakba, the catastrophe, was able to take place all those decades ago. There's also a sense of frustration that Israel is allowed to be able to expand. When they look at what's happening in the West Bank, the establishment of more Israeli settlements, they look at what's happening in Gaza, where Hani was talking from. They also look at Lebanon, and the invasion of Lebanon and territories in Syria. Do people believe that they will be able to return? The short answer is no. But I talked to an old Palestinian man who was around in the Nakba times, and what he says: we can hope, we can pray. A common message is "Taqitna billah kabira," here in Arabic, which translates to "our hope in God is strong." They hope, they pray that one day perhaps they can return to their ancestral homes.
Malik, many thanks. Al Jazeera's Malik Trainer there in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Avi Schleim is Emeritus Professor of International Relations at St. Antony's College at the University of Oxford. He joins us from the city. Professor Schleim, welcome to Al Jazeera. So you are one of the founding members of a group that emerged in the late 1980s known as Israel's New Historians that challenged that Zionist narrative of the 1948 war, partly because of the declassification of secret British and Israeli archive material from the time. Can you explain what it was like to first access that material? How did it lift a veil on the past?
Israel copied the British 30 rule, which governs the review and declassification of official documents, and it used to apply this rule very liberally. This changed under Benjamin Netanyahu, who closed the reading room at the State Archives and stopped access to the records. But my colleagues and I, Benny Morris and Ilan Pape and I, who collectively became known as the New Historians or Revisionist Israeli Historians, had full access to the records of the Foreign Ministry and also of the IDF. And we wrote books, all three of us wrote books in 1988. And between us, we launched a collective, a frontal attack on all the myths that have come to surround the birth of Israel, of a Palestinian state. My own book, Collusion Across the Jordan, King Abdullah and the Zionist movement and the partition of Palestine, challenged the claim that there was a monolithic Arab coalition which was determined to throw the Jews into the sea. I showed that the Arab coalition facing Israel was
attack on the myths, the prevailing myths of the day. Professor, I want to talk about the lessons not learned from history 78 years on from the Nakba. Where does the failure lie? Is it with the public and politicians who simply do not...
Wrote a different history, a history which was in line with what actually happened in 1948. The main lesson for the Palestinians from the Nakba is that they're alone, that they're isolated, they face Israel, and not only Israel, but behind Israel are the imperialist powers, first Britain and then America. And Arab support for the Palestinians proved to be very hollow in 1948. All the Palestinians asked for from the Arab League was arms and money. This was not delivered. And then there was, after Israel was declared, there was an invasion of the Arab armies into Palestine. By this time, the first wave of refugees had already taken place. And each participant in the Arab coalition had a national agenda. So the rhetoric was the liberation of Palestine. The reality was selfish national agendas.
And on that issue,
that is the main lesson to be learned.
Right, and on that lesson to be learned, maintaining a memory of the Nakba has become a cornerstone of Palestinian identity, a memory of collective catastrophe. But the mainstream Israeli narrative presents it almost as a kind of miraculous war of self-defense. How can two peoples even begin to imagine a shared future without first achieving a shared...
750,000 Palestinians became refugees, but the Nakba isn't a one-off event. It's an ongoing process which continues to this day, a process that reached its climax with the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank and the aborted ethnic cleansing of Gaza, but because Israel and a white state. The process that led to reconciliation involved a truth commission, and this is what I think could be the model for resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, to have a truth commission, to have historians and eyewitnesses give evidence, and then to have...
as a continual catastrophe that continues today without the need to find consensus on the past. Avi Shleim, Emeritus Professor of International Relations at St. Antony's College, University of Oxford. Many thanks for joining us on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Now, before the Nakba became a date in history, it was already being formed in language through words that framed departure as necessity, absence as status, and an entire people's displacement from their land as something administrative. Dalia Al-Masri has a look at Israel's use of language to justify ethnic cleansing.
What happens when displacement is described as a procedure? In 1948, the forced displacement of Palestinians was followed by another process, the rewriting of how that removal would be described. Villages were described as abandoned. People became absentees. Expulsion became evacuation. Words were used to soften what was happening on the ground.
I have witnessed two catastrophes, the Nakba of 1948 and this devastating Gaza war. The difference between the first and the second wars is that we were displaced from our land. It's true, the Zionists occupied our land. We were humiliated, displaced, lived in tents and suffered a lot. But it wasn't as destructive as this war. This war was a genocidal war.
Some Palestinians fled bombardment. Others were forced out through military threats, psychological warfare, or warnings spread by radio and loudspeaker. Displacement became legal terminology. Under Israeli law, Palestinians expelled from their homes could be classified as absentees, even if they were still inside Israel. The word sounded administrative, temporary, but it carried permanent consequences. Land was transferred to the Israeli state. Homes were reassigned. In Gaza today, another vocabulary shapes civilian movement. Evacuation order, safe zone, humanitarian corridor. Terms repeated through text messages, leaflets, military briefings, and maps.
We must ensure that the cause and the right of return are passed down from generation to generation. The elders will not forget. We inherit the keys to our homes, and the young will not forget.
This key symbolizes what Palestinians call the right of return. The idea that displacement was never meant to be permanent, even if return never came. But displacement is rarely carried out through force alone. It requires words to explain it, to justify it, and eventually to normalize it. Dalia Al-Masri, Al Jazeera, Doha.
You're with Al Jazeera, still ahead. Concerns of a repeat of these scenes from just a few years ago. An Ebola outbreak grips eastern DRC. The wave of fear and displacement in Haiti's capital after a surge of gang violence.
President Trump said the whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again.
Iranians form human chains at bridges and power plants to protect infrastructure that Trump has threatened to target.
The deadline is just over an hour or so away from now, and Israel seems to be ready to go.
The level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours.
We understand that Donald Trump has agreed to suspend bombing.
Israel has said Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the U.S. and Iran.
Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
There will be no absolute winner in this war, and there will be no absolute loser. Both have to take whatever wins they have and exit it.
Informed opinions.
The torch of global leadership is passing from the United States to China.
Frank assessments.
Congo holds minerals that's so essential to artificial intelligence that no matter what happens there, the international community is now going to move from a perspective of bringing peace and justice.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
A flashpoint in Sudan's civil war. A city besieged and over 6,000 people slaughtered in 3 days, excluding the disappeared. Those who survived carry the burden of remembering. Fault Lines hears their testimonies and reconstructs the siege to examine their harrowing allegations. No exit from Al-Fashir on Al Jazeera.
What makes you believe Israel is the primary driver of this conflict rather than Washington?
Israel has been trying to drive the United States into a war with Iran for a long time.
Tackling the big issues on Al Jazeera.
When the sun rises over the sea and the waves dance in the morning light, let the sun warmth guide your way. Through the trees, across the field. Every step, each passing day. This nature is a true piece of art.
Watching Al Jazeera, here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. The Iran war and Taiwan have dominated US President Donald Trump's state visit to China. Despite 2 days of high-level meetings, there have been no major announcements after talks between Trump and President Xi Jinping. Iran says it's received a message from the US expressing its willingness to resume dialogue to end the war. But Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Tehran's trust in Washington is at zero. Palestinians across the world are marking the Nakba when Zionist militias expelled 750,000 Palestinians from their homes in 1948. Friday's anniversary is the third commemoration since Israel's genocidal war on Gaza began. It comes as settler attacks in the occupied West Bank are on the rise. Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 6 people across Lebanon on Friday. 2 others were injured in the southern town of Nabatea. Earlier, Israeli forces targeted a residential area in Tyre after saying they were striking Hezbollah sites there. The army has also issued new forced displacement orders for 5 towns in the south. Israeli attacks have killed more than 400 people in Lebanon since the ceasefire came into effect in mid-April. Well, those attacks come as Israeli and Lebanese delegations sit down for a second day of face-to-face negotiations in Washington. The two sides have different priorities. Lebanon's government wants Israel to stop its attacks. Israel is focused on disarming Hezbollah, but the armed groups rejected that demand and condemned the Lebanese government's talks with Israel. Sana Hoda reports from Beirut.
Israel's attacks didn't stop despite the ceasefire,
and despite Lebanon's insistence that the truce was the gateway to negotiations with Israel. Lebanon, with little leverage, sent a negotiator to Washington. It now says a long-term ceasefire tops the agenda of its first direct engagement with Israel in decades. So far, there's been no commitment by Israel. Instead, it is increasing military pressure. Strikes have been relentless. Casualties keep rising. It wants Hezbollah to surrender and disarm. But that's a red line for the group, which is engaged in a war of attrition, using hard-to-detect and low-cost drones that have inflicted casualties on Israeli troops occupying southern Lebanon and in northern Israel. Hezbollah is also not in the room and wants nothing to do with the negotiations because Israel's main objective is to force it to disarm. Lebanon and Israel entered negotiations with sharply different starting points. For Lebanon, it's about consolidating a ceasefire, a full Israeli withdrawal from southern Lebanon behind internationally recognized borders, establishing a permanent agreement on disputed border demarcations, release of all Lebanese detainees, the return of residents to their villages, and international support for the reconstruction of war-devastated areas.
Authorities here are committed to enforcing a state monopoly over arms, but say it will take time. But Israel's ambassador to Washington has again doubted the Lebanese government's ability to do so, even though, in his words, they share the same goal of freeing the country from the group. He also said the goal of the meetings in Washington is about reaching peace as if there is no Hezbollah and fighting Hezbollah as if there is no peace.
In recent weeks, Israel expanded the scope of its attacks and depopulated more villages and signaled plans to deepen the ground operation. "We will remain firm," was what Israel's negotiators said. Hezbollah too has said its fighters will remain on the battlefield as long as Israeli forces remain in the country. It's that reality on the ground that's overshadowing diplomacy in Washington. Zena Khader, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
It's time for our regular segment from London now. My colleague Jonah Hull, who's looking at the cost of the Iran war in Europe.
Thank you, and welcome back to Al Jazeera's London studio, where we're looking at the economic fallout of the war in the Middle East. The extra fuel cost of that war has been projected to run into the trillions of dollars for consumers if the conflict goes on. Germany's finance ministry says the country is facing a further slowdown to its already struggling economy, and it's been a tough day to end a tough week for the global market in government debt. Nations are paying more to borrow money, and investors are predicting interest rates will rise as a result. Well, let's talk more about the impact rising fuel prices are having on global economies. The risks are highlighted in a report by the Energy Transitions Commission. And we can talk now to the co-chair, Adair Turner. Good of you to join us. Paint us, if you would, a sort of broad brushstrokes idea of what your commission has found. It's not a pretty picture, is it?
Well, it's an interesting picture in the following sense that, as Mr. Fatih Birol, the head of the International Energy Agency, has said, this is, in quantity terms, the biggest short-term restriction on, fossil fuel availability we've ever had. It's bigger in quantitative terms as a percent of the world economy and world oil supply than, for instance, the Arab oil embargo after the Yom Kippur War of 1973. So far, however, in Europe and the US, the economic effects have been more muted, but they're still significant increases in petrol or gasoline and diesel prices. And you've seen that in the US feeding through to a high rate of inflation, which I think it is going to make it impossible for the new chair of the Fed governors coming in to deliver the interest rate reductions which Donald Trump wants. But actually, by far the biggest impacts have been felt in Asia. This is where it is really hitting, ordinary vulnerable people, shortages of oil, liquid petroleum gas, LPG for cooking, shortages of diesel, governments having to take actions to close schools, in some cases ration diesel. What we will see if this goes on, and it may go on for quite a long time, is a steady spreading of that type of impact across the world. But I think in the developed countries of Northwest Europe and the US, it will primarily be simply a price effect and a macroeconomic effect. It is in Asia, in India, in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka, in Philippines, that it's actual shortage, a quantitative shortage of key inputs to the economy and to human welfare.
I want to jump in and ask you about, well, perhaps a rather more positive picture, the energy transition, the key clue in the title of your commission. As a result of all of this, that's looking better, isn't it?
Well, it is, because here's what's completely different from 1973 and the oil price shock then. At that time, we had no alternatives to fossil fuels to run our economy. We now have alternatives. We have solar panels, we have renewables, as well as nuclear to provide electricity, and we can electrify our economies and move to electric vehicles and to heat pumps instead of gas boilers. And what is interesting, what we highlight in the report, is that already market reactions, private market reactions, are accelerating the transition very significantly in just the last 3 months. Dramatic increases in solar PV panel imports in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in Pakistan, and in places like that. Significant increases in inquiries and sales related to electric cooking, induction cooking in India. Major speech this weekend, just last Sunday in Hyderabad by Premier Modi, basically saying we've got to reduce our reliance on this vulnerability on imported fossil fuels, and therefore we've got to head towards a more electrified economy. And what we're setting out in the report is how governments can reinforce actions that many consumers and businesses are already taking in response to this crisis, and can take policy measures which enable that to accelerate still further.
Okay, fascinating and nuanced outlook there. Adair Turner, co-chair of the Energy Transitions Commission. Thanks very much. So there it is. Consumers across the globe face spending of up to $2 trillion more on fuel in the year ahead if the war goes on. To talk more about all of this, joining me here on set is David Lubin, a Senior Research Fellow in the Global Economy and Finance Programme at Chatham House. Pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? And large numbers that affecting in many and varied ways, of course, the global economy as this war goes on. I want to pick up with you on your area of expertise, Asia, China. The real effects being felt there, how deep are they?
For lower income countries that are dependent on energy imports, as Adair Turner said, it's extremely painful. Energy rationing, school, university, restaurant, shop closures, limits on air conditioning, encouragement for people to use bicycles rather than cars. The shock to economic activity is very, very deep. Broadly speaking, globally, this is about stagflation. In other words, the simultaneous downward pressure on economic activity and upward pressure on inflation. But the way stag and inflation distribute themselves across the global economy are different in different countries. And for as I say, for poorer countries that don't have the means to use public resources, to use public budgets to support the effect on their economies of this crisis, the impact is particularly bad.
Stay with me. Closer to home, we keep hearing countries reporting slower growth. Germany's the latest. Its fragile economy faces a further slowdown thanks to the Iran war. The country is already suffering from stagnation, and there are fears the impact of the conflict could push it towards a full-blown recession. Rebecca Collard has more on that from Berlin.
Germany's economy ministry is warning the crisis in the Middle East could have a significant economic impact here, predicting a slowdown in the second quarter of this year. The volatility and increasing price of fuel and disruptions to supply chains is impacting sectors across the German economy, from manufacturing to logistics and even residential construction. That unpredictability of the conflict in the Middle East means that, first of all, businesses can't really plan, governments can't respond, and consumers are apprehensive. This is Europe's biggest economy, and any sort of economic impact here is likely to affect countries beyond Germany's borders. And the conflict in the Middle East is not the only conflict affecting the German economy. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Germany and most of Europe has been trying to wean itself off of Russian fuel. That's pushed up prices. Now, many of those industries that are energy intensive are facing more uncertainty. Rebecca Collard, Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Well, still with us in the studio, David Lubin from Chatham House. And slowing growth points the way, doesn't it, eventually, if this goes on towards recession, potentially global recession. But I want to bring up another aspect of our introductory remarks. Bond markets, government debt is becoming more and more expensive,
yes,
which suggests, as this goes on, that governments are going to find it harder and harder to borrow their way out of what is an expanding mess.
There are a few things going on. I mean, for example, in the United States, just before the Iran war started, the cost of the United States government to borrow money for 10 years was about 4%. It's now about 4.5%. In the UK, the same interest rate cost for 10-year borrowing for the UK government was about 4.5% before the war started, and is now 5.1% or so. It's the highest almost in 18 years. There are a number of things at work
here. How important are these gaps? I mean, 4 to 4.5, 4.5 to 5.1.
Very significant, very significant, and they reflect a number of things. The first is the inflation shock. As inflation goes up, the risk is that interest rates will have to go up, and the bond market is reflecting the probability that interest rates may need to rise. But in addition, one of the consequences of the war is that there will be more investment in defense needs, there will be more investment in energy security, there will be more investment in supply chain security, and for many countries, there will be more investment in a transition away from dependence on fossil fuels, as Adair Turner was discussing. So the fiscal consequences, or the budget consequences of the crisis for almost everyone are very severe.
Okay. Well, from the macroeconomic picture to the micro, take a look at this, because as energy prices put pressure on the UK economy, not all businesses can adapt. Camille Nedelec has been at an independent bakery in Reading in the UK, where the owners told her about the costs they just can't avoid.
Turning down the heat to save on energy bills just isn't an option for businesses like UK bakeries. The cakes, pastries and breads that are sold here must be cooked in an oven, for some in temperatures as high as 250 degrees Celsius for around 25 minutes. So there's no wriggle room there. Plus, as this bakery sells wholesale, it's considering a fuel surcharge if fuel costs continue to rise. And then there's rising costs of ingredients. All of that is putting pressure on UK bakeries struggling to deal with the fallout of the Iran war.
And there's only so much extra cost that we can incur as a business, and there's only so much cost we can transfer onto the customer before the product becomes too expensive. So it's very concerning, it's very unpredictable. Those are the two things you don't want to hear in business. We really want predictability and good future prospects. And ultimately, there's a concern that we get priced out of the market by the price we have to charge, and the customer not willing to pay for the product.
This bakery's energy bills doubled in 2022 and never went back down, and now are expected to go up by another 25% this summer. Profit margins for bakeries are thin to begin with, meaning that rising costs don't just eat into profits, they're existential. In recent months, at least 9 bakeries across the country have shut, including some that had been in operation for hundreds of years. While the UK economy is doing better than expected for now, inflation is forecast to go up, meaning that even popular businesses like this one will be feeling the pinch. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera, Reading.
Small businesses crying out for help, governments potentially finding it harder and harder to offer help. That is it from us here in London. From me, Jonah Hull, back to you in Doha.
Is an Ebola outbreak in a conflict zone in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo could spread to other areas. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says 65 deaths have been reported in Ituri province. Tests have so far confirmed at least 4 were caused by the virus. More than 240 suspected cases of the highly contagious virus have been reported so far. Chris Okamringa reports from the capital, Kinshasa.
Well, authorities in Kinshasa are very concerned because this outbreak has happened in an active conflict zone. Ituri province has groups like the Cooperative for the Development of Congo, CODECO, Zaire, and more recently the Allied Democratic Forces that have been attacking civilians in that area. And health workers are saying that this outbreak has been reported in 2 health zones that are very close to mining towns where hundreds of people are involved in mining gold. So there is a very, very serious issue about the spread of this disease to other areas. That part of Ituri shares a border with Uganda. So, and there's a lot of cross-border activity between these 2 countries. So they are very, very high fears. What we know is that the government has sent a team of health experts there. The World Health Organization also has its country representative and other scientists who are there to assess what needs to be done so that they can help the people in that area. And that area has been under a state of siege since 2021 because of the armed activity there. So there is a lot of fear that this disease might spread farther. The worst outbreak of Ebola happened in the DRC in 2018 and 2020, which also happened in North Kivu province where there was a lot of rebel activity. So people are hoping that it does not, bring back the same kind of situation.
A new wave of gang violence in Haiti's capital has killed at least 78 people in recent days and displaced thousands from their homes. Gangs have overtaken Port-au-Prince since the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. They now control large parts of the city. Haiti has seen more than a decade of overlapping humanitarian, political and security crises. Michael Apple reports.
A volley of gunfire rings out in Port-au-Prince. Days of fighting between rival gangs are pushing Haitians in parts of the capital out of their homes in search of safety. There's anger on the streets after years of insecurity. Gangs control about 90% of the capital. The violence began to spiral in 2021 after the president was assassinated.
Some 1.45 million people are internally displaced, and close to 6 million people, half of Haiti's population, are acutely food insecure.
Civilians are continually caught up in fighting. Many displaced people are at the mercy of the elements, forced to shelter on the streets.
During the shooting, I fled with the baby. I was fleeing with my husband. He went back to get some clothes, and they killed him inside the house. Today is the funeral. I have no one to call, no one to answer me. I have nobody left. It's just the baby and me now.
Last week, Doctors Without Borders evacuated its hospital in the northeast of the capital due to what it called extremely intense fighting between gangs. At one point, more than 800 people were sheltering from gunfire at their facility, with doctors having to treat dozens of gunshot wounds.
Doctors Without Borders remains concerned about the current situation and how it could evolve, particularly for populations directly affected and victimized by the ongoing clashes.
A UN peacekeeping mission to Haiti ended almost a decade ago, and it's been replaced by a new UN-backed multinational mission called the Gang Suppression Force. It is said to be making small gains in retaking parts of the capital, but escalating gang violence remains a threat to civilians in Haiti. And the Prime Minister has said it is not secure enough to hold presidential elections scheduled for August. Michael Apple, Al Jazeera.
In Peru, election authorities have confirmed leftist Roberto Sanchez will be the second candidate in a runoff vote in June. That means he will face right-wing contender Keiko Fujimori, who took first place in last month's poll. Sanchez is a former trade minister and congressman. A month-long delay to determine which candidate had taken second place sparked accusations of fraud from the man who's landed in third place. Keiko Fujimori is the daughter of former Peruvian President Alberto Fujimori. He was convicted of human rights violations after ruling the country from 1990 until the year 2000. Now, if you've ever wondered what the largest dinosaur ever discovered in Southeast Asia looked like, then Bangkok is the place to be. A life-size model of the massive 27-meter-long herbivore has gone on display in the Thai capital. Scientists believe the dinosaur probably roamed what is now Thailand 100 to 120 million years ago. It's estimated to have weighed at least 10 tons. That's around 9 adult elephants. Okay, now you know. We'll be back after a short break. Do stay with us.
The latest news.
There seems to be a clear indication that the shootout was staged and it's somehow connected to an escape plan of Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
Founder of Hyperbaric PHP, which stands for People Helping People. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, or HBOT, is a medical treatment that involves breathing 100% oxygen inside a pressurized chamber. This process increases oxygen levels in the blood, helping repair tissue, fight infections, and stimulate the body's natural healing response. It's been used to treat conditions like non-healing wounds, carbon monoxide poisoning, and decompression sickness. Here at my clinic, we treat a myriad of conditions using OxyHealth oxygen chambers that climb up to 2.0 ATA, the only FDA-approved chambers designed for both in-home and in clinical use. Come with me and let me show you how the magic happens. This is the Viteris chamber, a portable system that reaches an atmospheric pressure of 1.3, making it both safe and affordable for in-home use. With over 25 years in this field, I've seen miracles. My clinic was the first of its kind in Georgia, and we're proud to have treated over 70,000 families. There's nothing like witnessing a nonverbal child on the autism spectrum speak their very first words, or seeing a stroke victims regain their fine and gross motor skills that they thought were gone forever. This is Pamela Hillman, who happens to be one of our families that comes to our clinic. So Pamela, what brought you here?
So 2019 is when I started coming, and I did it basically for preventative measures.
Tell us, how often you come down to the clinic?
Every week. I come once a week. I'd like to come twice a week, but yeah, and I feel so relaxed when I get out. The benefits are amazing, and this is what I always tell everybody, is that it infuses your body with 2,800% greater oxygen in your body to repair anything that's out of order in your body. So if you have anything that, any cancer, autism, anything that it just goes directly toward that illness and targets that, but I do it as a preventative. I sleep so well at night. I used to have this restless leg syndrome when I didn't come. I got so busy that I didn't come for 3 weeks, and I started getting this restless leg stuff, and it went away when I started coming back. So I'm telling you.
And your husband's probably pretty happy that you're not kicking him all the time when you're sleeping.
Right. And speaking of my husband, so he had a quadruple bypass a couple of years ago. He wasn't big on the hyperbaric or any kind of health and wellness thing, but he comes every week now also.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We'd love to see you at the clinic, and have a blessed day. So if you're suffering from anything from arthritis to long-term COVID, you owe it to yourself to start your health transformation. Visit our website to get detailed information and book an appointment. After all, at Hyperbaric PHP, we specialize in treating people, not just symptoms. We are people helping people.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.